Life has given you one of its precious treasures, a child, a body to nurture, a character to train, a mind with endless possibilities of growth, a soul with hidden stores of tenderness and beauty. All these are nature's gifts. Modern science has shown that within the child's soul lies magically locked up all the past of our race. Also, it is evident that within it lies all the future of our race. What our children are now being made is what America will be. You send these little ones to school. 23 millions of them troop off every weekday morning, with their shining faces newly washed, their clothing cleaned and mended. You bear them, you rear them, with infinite pains and devotion you prepare them, and feed them into the gigantic educational machine. You do not know much about this machine. You have turned it over to others to run. Every year you pay to maintain it $1 billion of wealth which you have produced by real and earnest toil. You take it for granted that this $1 billion is competently used, that those who run the machine are giving your 23 million children the best education that $43.47 per child will buy. The purpose of this book is to show you how the invisible government of big business which controls the rest of America has taken over the charge of your children. In the course of a public debate with the writer, in the Civic Club in New York City, May, 1922, Dr. Tildesley, district superintendent of the public school system of that city, made the statement, "I do not know any school system in the United States which is run for the benefit of the children. They are all run for the benefit of the gang." This statement, made upon high authority, is the thesis of the goslings. Come with me and let me show you what is this gang, which runs the school system of the United States, how they got their power, what 1x use they make of it, and what this means to the bodies and minds of your 23 million little ones. To assist the reader in finding his way through a big book, I give traveling directions. Pages 1 to 22 take you behind the scenes of that invisible government which I ate now ruling America, including its schools. Pages 22 to 59 show in detail what this invisible government is doing to the schools of one large American city, Los Angeles. Pages 59 to 93 study the schools of New York, and 94 to 109 those of Chicago. Pages 109 to 224 deal with school conditions in a score of other large cities. I realize that this is a large number, but then, many people are interested in these cities. You will find both melodrama and humor in the stories, and if there is too much, you can skip. Beginning at page 224 is a study of the state and national machines of the school world, and whatever else you miss, do not miss the National Education Association, and how it was stolen from the teachers of America. There is no drama on Broadway to equal that for thrills. From 275 to 329 you will find a score of powerful big business organizations which have assumed to take control of our schools. From 330 to 349 comes the Catholic Church in relation to the schools, this in addition to details given in a number of cities. From 349 to 417 you will find a general survey of the school situation from the point of view of both pupils and teachers. The concluding chapters discuss the goose step and its critics, and developments in the college world since its publication. A study of the American schools. Career B. Land of orange groves and jails. I begin this study of the American school system with Southern California, because that is the part of the country in which I live, and which therefore I know best. It is a representative part, being the newest and most recently mixed. We have all the races, white and black and yellow and red, but the great bulk of the population is of native stock, farmers from the Middle West who have sold or rented their homesteads and moved to this roof garden of the world. It is our fashion to hold reunions and picnics for the old home folks, and there are few states that cannot gather thousands of representatives. We have the most wonderful climate in the world, and soil which is fertile under irrigation. Our leading occupation is selling the soil and climate to new arrivals from the East. We are eager traders, and everything we have is for sale. You can buy the average house in Southern California for $200 more than the owner paid for it, and I know people who have sold their homes and moved several times in 1 year. Also, we have struck oil, and this sudden wealth has fanned our collective greed. We boast ourselves the white spot on the industrial map. Hard times do not touch us, we build literally whole streets of new houses every week, and labor agitators are banished from our midst. The intellectual tone of the community is set by a great newspaper, the Los Angeles Times, created by an unscrupulous accumulator of money. The Times has now grown enormously wealthy, but it still carries on in 1. 2. Its founder's spirit of hatred and calumny. It boasts of being the largest newspaper in the world, meaning that it prints the most advertisements. You pay 10 cents for the Sunday edition, and have 2 or 3 pages of Associated Press dispatches with the life censored out of them. After that, you grope your way through a wilderness of commercialism. I stop and wonder, how can I give the reader an idea of the intellectual garbage upon which our Southern California population is fed? I pick up this morning's paper, and find a cartoon on the front page, our daily hymn of hate against Soviet Russia. The cartoon is labeled in large letters, out of the frying pansky into the fiery ovich. As the naturalist Agassiz could construct a whole animal from a piece of fossil bone, so you may comprehend a culture from that piece of wit. We have several hundred churches of all sects, and our Times prints pages of church news and sermons, and double-leaded 2-column editorials invoking the aid of Jehovah in all emergencies. But the real spirit of the staff breaks out on the other pages, when it is necessary to represent Los Angeles in a cartoon. Their symbol is a sly young prostitute with sparkling black eyes and naked limbs. Once upon a time such pictures were purchased surreptitiously and handed round by naughty little boys, but now they are delivered every morning by carrier to everybody's home. One of the features of our life is bathing beauties, young ladies in thin tights parading the boardwalks of the beaches, winning prizes from chambers of commerce and lending gaiety to Sunday supplements. Any new stunt is worth a fortune to one of these ladies. One day a lady has gilded her legs, and the next day a lady has butterflies painted on her back, and next most elegant of all a lady appears with a bathing suit and a monocle. The men, thus summoned, come in droves. Competition is keen, and the ladies are strenuous in defense of their meal tickets, and when one trespasses upon another's rights, we have a thrilling murder story. Our lady murder essays are a leading feature of Southern California life. Sometimes they shoot, and sometimes they poison, and sometimes they go to the nearest 5 and 10 cent store and buy a hammer, and beat out the other lady's brains. Then they are sent to jail, which is a career of glory. 3. With photographs and interviews in every edition of the newspapers, and a sensational trial with full details of their many lovers and their quarrels. Autobiographies written in prison are featured in Sunday supplements and advertised on billboards, and finally comes the climax, a magical jail delivery. We know, of course, that nowhere in America can the jails hold the rich, but out here in Southern California the rich don't even wait to be pardoned by presidents and governors. They tip their jailers $2,500 and walk right out. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. 15 years ago the writer had haunting his mind what he thought was to be a great blank verse tragedy. The scene of one act was to be laid several hundred years in the future, and the crowning achievement of that time was an invention whereby music could be made audible to people all over the world. The scene was to show a great musician, whose inspiration was being thus conveyed to humanity. And now we have this invention somewhat ahead of time. Our radio in Southern California is presided over by the Times, and the invisible government decides what is safe for our hungry masses to hear. Our plutocracy has just built for itself a new hotel, a sultan's dream of luxury, costing several $1 million. The opening of this hotel became the great historical event of Southern California. There were several pages about it in the newspapers, and it was announced that a certain prominent person would convey his inspiration to the multitude over the Times radio. In 100,000 homes the hungry fans put on their ear caps and awaited the sublime moment, and meanwhile in the hotel Biltmore a great part of the guests got royally drunk. The orator had his share, and his inspiration over the radio took the form of obscenities and cursing, The horrified fans heard his friends trying to stop him, begging him to come and have one more drink, but he told them they were a set of blankety blank blank fools, and that he knew what he was going to say, and it was nobody's blankety blank blank business. This continued until suddenly the radio was shut off, and the fans were left to silence and speculation. Also, we have Hollywood, the world's greatest honeypot, with its thousands of beautiful golden bees swarming noisily, Hollywood, where youth and gaiety grow rotten before they grow ripe. If you say that Hollywood is not America, I answer that you have only to wait. Hollywood is young America. Of course, our hundreds of churches are not entirely inactive. We have revivalists, who furiously denounce the sins of Hollywood, using the most up-to-date slang, and groups of men and women, instead of going to the movies, gather in Bible classes and learn the history of the Hittites and the succession of the kings of the Jebusites. You can hear sermons over the radio, that is, if you have a high-priced set, and can tune out the jazz orchestras. The cheaper sets hear everything at once, and you can dance to the sermons or pray to the jazz, as you prefer. Who runs this new empire of the Southwest? It is run by a secret society, which I have named the Black Hand, consisting of a dozen or so of big bankers and businessmen, hard-fisted, cunning and unscrupulous profiteers of the pioneer type, a scant generation removed from the bad man with a gun on each hip. They are the inner council and directing circle of the Merchants and Manufacturers Association, with a propaganda department formerly known as the Commercial Federation of California, and now camouflaged as the Better America Federation. Concerning this latter organization, you will find much information in the Goose Step, pages 129–132. It occupies the entire floor of a large building, and has raised a fund of $160,000 a year for 5 years for its campaign of terrorism. Like all criminals, it operates under many aliases: the American Protective League, the Association for Betterment of the Public Service, the Associated Patriotic Societies, the Taxpayers Association, the People's Economy League, the Tax Investigating and Economy League, the Americanization Committee, the Committee of 1,000, the Committee of 10,000, the Parent Teachers Associations, the Board of Education, the District Attorney's Office, and the Police Department of the City of Los Angeles. Ours is an open shop city, that is, the businessmen and merchants are forbidden to employ union workers. 5. And if they disregard this rule, they are blacklisted, their credit is cut off, and they are driven into bankruptcy. When a new man comes into town and sets up in business, he is politely interviewed and invited to join the gang. At the same time he is given his orders, and if he disobeys, he moves on to some other part of the world, or down into the ranks of the wage slaves. So perfect is the system of the Black Hand, so all-seeing is its spy service, that the Young Women's Christian Association could not prepare and mail out a circular letter asking for funds without every merchant in the city having on his desk by the same mail a letter from the Better America Federation president, warning him that the Young Women's Christian Association is supporting the 8-hour day for women, the minimum wage law for women, and other immoral propositions. We have a criminal syndicalism law in California. The public is told by the Black Hand and its newspapers that this law is to punish men who advocate the overthrow of government by force and violence. Under this law, 80 men are now coughing out their lungs in the jute mill at San Quentin prison, under sentence of from 2 to 28 years. As I write, one of these men collapses under the strain and refuses to work longer in the jute mill, and 70 others are being tortured in solitary because they strike in sympathy with this comrade. No one of these men has ever had proven against him, or even charged against him, any act of force or violence or any destruction of property. They were convicted because the Black Hand of California pays $350 a month to several hired witnesses, who travel about from place to place testifying before juries that 10 years ago, when they belonged to the IWW, they, the witnesses, personally burned down barns. Because of this testimony, men who have recently joined the organization, and have never burned down barns nor advocated burning down barns, are sentenced to the jute mill. The public does not know, and has no means of guessing that the law on the statute books against criminal syndicalism has been modified by the police who enforce it to read suspicion of criminal syndicalism. That means that any man may be arrested at any time that any police official does not happen to like the way he has his hair cut, or the red flower in his buttonhole. Crime and suspicion of crime are the same thing in our legal procedure, because men once thrown into jail are held there incommunicado without warrant or charge, they are not permitted to see attorneys, and their friends cannot find out what has become of them. They are starved and beaten and tortured in jail, so there is no longer any difference between innocence and guilt. The 80 convicted in the state's prisons suffer less than the many hundreds of unconvicted in jails and police stations all over the state. What this means is that the Black Hand is trying to smash industrial unionism. They have got the old line unions cowed, they have purchased or frightened most of the leaders, and driven them out of politics, and are no longer afraid of them. But now comes the new movement, the mass union, the portent of the new day. They are fighting this as furiously as the Spanish Inquisition ever fought against heresy, but to their bewilderment and dismay they are repeating the age-old experience of the torturer and the despot. The blood of the martyrs is becoming the seed of the church. There came a great strike at the harbor. San Pedro is a part of our city, where the ships come in laden with lumber and pipe and cement for the endless new streets of homes. Our army of real estate speculators and contractors and bankers are reaping their golden harvest, while several thousand longshoremen slave, literally 14 and 16 hours a day of back-breaking toil, handling these heavy materials. They clamor at the docks, bidding against one another, fighting and trampling one another for a chance of life. And here is a ring of grafting employment agencies, secretly maintained by the Shipyard Owners Association, draining the last drops of energy from these wretched wage slaves. The old line respectable unions are out of business, and everything is serene for the masters, but suddenly comes a flare-up. 3,000 men on strike, and 100 or 200 IWW organizers spreading the flames of revolt, and just when we thought we had sent the last of them to S% Quinton for 28 years. The strike tied up the harbor and tied it tight. 4. 7. More than 2 weeks not a ship was unloaded, and all the building operations of all the speculators came to an end. One day the Times would deny that there was any strike, and next day it would declare that the strike had been broken the day before, the next day it would declare that the strike would be broken the day after next. And in the inner circle of the torturers and despots, such confusion and such fury as you will hardly be able to imagine. You have taken up this book, expecting to read about the American school system, and now you are being told about a strike. It happened that this strike came just as I was settling down to write the Goslings. I got arrested, and this experience plows a furrow through one's mind. Now I sit at home and think about the schools, and naturally, I see them in relation to the series of events. They become one more device of the strike breakers. I ponder the problem, how to start this book. I want to show you the invisible government which runs your schools, for its own profit, and your loss. This power is the same power which runs your politics and industry. Here in Los Angeles, the very men who smashed the union of the shipyard workers also smashed the councils of the school teachers. Indeed, as chance willed it, the two jobs came together and became one job, so that every lie told against the strikers was a lie against the teachers, and every dollar wrested from the shipyard workers was balanced by a dollar stolen from the schools. I ask myself, therefore, how can I do better, at the beginning of this book, than to tell you what I saw at the harbor? This strike was a blazing searchlight, thrown into the very vitals of our invisible government. If you will follow it, you will see the whole system, and understand every detail of its mechanism. So I ask you to set aside for the moment all questions of labor unions, criminal syndicalism, anything of that sort. Come with me as a plain American, believing in the Constitution, believing in the people, and their right to run their own affairs. Follow the story of this labor struggle, and before you get to the end of it you will magically find yourself reading about the schools, and learning who has taken them away from you, and why they have done it, and what it means. To you and your children. 2 February 24. Chapter 2. The Adventure of the University Club. The first step in this narrative is to explain how it happened that the writer of this book, a muckraker and enemy of society, was in the office of Mr. Irwin Hayes Rice, President of the Merchants and Manufacturers Association of Los Angeles, and Chief of the Black Hand, at the very moment when Mr. Rice was conspiring with his fellow chiefs for the smashing of the harbor strike. This story is amusing in itself, and not altogether alien to education. In April 1923, I received a letter from the secretary of the University Club of Pasadena, my home city, asking if I would consent to lecture before the club on the subject of the goose step. I replied that I was busy, and made it a rule to decline invitations to lecture. Then came a telephone call from a member of the club, begging me to reconsider my decision. Here were a group of men, influential in the community, some of whom had read the goose step and thought they could answer me, and wanted a chance to try. It would be an adventure for them, and might teach me something. To oblige a friend, I accepted, and the lecture was announced at a dinner of the club, and the announcement was published in the local newspapers upon the club's initiative, please note. At once the Black Hand got busy, and a week or two later a gentleman called at my home, obviously embarrassed and pink in the face, explaining that he was the president of the University Club of Pasadena. The executive committee had held a meeting the previous evening and decided that in view of certain objections, I should be respectfully requested to consent to have the lecture called off. Knowing my community, I was sympathetic towards the blushing respectable gentleman, an ex-naval officer who would have faced the guns of a foreign foe, but dared not face a new idea. I answered that I would be content to have the lecture forgotten. But an hour or two later a newspaper reporter called me up, asking if I had heard that the action of the University Club had been taken at the instance of William J. 9. Burns, head of the Burns Detective Agency and chief of the United States Secret Service. Naturally, I was interested in that news. As a matter of tactics, when I find a man like Burns after me, I go to meet him head-on. I at once telegraphed, asking Mr. Burns if it was true that he had called me a dangerous enemy of the United States government. The result was a tangle of falsehoods, and if I proceed to untangle them, do not think that I am rambling. Before we get through with this book we shall discover that the big private detective agencies are an important part of the educational system of the United States, and so what we learn about Mr. Burns and his methods will be the point. The great detective telegraphed me from San Francisco that my name had not been the subject of discussion at any time during his visit to Los Angeles. I was not satisfied with that, and telegraphed again, saying that I wanted to know if he had mentioned me at any time in Southern California, and if he had done so, would he say openly and for publication what he had said against me. In the meantime there had been published a United Press dispatch from San Francisco, quoting Mr. Burns as saying that if he had mentioned me, it had been as a private individual and not as a government official. Therefore I pointed out to Mr. Burns that he could not say anything about me as a private citizen. Whatever he said would be assumed by everyone to be based upon information he had got as head of the United States Secret Service. This brought a second telegram from Mr. Burns, as follows. Replying to your second wire, I made no statements concerning you as a private citizen or government official at Pasadena or elsewhere, nor have I ever undermined the character of you or any other person. I want to also deny that I ever made any statement to the United Press as stated in your telegram, and for your further information let me assure you whenever I express myself concerning you or anyone else I will not hesitate to admit it. That seemed explicit, and I was prepared to accept it. But you note that it left the United Press in a bad light, and representatives of the United Press took the matter up, and wired their head office in San Francisco, receiving the information that the interview with Mr. Burns had been given to Frank Clarvo, one of their most trusted and experienced men. Mr. Clarvo had 10. Been with Mr. Burns in his hotel room when the telegram from me arrived, and Mr. Burns had allowed Mr. Clarvo to make a copy of this telegram, and had dictated a reply, slowly and distinctly, so that Mr. Clarveau could write it down. The manager of the United Press added that this was evidently one of those frequent cases where parties talk and afterwards wish to deny it. In the meantime, I had been interviewing the executive committee of the University Club of Pasadena, holding over the heads of these gentlemen the threat of a slander suit, and thereby inducing each of them in turn to state upon exactly what basis he had repeated the statements about Mr. Burns and myself. So the report was definitely traced to Mr. Irwin Hayes Rice, president of the Merchants and Manufacturers Association of Los Angeles, and one of the chiefs of the Black Hand. Mr. Rice, in a conversation over the telephone, had stated to the secretary of the club that Mr. Burns had described me as a parlor pink and a dangerous enemy of the United States government. So now I had a clean-cut issue of veracity between Mr. Rice and Mr. Burns, and it seemed worth a trip to Los Angeles to find out which was the liar. I went in on a Monday morning, and fate was unkind to Mr. Rice. He had been out of town over the weekend, and had not read anything about the controversy, nor had anyone in the university club taken the trouble to call him up and warn him. I took the precaution to bring my brother-in-law, Hunter Kimbrough, as witness to the interview, and Mr. Rice received us in his private office. I explained my point of view. He and I were antagonists on opposite sides of the class struggle. I had my opinion of him, and freely granted him the right to have his opinion of me. The only thing I took exception to was the fact that in discussing me he had made use of the name of Mr. Burns. Mr. Rice is one of these two-fisted men of action, quite different from the president of a university club. His answer was prompt and explicit: anything that I say once I'll say twice. It is a fact that at a recent gathering, in the presence of myself and several businessmen of the city, Mr. William J. Burns stated that you were a parlor pink and a dangerous enemy of the United States government. 11. Thank you, Mr. Rice, I replied. Now I am wondering what you will have to say to this telegram, and I put into his hands the telegram from Mr. Burns, declaring, I made no statements concerning you as a private citizen or government official at Pasadena or elsewhere, nor have I ever undermined the character of you or any other person. What have you to say to that, Mr. Rice? I asked, and Mr. Rice replied, well, I will say that I am surprised. It was unnecessary for him to say that his face showed it. Mr. Rice refused to name the other men who had been present at the interview, but he remarked that the gathering was of such a nature that it was manifest to everyone that Mr. Burns was there as a private citizen, and not as chief of the United States Secret Service. Do you think I would be reckless if I should guess that it was a gathering of the chiefs of the Black Hand, and that Mr. Burns was there in his other capacity, as head of the William J. Burns Agency of Espionage and Strike Breaking? That the William J. Burns Agency is thus employed regularly by the Black Hand of Southern California is something which I have known for several years. Turn to Chapter LX6 of the Brass Check, and you will find there the story of how Sidney Flowers, returned soldier and editor of the Dugout, was smashed by the Black Hand in Los Angeles, because he refused to permit his paper to be used as a strike-breaking agency. I did what I could to aid Flowers and save him from the penitentiary, and as a result the Black Hand attempted a frame-up against myself. Wishing to know just who was responsible for this, I thought I would employ the most famous and most reputable detective agency in the United States. With my attorney, Mr. John Beardsley, I called at the office of this agency and interviewed the manager. As chance willed it, the district manager, the high-up person who travels about the country overseeing the affairs of the agency for Mr. Burns, was also present at the interview. I explained the case, confidentially of course, stating that I had suspicions that the trail might lead to the office of the Merchants and Manufacturers Association and its Los Angeles Times, and that I wished the agency not to take the case unless they would be in position to follow. 12. A trail to such a quarter. The two managers requested a little time to think the matter over, and that afternoon they gave us their decision. The William J. Burns Detective Agency, because of the embarrassing possibility explained by me, could not undertake to investigate this frame-up. Then I went to another detective agency in the city, and when I told the manager about this incident he laughed heartily and told me that the Burns agency did all the secret work for the M&M. Incidentally, this man told me that he himself could not take the case, because his business would be ruined if he did, nor would I find any other detective agency in the city which would take the case. And in this he was correct. To complete the story of the Burns Detective Agency, I will also mention that just prior to America's entry into the World War this agency was conducting a spy service in the United States for the German government. Shortly before the sinking of the Lusitania, the Burns Agency had men stationed in American munition plants and was secretly selling information to German government agents, who were gathering knowledge of munition shipments for the purpose of torpedoing munition-laden vessels. The head of Burns' New York office, Gaston B. Means, admitted under oath that he delivered reports in a secret place to an unknown man to whom he was directed by the German government spy, Paul Koenig. The Burns Agency perpetrated against the United States government a gigantic frame-up designed to supply von Bernstorff with perjured evidence for diplomatic use against the United States government. Tugboat captains were hired by a nest of German military spies under the direction of Burns' New York agent, Gaston B. Means, the captains being induced to swear to false affidavits to indicate that they were carrying supplies to British vessels outside New York Harbor in violation of the laws of neutrality. In this frame-up the Burns Agency was caught red-handed, but was given immunity from prosecution because its clients could better be caught by holding this club over Burns' head. Recently, when the Workers' Party called a mass meeting in our national capital, at which Robert Minor was announced to tell this story, the use of the hall was mysteriously withdrawn, and Mr. William J. Burns, in his capacity as Chief of the United States Secret in Weowako I get arrested 13. Service, raided the offices of the sponsors of the meeting and arrested a dozen men. Chapter, ITF. In which I get arrested. The purpose of the previous chapter was to explain to you the series of events whereby it came about that Upton Sinclair, muckraker, an enemy of society, was in the office of the President of the Merchants and Manufacturers Association of Los Angeles, at 10 o'clock on the morning of Monday, May 7, 1923. My brother-in-law, Hunter Kimbrough, and myself had come without appointment. At the same time 2 gentlemen came in who had an appointment, so a polite clerk explained. I had not presented my card, and no one there knew either Kimbrough or myself. We were invited to sit down, and did so, while the other gentlemen were escorted into the inner office. We made no effort to listen to what went on, but we had to hear it, because the door of the inner office was left ajar, and the talk was carried on in tones which caused the clerks in the outer office to drop their work and look at one another and grin. "Who is that?" asked the young lady stenographer. "That's Mr. Hammond," was the answer of the chief clerk. "He owns a couple of 100,000 acres of timber land, and he's got about 20 ships tied up at the harbor." "Oh," said the young lady stenographer, "then he's got a right to pound on the table." He exercised his right, and pounded, and cursed so freely that the young lady was moved to get up and close the office door, but still we heard the uproar. The substance of it was that the San Pedro strike, which had been on for about 2 weeks, must be smashed without another day's delay. Mr. Rice argued and expostulated. They were doing their best. Finally he promised there would be a meeting that afternoon, and arrangements would be made. That you may understand clearly, I explained that Mr. Andrew B. Hammond, president of the Hammond Lumber Company, is one of the big open shop despots of San Francisco, a bigger man even than Mr. Rice, and he had come down on the night train to lay down the law to the timid crowd at Los Angeles and insist that his ships be moved. Wishing to make sure there was no mistake in identity, I engaged the head clerk in conversation, asking him how long he thought those irate ship owners would stay in there. He rose to the bait and discussed the irate ship owners, assuring me that they would not need to stay much longer. The Merchants and Manufacturers Association was not going to have any trouble in opening up the harbor. Subsequently, as part of the preparing of this manuscript, I wrote to Mr. Hammond, asking if he cared to deny that he was in Mr. Rice's office at the hour specified. He did not reply. "Come now to San Pedro, where 3,000 men are fighting to get their babies a chance to grow up into full-sized human beings. They have won their strike, they have won it strictly under the law, they have kept order rigidly, having even smashed the bootleggers, to the great dismay of the police. Here again I do not have to ask you to take my word for it. Police Captain Plummer, in command at the harbor, stated to my brother-in-law, Hunter Kimbrough, in the presence of several witnesses, that he had no fault to find with the IWW, they were fine fellows, and had kept order through the strike. Also he stated in the presence of witnesses, I smashed that strike. Before an investigating committee of the clergymen of Los Angeles he stated, yes, I said that, and I'll say it again. Officer Wyckoff, who arrested us, stated to Hunter Kimbrough, in the presence of two ladies, whose signed statements I have, that Black Jack Jerome, the strike breaker, had brought in hundreds of gunmen, heavily armed. Captain Plummer had disarmed them, but someone saw to it that they received another supply of arms. Mr. Hammond and his Shipyard Owners Association and his horde of gunmen having failed to provoke violence, or to move the ships, Mr. Rice must act, and how is he to act? For 10 or 20 years he and his Black Hand have been preparing for precisely such an emergency. They have been buying both political machines, and controlling the nominations of all candidates, so that now they have their own governor, their own legislators, their own mayor, their own city council, their own chief of police, and their own judges. They control the governmental machine from top to bottom, and they give the orders, let this strike be smashed. The man who put through the job is Asa Keys, then Deputy District Attorney, since promoted to be District Attorney as reward for his efficiency. The mayor is not handling this situation, said Chief of Police Oakes to me. The man we're getting our orders from is Asa Keys, and if you want to speak at the harbor, see him. Keys is the man who has been enforcing the suspicion of criminal syndicalism law. He pays an army of secret agents and provocateurs, and a year or two ago he stated to two different informants of mine, I have spent between $4,000 and $5,000, trying to get Kate Crane Gartz and Upton Sinclair. If ever I become chief, I will spend 10 times that amount to get them. Mr. Rice, Mr. Keys, Chief Oakes, and Captain Plummer attended the meeting which Mr. Rice promised to Mr. Hammond. I have attended several conferences of the Merchants and Manufacturers Association, said the naive Captain Plummer to Hunter Kimbrough, in the presence of witnesses. Mr. Rice was present, and Mr. Marco Hellman, and others. Marco Hellman, the biggest banker of Los Angeles, we shall hear of again before long. In the early days of the strike, a Presbyterian clergyman and Harvard graduate was arrested while addressing the strikers, the charge being blocking traffic. Police Magistrate Sheldon, in sentencing him to jail, said, "Why don't you hire a hall, or speak upon private property? Then you will not be molested." The strikers thought this was good advice. They found a piece of vacant land, whose lessor was willing for it to be used for mass meetings, and on this land, known as Liberty Hill, the strikers held numerous meetings. At one of these meetings a group of them raised the flags of 15 nations, with the American flag at the top, and the flag of Russia included. There were Russians among the strikers, and presumably they thought their country had a right to be represented. This incident took place 5 days after the meeting between Messrs. Rice and Hammond, and it afforded the pretext for which the police were waiting. "You've lost your constitutional rights now," shouted Captain Plummer, and he arrested 28 men for the crime of 16. Raising the red flag. Again and again, in negotiations with the police officials, and with Mayor George E. Cryer, we were told that this act of raising the red flag afforded complete justification for the abrogation of all civil liberties at the harbor. It seems therefore worth nothing what happened some 3 weeks later, when these men were arraigned in court upon the charge. Police Magistrate Crawford declared that in his opinion everyone who displayed a red flag should be sent to prison, but unfortunately the Supreme Court of California had declared the red flag ordinance of the city of Los Angeles unconstitutional. In the 3 days that followed, the police arrested a total of 600 men, they arrested hundreds for attempting to speak on Liberty Hill, they arrested hundreds for singing and cheering on the street. Any slightest sign of sympathy with the strike or with other arrested men was enough to cause a man to be tapped on the shoulder by the police and told to report at the police station. Crowds of men were surrounded on the street, loaded into trucks, carted off to the police station, and packed away in cells. George Chalmers Richmond, Episcopal clergyman from Philadelphia, was arrested when walking along Tthe Street, having in mind the criminal intention of addressing the strikers when he reached the place of meeting. A restaurant proprietor was dragged out from behind his counter and thrown into jail, upon the charge of helping to prolong the strike, that is, he had fed the strikers and their children. In describing these incidents, the Los Angeles Times stated that the police announced their intention to arrest all idle men at the harbor. The city of Los Angeles boasts of being the fastest growing city in the world, but its jails have not grown at all in the last 30 years. To describe them as death traps would not be using reckless language, but merely quoting from reports of one public body after another which has investigated and denounced them. The jails were already crowded, and here were 600 more men suddenly thrust into them. Some of the tanks, built to hold 20 or 30 men, were required to hold 100, and it was literally impossible for all the men to sit down at once. All the jails were swarming with vermin, there was no bedding obtainable, and the food was atrocious. These things not being enough, wanton cruelty and torture was added. In one of the tanks, because the men persisted in singing, the jailers sealed up all the ventilation and turned on the steam heat for 2 hours. 95 men were in this hole, and many of them swooned. Other men were chained up by the thighs, so that they could not quite sit down. We have the affidavits of several men to the fact that Chief of Police Oakes personally reviled the prisoners, calling them liars and degenerates, and when one of the men spoke up and said this was not true, Oakes called him out from the tank, and in the presence of many witnesses struck him in the face and knocked him down again and again, pounding him until the chief was exhausted. Such was the situation on May 15. The Times for that morning announced that the city council had appropriated money to build a stockade, in which to hold the strike prisoners, and all the remaining strikers at the harbor were to be thrown into this pen. I was about to begin the writing of this book, but I found it impossible to keep my peace of mind in a bullpen civilization, and decided to do what I could to remind the authorities of Southern California that there is still supposed to be a constitution in this country. With 7 friends I went to interview the mayor that afternoon. The interview lasted an hour, and developed curious notions upon the part of the chief executive of a large city concerning the meaning of civil rights. According to Mayor Cryer, all the arrests which had been made night after night on Liberty Hill, and the complete abrogation of the rights of freedom of speech and of assemblage, were justified by the fact that somebody unknown had violated the unconstitutional ordinance of the city of Los Angeles against the displaying of a red flag. The wholesale arrests of hundreds of men upon the street day after day were justified by the fact that on one occasion some rowdy unknown had shouted, "Here comes Captain Plummer, that fat prostitute." I said, "Mr. Mayor, according to your way of reasoning, if someone were to upset a peanut stand on Broadway and steal the peanuts, you would feel justified in arresting everybody in sight and closing the thoroughfare to traffic for a month. Our mayor is a politician, and cautious. He would 18. Not say that it was the duty harbor strike, neither would he Icon citizens had the right to proceed there read the constitution of their country to all who might care to hear them the Bill of Rights. His proposition was that we she the harbor and ask permission of Captain Plum. If Plummer refused, the mayor would review Zion. To this we answered that the essence of the was time, the strikers were being robbed of they, every hour, and civil liberties were not subject to, by either a police captain or a mayor. The upst hours argument was that Mayor Cryer made the promise that he would telephone to Captain Plu instruct him that we were to be protected in constitutional rights, and not molested so long as we incite to violence. Let it be added that at his next view the mayor denied that he had made this PRON. Now, I shall not take up space in detailing W. Penn to our little group. Suffice it to say, Where the harbor, a dozen ladies and gentlemen with yours and in an interview with Chief of Police were informed that if we attempted to read the Constitution of the United States on Liberty Hill we arrested and jailed without bail. 4 of us, P.R. Ikins, Hugh Hardiman, Hunter Kimbrough, writer, did attempt to read the Constitution. IP read Article 1 of the First Amendment, and W, placed under arrest. Kimbrough started to read Declaration of Independence. Hopkins remarked, "Have not come here to incite to violence." Hardy marked, "This is a most delightful climate. F.O. of criminal syndicalism. Asterisk we were held in con. Asterisk extract underscore from a letter written by a student of West University, St. Louis, now visiting in Santa Monica, Cal. The St. Louis papers had only short accounts, which Upton Sinclair and several other IWW had been a charge of syndicalism. And my friends out here tell, a raid was made when Upton Sinclair, after having submitted a most innocuous abstract of his speech to the authorities, X5 Horta strikers meeting to break loose, smash all windows in sight, and dump the streetcars off the tracks. He also attacked the integrity and honor of the Chief of Police. 19. i.e. a due or 18 hours, and an effort was then made to SAE court a few minutes before closing time, and once committed and spirited away again, so that we given the 3rd degree, but this plot was balked, the fact that a confidant of Chief Oak's betrayed wife, and our lawyers got to the court and deemed obtained bail. A week later we went again arbor and held our mass meeting, and said to 10,000 people everything that we had to say. Why the police turned loose all but 28 of 100 men they had arrested, and some 3/8 a police judge threw out the case against us. So ended our little adventure in criminal syndical. Chapter LV. The Empire of the Black Hand. St. Us now survey the situation in Southern California, settle down to the writing of this book. The storm WN over for the moment. 28 of the Rs, the best of their leaders, have been shipped off TE mill for from 2 to 28 years. The re-back in the slave market, bidding against one for the lives of themselves and their families. Who were active in the strike are blacklisted, even they own homes at the harbor, they cannot find ointment, but must sell out and move on. And mean men who robbed them are enjoying the swag. Andrew B. Hammond has gone back to San Francisco, the comforts of the Bohemian Club, and the IC Union Club, and the Commercial Club, and the San Cisco Golf Club, while Mr. I.H. Rice continues to political and business affairs of Los Angeles. Me lovers of fair play have organized a branch of American Civil Liberties Union, to teach the people of Munity the elementary idea that the Constitution is to the poor as well as to the rich. True to our program of the Open Forum, we call upon Mr. Rice and courteously invite him to set forth his ideas of constitutional rights to one of our audiences. Mr. Rice declines the invitation, and so does Mr. Harry Haldeman, president of 20. The Better America Federation, and so does Mr. Marco Hellman, the banker, and so does Captain John D. Fredericks, Congressman-elect of the Merchants and Manufacturers Association and the Chamber of Commerce. It is reported that they put up $12,000 additional salary for him, because so important a man could not afford to go to Congress otherwise. Among the tips which came to me in the course of the struggle was one to the effect that Captain Plummer and Chief Oakes were each presented with a gold watch as a tribute of gratitude from the Merchants and Manufacturers Association. At a hearing before the Ministerial Union I had opportunity to ask Captain Plummer about this matter. He admitted with evident embarrassment that he had got a gold watch. I asked him if it was engraved in acknowledgement of his services to the Merchants and Manufacturers Association. His answer was that it was engraved from the Merchants and Manufacturers Association for services to the community. He added, somewhat naively, that he could not imagine how I had got that information. No one but Mr. Rice and the jeweler were supposed to know about that watch. With 600 men packed into the filthy jails of Los Angeles, some of them with faces bloody from the fists of Chief Oakes, the chief himself went off to the Convention of Chiefs of Police at Buffalo. He went in glory, taking the policemen's and firemen's band of 60 pieces, the expenses of this tour being in part paid by the protected underworld, and in part loaned by Marco Hellman, banker and chief of the Black Hand. Mr. Hellman went to the station to see the party off, and on their return he went again to welcome them. Day by day we followed in our newspapers the progress of this tour. They had royal receptions in our biggest cities and also in Lebanon, Missouri, the village which contributed our great chief of police to the world. The local newspaper mentioned that Mount Vernon was the birthplace of George Washington, and Springfield, Illinois, was the birthplace of Abraham Lincoln. In the meantime, our Civil Liberties Union was collecting affidavits of men who had been beaten and starved and tortured in jail. We presented these affidavits to the mayor, and the mayor referred us to the city council. We 21. Presented them to the city council, and the city council referred us to the police commission. We presented them to the police commission, and the police commission referred them to the committee of the whole. As I said at one of our mass meetings, it is called the committee of the whole because it hides and nobody can find it. We were told that the charges would be considered when Chief Oakes came back. The chief came back, and went before the city club, and in a burst of glory stated that if anyone had charges against any police official he would personally take them before the grand jury. Whereupon we made application to him to present to the grand jury the charge that Chief Oakes had beaten prisoners in jail and he did not keep his promise. We had brought the charges before the ministerial union of the city, and the ministers appointed a committee to investigate. This committee met, and heard many witnesses, but took no action, and has never met again. The ministers were prejudiced against us, because of something they had read in the Times, a statement that the United States Department of Justice had investigated the American Civil Liberties Union and ascertained it to be the defense branch of the IWW, this on the authority of Agent Townsend of the Department of Justice. We went to call on the head of the Department of Justice in Los Angeles, and learned that there was no Agent Townsend, nor had the department obtained any such information concerning the American Civil Liberties Union. We then called upon the managing editor of the Times and presented this information. He promised to look further into the matter, and next morning he published another statement, reiterating the charge, this time giving a formal signed statement by Agent Townsend of the Department of Justice. The matter was put before the Department of Justice at Washington, which replied in writing that there was no such person as Agent Town. While the rest of this book is being written, Chief Oakes becomes involved in a factional dispute in the police department, and his enemies publish affidavits by the police officials of a neighboring town, to the effect that Oakes was arrested a few days ago, while parked in a lonely road with a young woman and a half-gallon jug of whiskey. So Oakes is no longer chief, but plain lieutenant of police, and is telling his friends that he intends to have the inscription cut from his gold watch and to sell it. 92. Send of the Department of Justice. A copy of this was mailed to the Times, with an offer to submit the original. But the Times made no reply, and published no retraction. I go into these minute details, because later on I shall assert that the Times deliberately lied about the school teachers of Los Angeles, and I wish you to understand that I mean exactly what I say. The theme of this book is the schools, public schools and private schools, primary and grammar and high schools, and now I have to carry out my promise, to show you that this same Black Hand of Southern California controls our Board of Education, putting its own representatives thereon, that it controls our school funds, wasting them in graft, that it controls our teachers, browbeating them and underpaying them and denying them their rights as citizens, that it controls our children, drilling them, suppressing them, putting poison thoughts into their minds so that they shall come out perfect little bigots, prepared to hate and if necessary to tar and feather and lynch those people who try to apply real Americanism to America, and to protect the rights of the poor as well as of the rich. In other words, what the Black Hand wants, and what it has made for itself, is schools which will turn out a generation of children who will stand for all the infamies I have just narrated, and will regard them as right and necessary and patriotic actions, and the men who perpetrate them as courageous public officials and high-minded patriots. Naturally, we have to begin with the Times, and at the very outset, to show you what the Times wants from our schools, I narrate the experience of Mr. M.C. Bettinger, until recently a member of the Board of Education, and for 38 years connected with the educational system of Los Angeles. In the year 1906 Mr. Bettinger happened to be in the office of Superintendent Fauché, when that gentleman was packing up his belongings and preparing to retire from his job. He took out of his desk 23. A bale of papers 2 inches thick, fastened with a rubber band. "Thank God," he said, "at least I don't have to pay any more tribute to the Times. These are receipts for money which I've had to pay to that paper upon one pretext or another for the past 11 years. Or consider the experience of Dry V.C. Moore, who succeeded Mr. Fauché as superintendent. In the year 1907 the National Education Association held its convention in Los Angeles, and in the guidebook prepared for it was an article by General Otis, publisher of the Times, denouncing union labor. Dr. Moore had the courage to cut out these passages, and for this General Otis set out to get him, and in due course did so. Dr. Moore's blunder was that at Christmas time he sent out an order to the principals of schools to be guarded in their proceedings so as not to give offense to any class of people. This was a routine notice, its significance being that Jewish children should not be compelled to take part in religious ceremonials obnoxious to their faith. But Otis saw in it his opportunity. Superintendent Moore was attacking the Christian religion and undermining the basis of all morality. Should such a man remain superintendent of the educational system of a Christian community? The Times printed literally pages of attacks upon this basis, interviews with clergymen and parents, and reports of sermons denouncing Dr. Moore, who was thus forced to move on to Yale University. Next came John H. Francis, and he had a wonderful idea. He was going to have junior high schools all over the city, and the youngsters were to have stenography and typewriting and bookkeeping and manual training, perfect little clerks and shop foremen turned out in 2 or 3 years. Francis was a man with a passion for education, a wonderful platform orator. He got his junior high schools, and the fame of them spread all over the United States. But they cost a pile of money, and they didn't perform the wonders which the businessmen had hoped for. Instead, they got the youngsters interested in music and art and dramatics and debating and got them organized, so that you couldn't take these things away from them without a riot. So the Black Hand lost all their enthusiasm for Superintendent Francis, and they 24. Tried on him their favorite device of the detective agency and the woman scandal. Recall my statement that the big private detective agencies form an important part of the educational system of the United States. The president of the board, who was elected to oust Superintendent Francis, was Judge Walter Bordwell, before whom Clarence Darrow was tried. Bordwell was a flabby and repulsive-looking man, with the manners of an Irish section boss. He was a relative of Chandler, and a pet of the Times. In 1918, shortly after ousting Francis, Bordwell became the Times candidate for governor, and, as part of his campaign, an assistant superintendent of schools sent a letter to teachers asking them to vote for the judge. The name of this assistant is Mrs. Susan Dorsey, and I ask you to remember her, because a little later we shall find her rewarded for her fidelity by being made superintendent of schools. We shall find the teachers of Los Angeles presuming to go into politics in the interest of the schools, and Mrs. Dorsey insisting that politics must be rigidly excluded from the system. Along with Judge Bordwell was elected Mr. Washburn, ex-banker, whose one idea of school administration was to keep down the taxes, Mrs. Waters, the widow of a bank president, and Colonel Andrew Kopp, an officer in the state militia. Mr. Bettinger, at that time assistant superintendent, tells me anecdotes which show the attitude of these people toward education. "We don't want you to come here with opinions," said Mrs. Waters, "we want you to obey orders." And in almost the same words Colonel Kopp addressed a delegation of teachers who came to him to complain of inability to get supplies. "Don't come here with your views of things," stormed the colonel, "what we want you to do is to do what you're told." In the course of discussion before a board committee, Mr. Bettinger made so bold as to give his definition of education, to aid in the unfoldment of a human mind. Colonel Kopp was so furious that he was hardly able to keep still until Mr. Bettinger finished. "Education," he cried. "I'll tell you what education is. Education is getting a lot of young people into a room, teaching them a lesson out of a book, hearing them recite it, putting down the schools of the times 25. A mark in figures, and at the end of the year that's their record. That's what education is, and we are going to have that and nothing else in Los Angeles." Judge Bordwell had gone to New York to put the problem of the Los Angeles schools before the great mogul of plutocratic education, President Nicholas Murray Butler of Columbia. He came back with Albert Shields, a product of Butler's educational enameling machine, who was to make a survey. Shields was an accountant, not an educator. Also, under the charter of the city, he was ineligible for superintendent, not having lived a year in the state. But a little thing like a charter provision would not be allowed to block the will of Judge Bordwell. Dr. Shields was made superintendent and started publishing anti-Bolshevik propaganda in the teachers' paper, and circularizing the teachers with such literature. He published in President Butler's Educational Review an article assailing the Soviet government, which article contained no less than 124 misstatements of fact. Challenged to debate this issue, Dr. Shields wrote to me, "I believe it is contrary to good public policy to place Bolshevism and its practices on a par with debatable questions." But Dr. Shields soon became disgusted with the crudity of his political masters, and went back to New York to take up a pleasanter job for Nicholas Miraculous. The new president of the school board, a banker and perfect plutocrat by the name of Lindhelm, selected an assistant superintendent, formerly a teacher of Latin and Greek, as the new boss of the schools. He stated as his reason that he knew she was safe, and time has proven that he was a good judge of employees. Mrs. Susan M. Dorsey rules the system as I write, and you will have a chance to watch her in action. For the moment it may suffice to record that for 30 years she has been a member of the Baptist Temple, Reverend J. Whitcomb Brower, pastor. When Billy Sunday came to Los Angeles, some people found fault with him, and Rev. Brower rushed to his defense, describing Sunday's critics in the following highly educational language: "The dirty, low-down, contemptible, weazen-brained, impure hearted, shriveled-souled, gossiping devils do not deserve to be noticed. Scandal-mongers, gossip lovers, reputation destroy." 26. ERS, hypocritical, black-hearted, green-eyed slanderers. Corrupt, devil-possessed, vile debauches. Immoral, sin-loving, vice-practicing, underhanded sneaks. Carrion-loving buzzards and foul-smelling skunks. If anyone wishes to take charge of 176,000 school children under the Black Hand, he may learn from this how to train himself. For better remembering, I have put the directions into a poem. 5 days in the week. Teach Latin and Greek. On Sundays, an hour. Go listen to Brower. And 7 days weekly. Obey Mammon meekly. Chapter 6. The Teachers' Soviets. It is the thesis of the businessmen who run our educational system that the schools are factories, and the children raw material, to be turned out thoroughly standardized, of the same size and shape, like biscuits or sausages. To these businessmen the teachers are servants, or hands, whose duty is the same as in any other factory to obey orders, and mind their own business, and be respectful to their superiors. Whenever by any chance teachers dare to have ideas of their own, or especially to ask for higher wages, these teachers are treated precisely as we have seen labor unions treated by the Black Hand of Southern California. In 1916 and 1917, something happened which shook the teachers of Los Angeles into action. Their wages were suddenly cut to about 40% of what they had been before. Or, to put it in the more common formula, the cost of everything the teachers had to buy with their money increased 130%, and meantime their wages remained as in 1914. They were unable to live, and 56% of them were forced to do additional outside work. So the teachers' associations began a salary campaign, which for the first time brought them out of the classrooms and into contact with the real life of Los Angeles. The campaign lasted intermittently. 27. For 4 or 5 years, and the outcome of it was tragedy for the teachers and comedy for the reader. One of the purposes for which Mrs. Dorsey had been made superintendent was to hold the salaries down, and in her effort to break the resistance of the teachers, she served notice upon them that they must sign their contracts for the next year before the end of the old term, and this although legally they had until 20 days after the end of the term. She would be very sorry not to see their faces next year, she told them, and smiled amiably. When some said that they did not want to return, her smile was still amiable. "You'll be back," she said. "Teachers have gone out before this and tried to do something else." The president of the City Teachers Club made herself obnoxious by calling a meeting of the teachers for 4 o'clock one afternoon, that is to say, after the closing hour of the schools. Mrs. Dorsey, desiring to forestall her, closed the schools at 1:30 that afternoon. Hitherto Mrs. Dorsey had maintained that the schools must never be closed for special occasions, but now she closed them, and called the teachers together at 1:30 to listen to an address of her own. Some teachers thought it was her idea that they should be tired out and go home before their own meeting at 4 o'clock. But the dissatisfaction of the teachers did not abate. 100 of the best had left, and 300 more were refusing to renew their contracts for the coming year, so the businessmen realized that some concession had to be made. Manifestly, it would not do to let it come as a result of teacher agitation, it must be due to the loving concern of businessmen. Mr. Sylvester Weaver, head of the Education Committee of the Chamber of Commerce, was called in, and he organized a committee of leading citizens, including Harry Haldeman, president of the Better America Federation. Somebody had put over on the teachers a publicity agent, a gentleman with a big cigar in his mouth and a gold watch chain across his waistcoat. He now advised the teachers to drop their agitation and allow the businessmen to handle it, let the Grand Committee retire and do some grand thinking. So for 5 weeks the teachers preserved an odd silence. 28. They wanted a flat raise of $1,000 a year, and they proved that this amount was not enough to raise the lowest salary to anti-war standards. The committee, when it finally emerged from its thinking endorsed this demand, but at once the businessmen set up a howl, and so Mr. Weaver wrote to the Board of Education that he regarded the $1,000 increase for teachers as a great and noble ideal to be worked for in the course of time. The committee went before the Board of Supervisors, which said that it would be impossible for the teachers to have that much money. The committee went before the Board of Education, which said there was no use asking what the supervisors refused. The discontent of the teachers burst into flame again, the committee retired and did more thinking, and finally it was announced that the taxpayers of Los Angeles intended to perform an act of unprecedented generosity toward the teachers. Every single one was to have a raise of $300 a year. This amount made the average salary just one-half what it was before the war, and in a month or two rents went up and absorbed most of this. One landlord said to a teacher friend of mine, "You've just got a raise, and I'm going to have my share." Recently the Chamber of Commerce of Hollywood invited the hungry teachers to a banquet, and informed them that for the other 364 days of the year they should learn to live on respect. On the place cards of the hungry teachers they printed a tribute. To the teachers of tomorrow's manhood and womanhood. To you, who bless mankind by the devotion of your lives to a noble vocation, we declare our gratitude. In your charge we have placed the responsibility of tomorrow, and your performance of that sacred duty makes us all your debtors. Your calling is the highest in the social order, your reward is the most valued of possessions. Respect. The advantage of this salary campaign to the teachers was not the money, but the education they got. For the first time a few of them began to think about their Board of Education, and who was on it, and why. Some even took up the suggestion that the teachers' organizations should affiliate with the American Federation of Labor. What indignation this excited in our open shop city. The Teachers' Soviets 29. Should hardly need telling, the Better America Federation set forth its ideas in a 2-column advertisement in the newspapers of San Jose. Teachers must keep aloof alike from politics and industrial discussions. Teachers are beginning to be regarded as wards of the state. Teachers, like soldiers, owe their first and only allegiance to the state. The faculty at Jefferson High School decided that they would like to hear both sides on this problem of affiliation with labor, so they made up a questionnaire, and sent it, first, to 50 teachers' organizations which were affiliated with the American Federation of Labor, second, to 50 which were not affiliated, and third, to all those which had been affiliated and had withdrawn. This would seem calculated to bring out all sides in the discussion, but the Board of Education issued a peremptory order that the procedure should cease. I have a written report of this incident from the teacher who interviewed Mr. Helm, the banker president of the board. Here is one paragraph. Mr. Helm spoke very decidedly against the committee's right to continue its investigation, stating that its plans were propaganda of the worst sort. He said the board had told the teachers what they, the teachers, were to do, and that was the end of it. He declared there was but one side of the question of injecting anything to do with labor into any teachers' organization. He said it was impertinence to ask the board what it thought about such a matter, because it had put itself on record in no uncertain terms. He said the board reflected the will of the people in this regard. When questioned as to who the people are, he replied, such concerns as the Merchants and Manufacturers Association and the Chamber of Commerce, which are responsible for the upbuilding of the city. He said when it was suggested to have that man Stillman, president of the American Federation of Teachers, to speak before the teachers at Institute, these representative businessmen of Los Angeles asked, "You're not going to permit that, are you?" And he told them, "No, indeed." He remarked that the board expects the teachers to see to it that labor does not get any recognition in the teaching profession. Some of the teachers now decided there ought to be a different sort of people on the school board, and they called in a group of liberal citizens to their help. A committee met, and a representative ticket was nominated, whose to-house campaign was carried on. The Blackfoot D opposed it, but not very ardently as circumculus. NFSECREA. 30. Stance which would have awakened the suspicion of the teachers, if they had not been so new to public life. The entire teacher's ticket, as it was called, was elected in the spring of 1921, and to the consternation of the poor teachers, 2 of the members resigned, and 3 others went over to the Black Hand, and so the board was deadlocked 3-3, and nothing could be done. The board spent the rest of its term arguing over the choosing of a 7th member. The 3 liberal members had one candidate, Dr. Oxnam, a public-minded clergyman, while the 3 Black Hand members brought in a new candidate every week, until they had suggested most of the Tories in Southern California. Their favorite candidate was a brother-in-law of Harry Chandler of the Times, and after him they had 3 ex-presidents of the Chamber of Commerce. One of the guiding thoughts of the liberal campaign had been that teachers know something about teaching. They now prepared a timid proposal for a teachers' advisory council, to consult with the superintendent and the assistants as to the welfare of the children and the schools. Such councils exist in many cities in America, and the teachers of Los Angeles thought their plan would be welcomed by their new liberal Board of Education. So little did they understand the methods of the Black Hand. One morning the Times came out with a frightful story, all the way across several columns. There was an underground conspiracy among the teachers of Los Angeles to establish a teachers' Soviet. A group of bloodthirsty Reds were scheming to take control of the schools from the duly elected Board of Education, and have the taxpayers' money spent and administered by labor unions. One of the teachers who was active in this movement, and who in a long editorial was branded as a dangerous radical, was Miss Wilhelmina van de Goerberg. This, as you will note, is a terrifying foreign-sounding name, but it wasn't foreign enough for the Times, which made it Von instead of Van. This lady's parents came from Holland when she was a child, and the Times staff know her very well, but they changed her from innocent Dutch into devilish Prussian. The Black Hand was sending Colonel Andrew Kopp. The Teachers Soviets 31. Whose ideas on education we have learned, to denounce the Teachers Soviets before the City Club and the Women's City Club. The Chamber of Commerce resolved to make an impartial investigation of the question, and appointed a committee, and a teacher was invited to appear before it to defend the new idea. 2 teachers went, and found Colonel Kopp on hand. The teachers were permitted to speak briefly, and then they were questioned, in tones that might have been used to naughty pupils. Suppose the Board of Education refuses to carry out the orders of your teachers' councils, what are you going to do then? And so on. Colonel Kopp spoke at length, making a series of false statements, after which he packed up his papers and marched out, refusing to answer a single question. The chairman declared the meeting adjourned, without permitting the teachers even to deny the falsehoods. This was a regular habit of Colonel Kopp. It appears, a group of high school teachers interviewed him after one of his addresses, and pointed out to him a number of flat misstatements he had made. He said he would investigate, but a day or two later he repeated the misstatements, and refused to correct them. When a teacher asked him how he could do such a thing, he turned his back upon her. For months the Times continued its denunciations of the Teachers Soviets, and, of course, they succeeded in crushing the hydra-headed monster. There come 100,000 new people into this community every year, and these people know nothing about local matters except what they read in the Times. When the Times tells them day after day that there is a band of secret conspirators, in sympathy with Moscow, trying to undermine the school system and destroy the morals of the children, they really believe it, and go to the polls and make their little X marks on the ballot, according to the pattern set before AES in the Times. And so it is that 4,000 highly trained experts are denied all opportunity to have effective say concerning the education of the children. 32. Celopate B. A prayer for freedom. There is an election of the school board in Los Angeles every 2 years. The Black Hand laid their plans to elect a complete board in the spring of 1923, they went at the job in grim earnest, sparing neither trouble nor expense, and the story of what they did reads like a chapter from a muckraking novel. The ruling group held a series of meetings. Harry Chandler of the Times, Eddie Dixon of the Express, evening newspaper of the Black Hand, Captain Fredericks, Congressman-elect of the Black Hand, Harry Haldeman, President of the Better America Federation, E.P. Clark, proprietor of one of our biggest hotels, and principal financial backer of the Better America Federation. These and half a dozen others constituted themselves the Committee of 1,000 for the purpose of electing a citizen's ticket of 7 members for the school board. A little later they decided to expand into the Committee of 10,000, this in spite of the fact that at no one of their meetings were they able to collect more than 37 people. Their ticket comprised an assortment of hard-boiled reactionaries. At the top of the list stood Jerry Muma, their most active representative on the previous board. Mr. Muma runs a big insurance business, and just as the campaign was getting underway there was made public the affidavit of a prominent architect in the city, to the effect that Mr. F.O. Bristol, agent for Muma and likewise a candidate for the school board, had come to the architect soliciting insurance, and pointing out that Jerry Muma, as head of the building committee of the school board, controlled much valuable business of an architectural nature. Mr. Muma believes in reciprocity, said Mr. Bristol, significantly. This affidavit caused the Black Hand to take Jerry Muma from the head of its ticket, but they left Mr. Bristol. Also they left on their ticket Mr. Frederick Feitshans, president of the Los Angeles Desk Company, in spite of the fact that this gentleman admitted to a committee of 33. The teachers that he was at present selling many thousands of dollars worth of furniture to the schools of Los Angeles, and that while under the law he could not sell it to the schools after he became a member of the board, there was nothing to prevent his selling it to an agent, and this agent selling it to the schools. As reward for Mr. Feitshans' refinement of sensibility, the gang members of the old board did their best to jam through a contract with the Los Angeles Desk Company for $17,000 worth of furniture before the new board came in. Also, there was Mrs. Lucia Macbeth, wife of the vice president and general manager of our biggest cement company, and this with $14 million worth of new buildings to be handled by the new board. A terrible discovery concerning Mrs. Macbeth came out during the campaign: she smoked cigarettes. She admitted this to a committee of clergymen who visited her, but promised that if she were elected to the board she would give up smoking, and naturally the church people of Los Angeles could not lose such an opportunity to bring a lost sheep into the fold. Also, there was Mr. Odell, a lawyer, one of the members of the old board, who had voted right, and who, as a Mason, brought many votes, a retired hay and grain merchant, who stated naively to the committee of teachers that he was tired of playing golf and wanted something to do, the wife of a real estate and insurance man, and another lawyer, who represented the bond house of Mr. Babcock, the gentleman who was selected by Captain Fredericks as campaign manager to put this reactionary school ticket into office. Mr. Babcock's firm got the handling of several millions of the school bonds, and this firm sends out literature, signed by Mr. Babcock, attacking government ownership, and advising the public to put its money into private enterprises. So you see how big business and the schools tie up. On this board almost every kind of interest which preys on the school system was boldly represented, and to elect it every power the Black Hand could wield, both inside and outside the system, was wielded, and every slander that could be whispered concerning the opposition was spread upon the front page of the Times. 34. No politics in the schools, runs the formula, which means, quite simply, that no one must oppose the Black Hand. The rumor was spread that the teachers' board was pledged to oust Mrs. Dorsey, and so for every teacher the issue was one of loyalty to the chief. Many were intimidated. I know one teacher who was told by her principal that if she gave out literature for the teacher's ticket she would be summoned before the grand jury. Others were bought with promises of promotion. The system is honeycombed with intrigue of that sort. The principals' clubs went boldly into politics, cheered on by the Times and the Express. One school director, a pet of Mrs. Dorsey, used the school time and the school's long-distance telephone for a whole day, calling the Masons in the school system to a meeting at which they were told how to vote. I have before me a letter from a school principal telling me how a certain political woman came to him, offering him, in exchange for his support in the gang, a written promise of a high school principalship. This offer was turned down, and the principal wrote his wife, who owns a dairy, "Keep the cows. We may need them." In apologizing for telling so much about the harbor strike, I promised to prove that the same men who smashed the strike were running the school system of Los Angeles, and smashing the teachers. Now comes the proof. As it happened, the campaign for the election of the school board was going on all through the harbor strike and the formation of our Civil Liberties Union, and among the few who came forward to stand for this union was the Reverend G. Bromley Oxnam, pastor of the Church of All Nations, and candidate for the school board on the teacher's ticket. At our first mass meeting of protest, held in Los Angeles 3 days after the release of Hopkins, Hardiman, Kimbrough, and myself, Mr. Oxnam was asked to lead the singing of America and to open the proceedings with a prayer. This he did, and so all the fury of the enemy was turned upon him. The kept preachers of the Black Hand denounced him from their pulpits, and also before the Ministerial Union, and before the City Club. Nothing more was needed to defeat a candidate for the school board than to associate him with Upton Sinclair, notorious socialist and muckraker. 39. Day after day the Times pounded upon this theme, both in editorials and in news. The Better America Federation circulated alleged stenographic transcripts of speeches by Mr. Oxnam, which transcripts were made up in their own offices, and were the opposite of Mr. Oxnam's beliefs. Understand, Mr. Oxnam was not the head of this ticket, he was only one of 7. But from the day he stood upon the civil liberties platform, the ticket became the Oxnam ticket, and his candidacy was an effort of Upton Sinclair and the Soviets to take possession of the schools. All the minor organizations of the Black Hand, the business clubs, the women's organizations, the little educational bosses, all these adopted resolutions denouncing the conspiracy to turn the schools of the city over to the Reds. there is very good reason to believe that the praying of a prayer for the Constitution of the United States not merely cost Mr. Oxnam his election to the school board, but cost his associates their election as well. So, at the risk of making my story too long, I print the prayer that Mr. Oxnam prayed, and that a stenographer took down for his protection. Our Father, we lift our voices to Thee in thanksgiving. We are thankful that Thou hast created us thinking beings. We are thankful that we are not mere automatons, but that Thou hast given to us freedom of choice, and that in large measure our own destiny and that of our brothers lies in our own hands. We pray Thee, that just as Thou hast granted to us the right to think and to speak, so too we may grant to our citizens the right to think and to speak, to the end that that glorious day may come at last when all men share the abundant life Jesus of Nazareth died to bring to men. Give to us, we pray, the spirit of tolerance. May we be willing to listen to our brother with whom we disagree. But O God, as we pray for tolerance, we pray too that we may be men of conviction. Give to us an open mind, but give us also the strength to stand for our contradictions even if it take a Calvary cross to win them. May we never bow the knee before insolent might. Help us to be tender and just, loving and righteous, never turning aside from the needy. Give to us that virtue that was Christ's forgiveness. May we even love those who despitefully use us. Keep before us ever the example of the one who was despised and rejected of men, yet who could pray forgiveness for those who crucified him. We thank Thee for America, her traditions, her history, her place in the world. We thank Thee for our forefathers who won for us the liberties we so easily inherit. Give to us their spirit. Fire us with the desire to bring to men the ideals for 36. Which they died. Give us life, give us liberty, give us happiness. Give us the strength to stand for life, and liberty, and happiness. We thank Thee for the Constitution of our Republic. We thank Thee that the people united to establish justice, to ensure domestic tranquility, and promote the general welfare. May we stand worthy of them today. Give to us the courage today to stand as Americans insisting upon the maintenance of those principles upon which our republic was founded. In Christ's name we ask it. Amen. Chapterville. The price of independence. There has existed for the past 20 years inside the school system a secret oath-bound society of the schoolmen known as the Owls, whose members pledged themselves to consider first the interests of this group. They served the Southern Pacific Railroad in the old days when this machine ran the state. They now serve the Santa Fe Railroad and the Merchants and Manufacturers Association and the Chamber of Commerce and the Better America Federation, and the other organizations of the Black Hand. For 20 years the system had one man, an assistant superintendent named Lickley, who declined to join this society. He had also refused to make the various antisocial pledges which the Better America Federation has required of every candidate for the school board and of every school official. In the 1921 election Mrs. Dorsey pleaded with Dr. Lickley, advising him as a mother not to support the teacher's ticket. He supported it, and so in the interests of harmony it was necessary that he be driven out of the system. The intrigue against him came to a head during the election campaign, and became an issue in this campaign. In telling the story, I have to devote 2 paragraphs to some Los Angeles school principals. I apologize for taking up your time with people you never heard of before, and will never want to hear of again. But you will find, as we go on, that the school system of America is one system. When you read about school principals in Los Angeles, you will be learning about school principals in every other big American city. Also, I would suggest that if men are important enough to be put in charge of Tuesday Prick of Independence 37, your children, they ought to be important enough for you to know about. In the course of Dr. Lickley's duties it became necessary for him to consider charges against a principal by the name of Doyle. 7 witnesses made affidavit that this principal had kept liquor in the school building, contrary to law, that he had offered them this liquor, and that his habits were generally known to the students, and were a cause of demoralization in the school. It was testified that this liquor had been brought to Doyle by Italian boys, whose parents were making it, and that these boys had thus obtained immunity from school duties and from punishment. It was also testified that he had knocked down David Rutberg, a 14-year-old Jewish boy, by striking him in the eye. It was further charged that Doyle, while principal of an evening school, took other teachers away from their classes and spent the time with them gambling in the basement. For this and other reasons Dr. Lickley recommended Doyle for dismissal. We may complete this part of the story by stating that Mrs. Dorsey and her school board have blocked every effort for a hearing of these charges. Doyle is still in the system, and the board has jumped him over 2 entire divisions, and elected him principal of one of the biggest schools in the city. When this caused a scandal, the men who had made the charges against Doyle were summoned to the superintendent's office, and efforts were made to browbeat them into withdrawing their sworn statements. Immediately after Dr. Lickley's action in the Doyle case, charges of insubordination and disloyalty to the system were preferred against Dr. Lickley by Doyle and others. I will list these others. First, a man named Lacey, whom Dr. Lickley had dropped from the principalship of a school upon the charge that he had come to school in a state of intoxication, that he was unable to perform his duties, and that he had misappropriated the funds of the schoolmasters' club. Next, one Cronkite, who, according to Dr. Lickley, was demoted from the position of supervisor, because of incompetence, laziness, and objectionable conduct to other members of the department. Next, a principal named McKnight, who, according to Dr. Lickley, left the principalship of one school because of serious and reprehensible misconduct. Next, 1. 38. Dunlap, who was charged by Dr. Lickley with having stolen public property, also with having carried on a private business as insurance agent in school and in the Board of Education offices, urging the employees under his supervision to buy insurance, oil stocks, automobiles, real estate, etc. Another man, I am told, had been disciplined by his Masonic brothers for taking a woman upstate with him. Another was turned out of a night school because the young women teachers would not stand his conduct toward them. He was put in charge of the jail night school, it being apparently assumed that such pupils would not be troubled by his morals. During the campaign the men under charges were in conference with Mrs. Dorsey, enjoying her confidence and carrying out her plans. I want to make clear my own position as regards the matter. I do not say that these charges are true, I say that they have been published by responsible persons, and that neither Mrs. Dorsey nor her school board have cared enough about the good name of the schools to answer the charges or bring the men to trial. Mr. Herbert Clark, recently promoted by Mrs. Dorsey, came to Mr. Bettinger with a proposition. They had got the goods on Lickley, they wanted to take him out and put in one of their own gang. They would let him stay as an assistant, but with minor duties, and if Mr. Bettinger would consent to this program, they would make him the next superintendent of schools in Los Angeles. Mr. Bettinger refused, and then the gang took the charges before the Municipal League, which asked to have them in writing, and to have them sworn to, but instead of doing this, the gang induced a poor old lady to bring the charges before the County Board of Education, asking that Dr. Lickley's license as a teacher be revoked. The old lady had understood that the charges would be secret, but they were spread out in the Times. This county board was a gang affair, 2 of them members of the Owls, one of them the brother of an old Southern Pacific Railroad henchman, who ran the recent water power campaign for the Black Hand. A third member was the father of Lacey, one of Dr. Lickley's accusers. In the course of the election campaign, this accuser went to a meeting of the Los Angeles City Teachers Club, and started to speak. His right to speak, Tuesday Prick or Independence 39, was challenged, because he was not a member, whereupon he paid his fee, received his membership card, and made his speech. It proved to be a series of false statements concerning Dr. Oxnam, that Oxnam had been in jail recently, and that he had been barred from speaking in the city of Long Beach. Some of the teachers objected, and succeeded in silencing Lacey, until Oxnam could appear to answer the charges. Oxnam wrote, demanding that Lacey produce his evidence, and challenging Lacey to appear at the next meeting of the teachers. Lacey declined to appear, whereupon the teachers' club expelled him. There were two sets of charges against Dr. Lickley, one set of which they published, and the other of which they whispered. They had been shadowing him with detectives for years, they had followed him on train journeys and steamer trips, and wherever he drove in his automobile. Sometimes there were as many as 4 people devoting their attention to him. One of these men got drunk and admitted that he was shadowing Dr. Lickley for the gang. They were trying to get what they call a woman's story on him. As we go from city to city, you will find this such a common device of the Black Hand that you will learn to take it for granted. The Lickley stories served their purpose of helping to beat the teacher's ticket. The candidates of the gang were elected without exception, and Dr. Oxnam came out next to the bottom of the poll. The charges against Dr. Lickley were dismissed, on motion of the attorney for the opposition, whereupon Superintendent Dorsey informed Dr. Lickley that if he still stayed in the system she would put him in a solitary room in the Grand Avenue School, with curtailed duties, without a stenographer, and without even a telephone. It happens that Dr. Lickley is a lawyer, and can earn far more at his profession than he was getting in the school system. He had before him a long and nasty fight, with the cards stacked against him. He tendered his resignation, which the new board accepted. Some maintain that he should have stayed and fought it out. Suffice it to say that one of the factors upon which the Black Hand counts, when it puts its scandal bureau to work, is the probability that men of refinement will choose to go their own way as private citizens, in 440. Preference to having slanders about them published in the newspapers. If you take that to mean that Dr. Lickley was guilty and ran away, all I can answer is what Mr. Bettinger tells me, that he rented a room in the upper part of his home to a typist, who, hearing him speak of Dr. Lickley, remarked, "Why, I typed all the reports of the people who investigated his life, he didn't do anything wrong." Chapter 9. The Regime of Reciprocity. We now have the Black Hand in undisputed control of the school system of Los Angeles. Their 7 dyed-in-the-wool reactionaries meet, frequently in secret session, and carry out the will of their masters. Let us see what this means for the schools, the teachers, the children, and the public. First of all, graft. It means that the handling of $12 million a year is in the hands of people who have no conception of any other ideal in life but that of money making. They would, of course, deny this indignantly. While denying it, they will be teaching the children in the economics classes that pecuniary self-seeking is the only principle upon which a civilization can be built. They will be glorifying greed by high-sounding phrases, such as individualism, laissez-faire, freedom of contract. They will be ridiculing any other ideal as utopian, the product of theorists and dreamers. Here are more than 900 school buildings, and the system has never had a real building expert. The best architects in the city do not trouble to bid upon school buildings. They know that these contracts go to those who, in the phrase of Jerry Muma, believe in reciprocity. The whole business system of the schools is antiquated and tied up in red tape, all of which is sacred because it represents somebody's privilege. The 1921 board ordered a business survey of the schools, employing the financial expert of the State Board of Control. A minute and detailed report on the school system was made and was turned down and suppressed by the gang. 41. Quite recently Mr. F. W. Hansen, purchasing agent for the schools, resigned his position, stating that the system was an institutional madhouse. All his efforts to save money for the taxpayer had been thwarted by the business manager. Mr. Hansen had wished to go out and develop additional sources of supply, as the purchasing agent of any commercial organization would do. He went directly to the manufacturers of inkwells and saved from 30 to 40%. He cut the price of waste baskets from $9.60 to $6.85 a dozen, and so on through a long list of savings. But you see, if you go directly to the manufacturers, you cut off the profits of jobbers and wholesalers, and these are prominent members of the Merchants and Manufacturers Association, who believe in reciprocity and the encouragement of home industry. When you buy from novelty houses for $38 calendars which the local dealers are selling for $100, you are causing unemployment for a bookkeeper in Los Angeles, who keeps track of this transaction for the local businessmen. Still worse heresy, when you go to San Francisco and buy reed for $1.50 which costs $3.53 in Los Angeles, you are boosting the most bitter rival of our city of the Black Angels. When you buy lubricating oil for 27.5 cents a gallon, which meets the test better than that which the city has been getting for 54 cents a gallon, you have some oil men on your neck. Mr. Hansen had a long fight with his superiors before he was even permitted to sign his own letters asking for prices in transactions such as this. Mr. Hansen insisted upon getting competitive bids for the supplying of colored crayons. The business manager told him to lay off this. The city had been using Prang's crayons, and there was none so good. The bid on Prang's watercolors had been $40, when the competition started it came down to $25, there were other brands offered for $18, and the art supervisor of the schools made tests, and could find no difference in quality between them. The old board split on this issue. The members of the teachers' ticket stood out, trying to save the taxpayers $1,204.07 on this single purchase. The new board is now in, the city is paying the higher prices, and somebody is getting the rake off. 42. And yet, in spite of this orgy of spending, the teachers cannot get supplies. I have before me the Los Angeles School Journal for October 24, 1921, giving a report of a committee of teachers which had been appointed to investigate the question of school supplies. Here are 6 pages of closely printed details, covering every sort of school material. Some 40 or 50 teachers testify. No one knows when supplies ordered will be received, the time is usually from 6 months to a year. Tissue paper was called for repeatedly for 2 years. First amount received 1 year ago. Desks ordered in the spring of 1918 had not been received 2.5 years later. Half a class in agriculture was idle, because garden tools were missing 11 months after ordering. Textbooks in English for the teacher's desk received sometimes 6 months later, sometimes a year. Again, I have been asking for bookkeeping desks for 5 years. I talked with the head of a department, who had kept a careful record, and had never got supplies in less than 6 months, and sometimes had waited 2.5 years. There were some repairs to be done to laboratory tables. An application for this work was made in the spring, so that it could be done during the summer vacation. In the fall, after school had started, along came the carpenters and the painters to do this work. Said this teacher, the city was paying me $15 a day to teach 200 pupils, and then it paid another $15 a day to workmen to keep me from teaching the pupils. All this is petty graft, and the thing that really counts is big business, which is not considered graft. This board has the placing of magnificent new high schools which the city is building for the children of the rich, and which determine the population and price of real estate for whole districts. It goes without saying that these schools are put where the active speculators want them. 3 such schools are now going up in districts where there is practically no population at present. Meanwhile the old, unsanitary fire traps in the slums are left overcrowded and without repairs. They have passed a regulation districting the city, and compelling the children to attend school in their own district. The children of the poor may not travel and attend the schools of the rich. The regime of reciprocity 43. This year there are no schools at all for many of the children of the poor, and 60,000 of them are on part-time. The reason for this is the ceaseless campaign of big business to starve the schools. In the columns of the Times you will read that the Times is a friend of the schools, but the teachers noted that this did not keep the Times from backing the treacherous program of the Taxpayers Protective Association, which lobbied through the state legislature the notorious Bill 1013, which forbade any community to increase its tax rate more than 5% over that of the year before. The lobbyists of the association solemnly assured the teachers' representatives at the state capitol that this bill would not in any way affect the schools, and so they let it get by. Then, to their consternation, the teachers discovered that it would completely hamstring the schools. The tax rate of the previous year had been unusually low, because there had been a surplus. Now, under this new law, most of the schools would have to close down. The teachers got busy and circulated petitions, and defeated this law by referendum. Then the Taxpayers Protective Association tried to throw out the referendum, and the teachers had to pay an attorney $1,000 of their own money to argue the case before the Supreme Court. You will not be surprised to hear that the principal backer of this Taxpayers Protective Association is Mr. E.P. Clark, principal backer of the Better America Federation. In other words, the association is simply one of the aliases of the Black Hand. And now this Black Hand has elected its own governor of the state, on a program of economy, which means the starving of every form of public welfare activity. The school appropriations have been cut to such an extent that the teachers' colleges are crippled and the whole system is in despair. You see, what money California has to spare just now must go into a new state penitentiary here in the South. The Black Hand is planning more campaigns against suspicion of criminal syndicalism. A couple of months ago, while I sat in my cell at the Wilmington police station, my fellow prisoner, Hugh Hardiman, quoted a remark, "I would rather be in jail laying the foundations of liberty than at liberty laying the 44 foundations of jails." In California you take your choice between these two. Chapter X. The spy system. It goes without saying that in such a school system promotion goes by favoritism. The system of examining and grading teachers at the present time is a farce. These examinations are partly written, partly oral, and partly references. The references are submitted as confidential, and one of the assistant superintendents marks them, without any assistance. So far as the oral examinations are concerned, it is purely a question of getting before an examiner who is your friend. Mrs. Dorsey, the superintendent, will say, "Send so-and-so to my committee, and it will be done." Mr. Bettinger, while assistant superintendent, discovered that the deputy superintendent was giving the clerk a list of names of those who were to be passed as favored by people of influence. He tells me how later on Jerry Muma, at that time boss of the board, came to him with a friend whose daughter desired to take the examination for high school teacher. Mr. Bettinger explained the routine: the examination must be taken in such and such a way, etc. But Mr. Muma was not satisfied. He said that he had heard these matters could be arranged more expeditiously. Finding that Mr. Bettinger did not take the hint, he said, "Wait a minute," and went out. He was gone 5 minutes, and came back, saying, "It will be all right, Mr. Schaefer, an assistant, will have this young woman come before him." Mr. Muma, you remember, is the dealer in life insurance who believes in reciprocity. Mrs. Dorsey is a very devout church member, and the churches are strong in her support, so when a woman teacher came to her, complaining of having been seduced by the principal of her school, Mrs. Dorsey was greatly incensed. When the teacher's story was substantiated by the wife of the principal, Mrs. Dorsey, so I am informed by Dr. Lickley, summoned the man to her office and demanded his resignation. But she had been led in her 45 excitement to overlook the realities of politics in her school system. This principal had a powerful friend, an ex-judge who was high in the councils of the Black Hand. He called on Mrs. Dorsey and presumably explained to her the concrete facts about the administration of schools. Anyhow, the matter was suddenly dropped, and Mrs. Dorsey has just been presented with a reappointment for 4 years, with a salary raise from $8,000 to $10,000 a year. The thing for which I indict this elderly lady superintendent is her pitiable subservience to the power of wealth, and the glorifying of commercialism in her school system. She has made the schools a boosting agency for reaction. It would be no exaggeration to say that she has handed them over to the bankers to be used as a collection agency to get the children's money. One teacher tells me how her principal came back in great excitement from a meeting of principals summoned by Mrs. Dorsey, at which the details of a thrift campaign had been explained. All the children must start savings banks at once. The Chamber of Commerce was furnishing the banks, Also posters, which must be put up in every schoolroom. Some time later the principal came into a room much disturbed. There was no poster up in that room, and what was the matter? The teacher explained that the wind had blown it down. It had been up for 2 months. The principal fussed about, and would not leave until it had been tacked up again. The children were hounded to start their bank accounts. Some were taken out and paraded around the block, with banners reporting the percentages of bank accounts in each class. The teachers also were hounded. You were a failure if your children did not reach a certain percentage. A man from the Bankers Association came around to make a speech. The principal is going to give you a bank. The superintendent expects that every one of you will have $1 saved up. And every month there was a bulletin from Mrs. Dorsey. Meantime the Bankers Association, in the literature it sent out, was explaining that it was spending more than $1 per child upon this school campaign, but it would pay well, because the children would get the bank habit. Mrs. Dorsey has a formula of subservience which 46. She is accustomed to repeat to her teachers and subordinates. We must please the businessmen, otherwise they will not vote the bonds to keep our schools going. That she has grounds for her fears was shown by the statement of Mr. Edwards, self-appointed financial boss of the school board. The teachers and the public were demanding a $15 million bond issue for new schools, but when the proposition came before the board, it had been changed to $9 million, and Mr. Edwards' explanation was simple: the heads of the Chamber of Commerce had drawn a line through the 15 and made it 9. That's what we'll vote just now, they said, and as a result of those strokes of the pencil, 60,000 children are now condemned to part-time instruction. If you think this a matter of small importance, let me tell you of one teacher who had a class of incorrigible children. Out of 19 boys, 17 confessed to her that they had burglarized houses or stores. The ages of these boys were from 13 to 16, and in the majority of cases their mothers had been compelled by poverty to go to work outside the home. The boys would take the money they stole and go to beach resorts, and spend it all in one night. These boys had had 3 years of half-day school sessions, and told the teacher that they had started their careers of crime while turned out on the streets instead of being in school. As I finish this book, Mrs. Dorsey issues a bulletin, informing all teachers that the schools are to celebrate a Chamber of Commerce Week. It is solemnly ordered that children of the first 5 grades write to their father or guardian a letter on some phase of the work of the local Chamber of Commerce, or on the benefits to the city of the activities of that organization, and teachers of all other grades shall use the functions, activities, or achievements of the local Chamber of Commerce as suggestions for themes and orations. Pamphlets dealing with the activities of the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce will be placed in the mailboxes. The cooperation of principals and teachers is urged. I have before me a copy of the pamphlet in question. The Chamber of Commerce, which cut the school appropriation from $15 million to $9 million, and put 60,000 children on part-time, now has the effrontery to state to all school teachers and pupils: the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce has worked for every bond issue asked for by the Board of Education. Until now the city has more than 900 public school buildings for its 176,000 children. Upon learning of this Chamber of Commerce Week, the American Civil Liberties Union hastened to apply to the board for a Civil Liberties Week, and in a written statement afforded the board many reasons for making the children acquainted with the importance of protecting civil liberties. It goes without saying that the Board of Education of the Black Hand made haste to vote down this riotous proposition, and likewise another for a Union Labor Week. Of course there has been, and is, a campaign of terrorism to drive out the few rebel teachers from the system. One high school principal was told by Judge Bordwell that he would be promoted if he would remove several teachers accused of liberal ideas. When the principal said they were good teachers, the judge said, "Can't you get something on their morals?" That the Black Hand directs spying by the school children on their teachers is something you do not have to take my word for. You may take the word of Mr. Harry Haldeman, president of the Better America Federation. Speaking at a banquet given by his supporters in the Alexandria Hotel in Los Angeles, Mr. Haldeman said in substance, investigators have been placed in various schools and colleges in the state and throughout the United States, whose business it is to take note of the utterances of teachers, professors, or students, and report to the headquarters of the Federation. If any utterances are reported which are not to the liking of the Federation, means will be taken to have the teachers or professors discharged. So far as the students are concerned, they will be shown the error of their ways. If they prove obstinate and fail to take heed, steps are to be taken to prevent their getting employment. And if you should find any of these statements incredible, let me add that Mr. Haldeman made the same speech in many other places. He made it at the St. Francis Hotel in San Francisco, and you will find in the Goose Step what the San Francisco Call published about it. They control the board, the superintendents, the 48 teachers, and the pupils. They even control the parents. For 20 years Los Angeles has had an excellent group of organizations called Parent-Teachers Associations. The parents come to the school buildings for meetings with the teachers, to discuss the welfare of the schools. But this machinery has gone the way of everything else. It has been taken over by the Black Hand. I talked with a lady who was president of one of these branches, and saw the whole intrigue from the inside. There are prominent women, paid agents of the Better America Federation, while others are paid by the Times in the coin of prominence and applause. If you support the politics of the Times, you become the distinguished Mrs. So-and-so, your picture is printed, your speeches are quoted, and your honors are recited at length. These agents of the Black Hand have their plans always laid in advance. They are aggressive, they pretend to know the laws and bylaws, and brush the ordinary parents out of the way. At one of the general meetings of the association they rushed through an endorsement of military training in the schools. There were only 30 or 40 people present. No one had any warning of the program, nor any opportunity to discuss this important question, yet next morning this action was announced in the Times as representing the sentiments of 31,000 parents. One lady, objecting to this procedure, brought up a discussion of the matter at her branch. She proposed that they should have speakers to present both sides of the question. Her principal was furious that she should have brought such a proposition up in his school. In order to prevent the parents from having an effective voice, they have amended the Constitution to read that there shall be no interference with the administrative functions of the Board of Education. So now, if there is anything they want to hush up, they simply call it an administrative function of the Board of Education. In order to keep the teachers from having any voice, they frequently call the business meetings at hours when the teachers are busy in classroom. One teacher who has spent something like 30 years in the system, tells me that he has never yet been able to attend a business meeting of the association in his school. The representatives, 49, of the school at these meetings are the principals and their office staff. The teachers pay 1/3 of the dues. They furnish the bulk of the program work, but they have nothing to say about policy. Politics is strictly barred, but, as everywhere else throughout the system, this rule works only one way. The associations are forbidden to endorse any candidates, but during the recent election the Times announced that they had endorsed the candidates of the Black Hand, and when the Times says a thing, that thing might as well be true, because 99% of the public believes it. On another occasion these political women rushed through an endorsement of some of their judges, and Mrs. E.J. Quayle, the press chairman, handed in her resignation in protest. The executive board accepted her resignation, but kept the fact out of the records and out of the newspapers, thus concealing Mrs. Quayle's protest from the membership. No politics in the PTA. It was not politics when Harry Atwood, author of Back to the Republic, came to talk about the Constitution, and devoted 9/10 of his time to attacking the initiative and referendum. The politics began when someone ventured to ask for a speaker who was known to favor the initiative. There is an executive committee for the purpose of controlling speakers, and no one could be permitted to speak unless his name had been approved by this committee. The biggest issue in the state just now is that of public or private control of water power. The whole future depends upon this, and to keep the public in darkness concerning it is the one big purpose of the Black Hand, to which all other purposes are subordinated. So in this water power fight, the control of the Parent Teachers Association has been most clearly revealed. In the last election campaign, the proposal to issue bonds for public development of water power was beaten by the corporations. Subsequent investigation by the state legislature revealed the fact that the Southern California Edison Company, a private water power corporation, had contributed $107,605 to carry this campaign. They had paid $26,000 salary to a campaign manager, who had formed the Women's Committee of the Los Angeles Taxpayers Association. He had a professional publicity agent, a 50 woman, and 3 or 4 other ladies who went around making speeches. There was one item of $4,019 for special literature, signed with the name of the Women's Tax and Bond Study Club, and this, according to the admission of the campaign manager, was for circulation among the parent teachers associations. During the campaign, the speakers for public ownership were barred, but now, by order of the superintendent, the Edison Company is taking its propaganda directly into the schools. Chapter XL. Needless to say, those who run this school machine for the Black Hand are vigilant to keep modern ideas from the children. They excluded the Nation and the New Republic from the high school libraries shortly after the war, and they have recently refused to rescind this action. There was a debate on the subject before the Friday Morning Club, a ladies' organization, and Mrs. Chester C. Ashley, ex-member of the Board of Education, waved before the eyes of the horrified ladies the current issue of the Nation, June 6, 1923, let them inspect the cover and see what poison was prepared for the minds of their children. Upton Sinclair defends the law. His lecturer to the law-breaking chief of POOLICE or Los Angeles. The Better America Federation picked out as its textbook of patriotism for the schools a work called Vanishing Landmarks by Leslie Shaw, ex-Secretary of the Treasury, a comical old Tory who glorifies the Constitution as a bulwark of special privilege. Only socialists, near-socialists, and Bolsheviki clamor for democracy, declares Mr. Shaw, and he says it is wise for representatives of capital to be permitted to organize, and the only danger begins when federations of unions are formed. Incidentally, he denounces, as part of the revolutionary program, the woman suffrage amendment. The Better America Federation spent $20,000 to put a copy of this book into the hands of every school teacher. They wanted it adopted as a textbook in all 51 elementary schools, and this in a state where the women have had the ballot for 12 years. As one teacher remarked to me, the slogan, "Votes for Women," is to be changed to "Lies for Children." For the Pilgrim Tricentennial, the Better America Federation prepared a beautiful textbook for the schools, full of reactionary propaganda. This they gave away, and they had a list of eloquent orators, also to be given away. Then they produced a textbook, Back to the Republic, by Harry Atwood, denouncing the initiative and referendum as treason to our forefathers. The publishers announced this as the outstanding book of the age, and it was distributed to every teacher. Let me quote you a few of its theses. Promiscuity, or free love, is to the domestic world what democracy is to government. What gluttony is to the individual, democracy is to government. What drunkenness is to the individual, democracy is to government. What discord is to music, democracy is to government. What insanity is to thought, democracy is to government, etc., etc. And understand, this in a textbook. Teachers were expected to compel little children to learn this by heart, and to recite it. Next came The Citadel of Freedom, by Randolph Lee, a product of Nicholas Murray Butler's educational machine. It was written as a Columbia doctor's thesis, and is a panegyric of the Constitution, in which every reactionary influence in our history is glorified, and every popular influence sneered at. I have read the galley proofs of this book, as submitted to the School Board of Los Angeles, and they bear at the top the telltale label, Times. Mr. Lee appeared personally before the Board of Education, offering to put a copy of this book into the hands of every student orator. He was backed by a committee, including Chandler of the Times and Haldeman of the Better America Federation, who offered a prize of $1,500, or a deluxe summer tour of the Mediterranean country, for the best oration by any high school student using this book and its references as source material. A liberal representative on the school board objected, saying that the students should have an opportunity to hear both sides. Mr. Lee said that he had done all the research work. The board MEM. 52. Burr answered, "Our students are trained to do their own research work." And Mrs. Dorsey sat there and did not copyright say one word in defense of her school system. Reactionary teachers are appointed for the express purpose of repressing originality and independence in the students. What are their standards and ideals was charmingly revealed by one of them who was discussing a certain pupil with a friend of mine. "This pupil was a leader," said the teacher. "I know she's a good leader. You give her something to do and she'll do it beautifully." The consequences of such training are seen in the so-called Ephebian Society, an organization formed to interest the high school alumni in public service. The choicest of the high school graduates are picked out each year, and this is a great honor while you are graduating. After that you discover it to be a farce, because the members of the society meet and the authorities in control forbid them to take up any vital subject whatever. The Ephebians meet in the rooms of the Board of Education, and are permitted to spend their time raising money for the Travelers' Aid Society, or superintending the Newsboys' Christmas dinner. I talked with this year's president of the society, Lee Payne. "They will never get him again," he said. This same young man told me of his experiences when he was selected to deliver the valedictory of his class. He asked to have a liberal teacher as his guide, but was compelled to have a reactionary teacher. She assigned to him a commonplace theme, and he rejected it, and wrote on the subject of labor's right to a share in industry. When he brought in his address, the teacher refused to let him deliver it. It was too Bolsheviki, she said, and told him that when he went into a garden he must see the beautiful red roses, and not the thorns. She practically rewrote the address for the student, and he took it off and wrote it again. The controversy continued up to a day or two before commencement, when the boy finally had to deliver an address which did not represent his own convictions. I have mentioned favoritism among the principals and teachers. Needless to say, also, that children who come from poor homes, and especially the children of foreigners, are slighted. A boy came to see me, Clarence Alpert by 53. Name, a sensitive lad, conscientious and idealistic. With tears in his eyes he told me how he had been turned out of Lincoln High School by the principal, Miss Andress. I was familiar with the name of this lady. In an address to the school assembly she had referred to that notorious disloyalist and traitor, Upton Sinclair. I wrote a letter to the lady in which I mentioned my support of the war. You may find it in the brass check, pages 205-7. I served notice upon her that she would make a retraction of her statements or face a libel suit, and she preferred the former alternative. The boy whom she had now expelled had refused to salute the flag. He was a socialist, and believed that the flag stood for capitalism. Miss Andress sent for him, and stormed at him. He was a Russian Jew, and she knew his kind from her experience at Hull House. They were dirty, rotten scoundrels. They were people with no ideals and no country. They were cheap material, who could not be made into good citizens and were not entitled to an education. Miss Andress tried her best to get young Alpert to name some of the teachers who had encouraged him in his ideas. The boy was threatened with immediate dismissal if he refused to name them, but in spite of the fact that he had no ideals, he stood firm. Finally he was given 3 days in which to make up his mind and salute the flag. Then so the boy explained to me one of high teachers labored with him, explaining to him that he was under a misapprehension about the flag. To be sure it was used by capitalism at the present time, but that was only because it had been stolen. In reality the flag stood for the highest ideals ever conceived by mankind, and it was our business to preserve it for those ideals, and to take it away from the exploiters and rascals. Alpert agreed to that, and went back to Miss Andress and told her that he had realized his mistake, and that he was now ready to salute the flag as she required. but she declared that he was a hypocrite and a coward, and should not stay in the school. I went to a friend of mine, a wealthy man who happens to be a liberal. He called up a member of the school board, who went to see Miss Andrus, so in 2 or 3 days the boy was restored to school, from which he has since been graduated. 54. The schools are starting in this fall with what they call codified patriotism, a whole outfit of flummery contrived by the American Legion and the professional 100%ers. The flag must be exactly at the top of the staff, and you must raise it briskly, and lower it slowly and reverently. You must raise your hat with your right hand, and women must put their right hand over the heart. The legislature has passed a bill, requiring that American history shall be taught from the American viewpoint. No longer is it to be taught from the viewpoint of truth. The children are to learn that Alexander Hamilton was a good American, but the soft pedal will be put on Thomas Jefferson. They will not be taught that the Mexican War was a disgraceful foray of greed, and that Abraham Lincoln denounced it in Congress. Instead, they will be taught all about the Red Menace with the columns of the Times for source material. At last commencement time at least 6 addresses by students, dealing with this subject, were featured by the Times in its radio service, which is devoutly followed by hundreds of thousands of wage slaves in our community. All these addresses, of course, had been carefully censored. 1 or 2 of them were repeated by request, and the announcement was made that you could have a printed copy of them by application to the Times. Chapter 12. What becomes of the children under this regime of the Black Hand? I have talked with scores of teachers, and their testimony is unanimous, that the children's minds are on anything in the world but study. I choose the great LA High, because that is where the children of the rich attend. One parent, a woman of refinement and sense, has tried to keep the tastes of her daughter simple and wholesome, but she tells me it is impossible, because home influence counts for nothing against the overwhelming collective power of the mass. The child comes home thrilled with excitement, telling of what the other girls have, and she must have what they have, or her happiness is ruined. It is all money, their ideal is the 55. Spending of money, their standard is what things cost. I know a lad, who tells me gravely that a fellow can't have anything to do with girls these days. They have no interest in you but for the money you spend on them, and unless you are rich you cannot go the pace. About this school you will see the automobiles parked for blocks, and, of course, the youngsters who drive these cars are the social leaders. They run the school affairs, and they get the girls. The schools are given up to athletic excitements and assemblies, AUD calls, the students term them, that is, calls to the auditorium. They come to practice cheering. They follow the cheerleader, who tells them, that wasn't loud enough. Now give one for the team. The young people come out from these affairs trembling with excitement, and they have no mind for their studies, the test of that day. Out in the halls are students waving balloons which they have bought in the bookstore. On athletic occasions, you see, it looks so lovely if everybody in the bleachers is waving toy balloons with the school colors. They will just get settled in class with their toy balloons, when there comes a call for fire drill. Or if such diversions are lacking, the pretty young things take out their vanity boxes and proceed to powder their noses and smear red paint on their lips, while the poor unhappy teachers are trying to put something into their silly heads. I have walked through the corridors of a high school and counted a dozen of the young things performing these toilet operations while chatting with their beaux. How can the teachers combat such forces? There is only one way, and that is by making the studies interesting, by taking up live topics, which awaken the initiative of the students, and reveal to them the delights of thinking. Several teachers have tried to do this, and the stories of what happened to them are amusing, but unfortunately I cannot tell the stories, because each would identify a teacher, and no teacher dares take that risk. I can tell about a girl who wanted to write a thesis on the social motive in American literature. Here was a real subject, but the principal of the school forbade it. Also I can tell how, during the war, 7 high schools took part in a debate, resolved, that the nations of the world should adopt the program of the League to enforce. 56. peace. You can look back now and see that it was our going into the war blindfolded, our utter failure to know anything about the issues of the peace, that made the great tragedy of Europe. Do not get this League to Enforce Peace confused with pacifist organizations like the People's Council. This was a perfectly respectable organization, with ex-President Taft as president. But Mr. Jack Bean, a member of the school board, rushed to the Times with the charge that the high schools of Los Angeles were carrying on propaganda for immediate peace. The Times took it up, and for 3 days published scare articles accusing 2 students, Lee Payne and Mildred Ogden, of being pro-German. Young Payne assures me that their only mention of Germany in the entire debate was to quote President Taft's statement that if the program of the League to Enforce Peace had been in action in 1914, Germany would not have dared to begin the war. But the solemn asses on the board passed a resolution, solemnly forbidding the debating of peace, and the Times solemnly printed their resolution under the caption, "Win the war." How far the Black Hand is willing to go in this program of cutting out the brains of the school children you may judge by the fact that in 1921 Assemblyman Green introduced, and the Better America Federation tried to jam through the state legislature, an act providing for the expulsion from the schools of any teacher who shall disparage to a pupil in the school where said teacher is employed, any provision of the Constitution of the United States of America, or who shall orally make to such pupil any argument or give to such pupil any written or printed argument in favor of making any change in any provision of said Constitution. And this, you understand, in face of the fact that the Constitution itself provides for its amendment, and has been quite legally and constitutionally amended no less than 19 times in our history. Think of a school teacher being forbidden by law to discuss with a pupil the desirability of an amendment prohibiting child labor. A still more curious incident occurs while I am finishing this book. There is in Los Angeles an organization called the Young Workers League, an educational society of the communists. They held a debate on the subject of 57. Communism versus capitalism, and not being able to get anybody to defend capitalism, they appointed their own speakers, who naturally didn't do it very ardently. 3 lads, one of them a high school student, the other 2 just graduated, attended the meeting and found themselves dissatisfied with this defense. They rose up and said they could do better, and the result was the planning of a debate. The Young Workers League hired a hall, and the 3 students spent a good part of their summer vacation preparing for the contest. 2 or 3 days before it came off, the Young Workers League distributed announcement cards in the high schools, erroneously referring to the students as 3 representatives of a high school debating society. Immediately thereafter the one high school student was informed by Principal Dunn of the Polytechnic High School that he must not take part in the affair. Mr. Dunn did not take this action on his own initiative, he explained, but under instructions from Mrs. Dorsey, who had investigated the matter. On the afternoon of the day set for the debate, the secretary of the Young Workers League appealed to me. Being interested in the cause of free speech, I went to see Mr. Robert Odell, attorney and president of the school board. After hearing my account of the matter, Mr. Odell said that the only objection he could think of was that the debate might not be fair, the audience might be packed against the students. My answer was that I would agree to act as chairman, and see that there was no interruption of the speakers. Mr. Odell agreed to ask Mrs. Dorsey to see me immediately. It was then 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I called on the superintendent, and listened while she explained to me at great length that the schools could not under any circumstances permit students to represent them in public debates unless the students had been selected by the schools. In reply I assured Mrs. Dorsey that I agreed with her absolutely, but if that was all the school authorities wanted, why not require the high school student to state to the audience that he spoke as an individual, and without authorization from his school? I offered as chairman of the debate to make this announcement with the utmost explicitness. I pointed out to Mrs. Dorsey the singular position in 58, which her schools would be placed by the preventing of this discussion. A large audience would be sent from the hall convinced that the authorities were afraid to let their students face the arguments of the communists. The students would have to meet communists in political life, So why not let them practice while in school? Mrs. Dorsey gave me her answer, and I understood it to be that if I would make the announcement as promised, the school authorities would not concern themselves with the debate in any way. I then got the 3 students together and gave them this information. They reported themselves as anxious to debate, and greatly disappointed at the outcome, but they were not willing even to come upon the platform without first having talked again with their school and college superiors. They would not go into details, but evidently something had been said to them which had taught them caution. Said one of them, significantly, "You know, Mr. Sinclair, the schools can get along without us very easily if they want to." Then I tried to arrange for the affair to come off 2 weeks later, and wrote to the school authorities. What happened between the authorities and the students I do not know. One of the latter, in a letter to me, apologized because he could not go to the heart of it. He added, "This much I can tell you, that the determining factor in this case is the Merchants and Manufacturers Association. That the lads were wise in keeping out of the debate was shown by the fact that I received from Mrs. Dorsey a special delivery letter, repudiating the understanding of the matter which I had got from her." Said Mrs. Dorsey, "You pressed for assurance that the boys would not be punished by school authorities if they took part in the debate. This assurance I declined to give, stating again that the schools were not a party to the debate and must not, therefore, be involved in any program of arrangements therewith. So there you have the lady." At the hour that I was chasing about Los Angeles, interviewing school authorities and trying to save this debate, 2 enormous bruisers were pummeling each other into insensibility at the Polo Grounds in New York City. One was the champion bruiser of North America, and the other was the champion bruiser of South America, and the 2 Americas held their breath, awaiting the outcome. The Tammany Tiger 59. That was entirely respectable, that did not threaten the capitalist system, so no one stopped the pummeling, and no one stopped the school children of Los Angeles from reading the newspaper bulletins about the great event. But here were 3 serious students who were not interested in bruisers. 3 self-supporting boys had put in all their spare time during vacation, preparing to defend the faith of the schools, and the school superintendent of the Merchants and Manufacturers Association steps in and frightens these boys into silence, and disappoints an audience of 1,000 working people who have assembled for an intellectual treat. Such is culture under the Black Hand. Chapter 13. The Tammany Tiger. You shake your head and say, "I had no idea of such things." Yes, Southern California must be very bad indeed. But I beg you not to fool yourself in that way. Southern California is exactly the same as the rest of industrial America. In the course of this book we shall visit the Bay cities of California, San Francisco, Oakland, and Berkeley, also Portland, Oregon, and Seattle, Washington, in the far northwest. We shall visit a number of cities scattered across the continent: Spokane, Butte, Denver, Kansas City, St. Louis, Chicago, Minneapolis, Detroit. On the Atlantic coast we shall visit New York, Boston, Worcester, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington. We shall have glimpses of many towns, and of the rural schools in many states. Also we shall not overlook the private schools and the big prep schools, where our youthful aristocracy is made ready for the gladiatorial combats and the social intrigues of college. In all these regions we shall find the plutocracy in control of business and politics, and we shall find the very same interests, and as a rule the very same individuals, in control of the schools. Whether or not they use the methods of the Black Hand depends purely and simply upon one question: to what extent the subject classes are attempting to protest. If the subject classes make no protest, there is no violence by the master class. If the subject classes attempt to protest, then there is whatever amount of violence is necessary to hold them down. I begin with New York City, because that is the headquarters of our financial, and therefore of our intellectual life. It is from New York that we are controlled, both in body and in mind, whether we have any idea of it or not. As it happens, I know New York and its schools at first hand, having spent my boyhood and youth in the city. The Black Hand of the metropolis is known as Tammany Hall, and under its shadow I went to school, and also to college, a free, public college, full of Tammany professors. In my home the father of the family was drinking himself to death. It was Tammany saloon keepers who sold him the liquor, it was Tammany politicians and a Tammany police force which guarded these saloons while they defied a dozen different laws. In that city hundreds of thousands of children were wondering, just as I wondered, why all powers of the state were used for their destruction, instead of for their aid. With the dopings and the bootleggers flourishing as they are today, there must be 10 times as many children asking this question, and with exceptions so few as to be hardly worth mentioning, all the power of the schools and the colleges, as well as of the pulpit and the press, is devoted to keeping these children from finding out. They kept me from finding out until I had entirely come out from under both the physical and the intellectual control of the Black Hand of New York. Tammany Hall is an old-style pirate crew, wearing modern clothing and operating systematically at looting the richest of all modern cities. Its symbol is the tiger. In the days of my boyhood people still remembered Tammany as it was run by Tweed, who carried off a great part of its cash and sold a great part of its belongings. In my day the chief was a grown-up gangster and bruiser by the name of Richard Croker, who stated to a committee of the state legislature, "I am working for my pocket all the time." His method was to make systematic collections from the brothels and gambling dives and saloons, also, of course, from the contractors who wanted to charge half a dozen prices for the paving of streets and the removing of the garbage, and other jobs for which a city has to pay. Even in my day the Tammany chieftains, like the Tammany Tiger 61 successful bandits, were beginning to grope their way toward respectability. Every bandit in America wishes to become respectable, the test of respectability being that you get 100 times as much loot. The financiers of Wall Street, the banks and insurance companies and the New York Central Railroad, which were organized as the Republican Party and controlled upstate, used to fight the Tammany machine year after year, and be beaten, for the simple reason that Tammany controlled the polling places in the East Side slums, and distributed free coal to the poor in winter and free ice in summer, and therefore could count upon loyal repeaters and ballot box stuffers at election time. During my youth, the financiers, finding that they could not oust the tiger, came to terms with it. Such men as Whitney and Ryan, the backers of Tammany, were making so many tens of millions out of traction steals that they left the police graft as small change to their political subordinates. I had an opportunity to observe this transformation at first hand, for the reason that part of the profits were at my disposal. A friend of my boyhood was founder and president of a big financial concern, which wanted to come into New York. He went to the chiefs of Tammany, and took one of them for his New York manager, and distributed generous blocks of stock to Croker and his henchmen. At once his concern became the official house for that class of business, and the word went out that every politician and every city employee must patronize it. I remember as a lad sitting at luncheon with this friend, hearing him denounce the evil-minded men who criticized our business leaders, the masterminds of our country. Then presently the conversation changed, and this friend told me how he had just obtained the nomination of one of his managers as state treasurer, and how much he was paying to the campaign fund of the Democratic Party, expecting to get it back many times over in the form of business with the state. Today the chiefs of Tammany Hall are great financiers, and the efforts of the Republican Party to win elections in New York City are largely formal. How completely the two parties are one, you realize the instant there is prospect of a socialist candidate being elected. Immediately the leaders of the two old parties get together and agree upon a ticket, and their watchers at the polls unite to slug the Reds and stuff the ballot boxes. Afterwards, when the socialists collect evidence of these crimes, the Democratic officials of the city and the Republican officials of the state unite in doing nothing about it. And so the Black Hand rules New York. Chapter 14. God and Mammon. The education of 1 million children, and the control of 25,000 teachers in the metropolis, is entrusted to a school board of 7 people. The president of this board is a leading real estate operator. The retired president, still a member of the board, is a manufacturer of chemicals, who profiteered extensively during the World War. The next member is a manufacturer of cigars, the next is a leading real estate operator, the next is the private physician to the mayor of the city, the next is a woman of wealth and leisure, who represents the Tammany machine, the last is a lawyer. As always, you will note that there is not one educator on the board. There are few who know anything about education, but all know about business, especially those kinds of business which are transacted with school boards. What are those kinds of business? To be able to pick the location of handsome new schools is worth a fortune to real estate interests, and that this is regularly done in New York is not my charge, but that of the controller of the city. To be able to determine the placing of contracts for school buildings and supplies is worth a fortune to any member of a political machine, and I talked with a former clerk of the school board, who told me he had seen so much graft that he had run away from the site. I do not mean that this Tammany School Board personally carries off the money, as it did in the days of Tweed. The method now is honest graft, that is, the placing of school contracts with companies in which your wife's relatives and the members of your gang are interested. The amount to be expended in New York amounts to $100 million a year, and Tammany gets it all. At least 4 of the members of the board are dumb 63 mice, having no function save to vote as the machine directs. All of them are Democrats, and the majority are Catholics, that is to say, the educating of 1 million American children is in the hands of people who teach that public education is a crime against God. So it comes about that the principal indictment of this Tammany regime is not the money it spends, but the money it withholds. New York is the wealthiest city in the world. The masters of the city have money for palatial townhouses, for country estates many square miles in extent, with homes as big as summer hotels. They have money for private yachts as big as ocean liners, and for luxurious motor cars by the tens of thousands, but they have no money to provide a decent education for the children of the poor. While their own children go to elegant private schools, the children of the poor are herded into dark, insanitary fire traps, some of them 75 years of age, and even of these there is an insufficiency. Ever since my boyhood, the refusal of New York City to accommodate the children who clamor for an education has been the blackest crime of the Tammany ruffians. At present 1/3 of the children are on part-time, that is, they are turned out of school after 2 or 3 hours, to make room for another relay. The rest of the day they pick up the vices of the streets, and if they are made into young criminals, the city is ready and able to build whatever jails may be necessary. 2 years ago a committee of women representing a score of civic organizations, the Women's Municipal League, the Women's Department of the National Civic Federation, the Civitas Club of Brooklyn, the Women's City Club, the League of Catholic Women, etc. made a careful study of 40 of the school buildings of New York City. They reported that 20 out of these 40 were fire traps, old wooden buildings with narrow stairways and no fire escapes. Sanitation was reported bad and wretched in 21 of these schools, and fair in 11 more. 21 out of 36 were in need of repairs, 27 had only dark basement playgrounds, and so on. I quote a few phrases, just to give you the flavor of these reports. Boys' toilets terrible, no basins and towels. Toilets old and in bad condition, foul air unavoidable. Plumbing too old to operate, inadequate and unsanitary, few basins and no towels. Garbage dump nearby, inexcusable menace to health and comfort of the children. 12 toilets for 1,200 boys, old, bad conditions, bad odor. No repairs in years, furniture and woodwork almost falling to pieces. Fearfully dilapidated, paint and she needed on walls, stairs worn down to danger point. Buildings so old as to be beyond repair, should be abandoned. Insufficient lighting and ventilation, 2 rooms with only 1 window, 8 rooms with only 2 windows. Fire escapes incomplete and badly constructed. Wooden buildings, no fire escapes reported. These reports were given wide publicity. The ladies waited 6 months, over the summer vacation, and then came back to see what had been done. Out of 23 buildings reported dangerous as to fire conditions, 20 remained unchanged. Only 2 out of 22 schools had made any improvement as to provisions for the comfort of the teachers. As regards sanitation, 14 had been improved, 23 had not been changed, and so on. How much the public authorities were concerned about such matters was shown by the experience of the Teachers' Union, which prepared for an exhibit of the Public Health Association a series of posters and charts showing the physical condition of the schools. Over 900,000 children suffer from lack of a good ventilation system, declared one of these posters. No soap, no water, no towels, declared another, and so on. Privately, the nurses of the health department at this show all admitted that the posters represented the truth, but for 3 days the man who was then Commissioner of Health and the man who is now Commissioner of Health sought desperately to compel the Teachers' Union to remove these posters. Failing in this, the publicity agencies of the show cut out all the press notices of the teachers' exhibits. What this means to the teachers was set forth to me by the victims. One was teaching a class of children on a dark stone staircase. Another was teaching in a room on a level with the elevated railroad, with trains coming and going on 4 tracks. She would have to stand in the midst of the room and shout in order to be heard by all the pupils, and this in a new school, just built. An inspector of some sort came along and entered on his report, room noisy. The teacher was denied promotion, for some reason which could not be explained, and it was over a year before she could get the matter straightened out. The words room noisy had been taken to mean that she did not maintain discipline. Another woman was teaching physical culture in a dark basement, with water always on the floor. She had 7 classes every day, with 50 children in each class, and the gas lights were so feeble that she could not see the children she was supposed to be teaching. She said to one boy, "Stand with your feet together." He answered, "There's a puddle of water under me." And when the physical culture classes got through with this hole, it became a playground for the other children. I am reluctant to introduce into this book any statements which may add to the income of the Grand Imperial Kleagles of the Ku Klux Klan. Nevertheless, it is impossible to discuss school conditions in such cities as New York, Boston, St. Louis, and San Francisco without mentioning the fact that we have in our country some 10 or 15 million people, held by fear of eternal torment in subjection to a priestly system, which repudiates democracy, repudiates freedom of opinion and of teaching, repudiates everything we know as Americanism. The Catholic Church denies the power of the state over marriage and divorce, and above all things else, it denies the right of the state to educate the child. I am going to prove that in detail before I finish. For the present I merely point out that in city after city we shall encounter this influence. The Catholics, you see, have their system of parochial schools, in which the children are taught the priestly view of life. The Church is enormously wealthy, and some of these schools are, as buildings, very fine. Manifestly, the priestly admonition to the faithful, to send their children to church schools, will be much more effective if the public schools are old and filthy and insanitary, and more especially if they are fire traps. Tammany Hall is a semi-religious institution, maintained by the votes of Irish and Italian and Polish Catholics. Practically the entire list of public officials are Catholics, and this includes the majority of the public school board and of the superintending force. So, to the natural greed of the plutocracy is added the power of priestly intrigue. Mr. Stuart Brown, 66, President of the Real Estate Board of New York, attends every hearing of the Board of Estimate, and of other public bodies having anything to do with appropriations for the schools. His one function is to prevent appropriations, and with the secret help of the Catholic prelates, he succeeds. Thus we observe, in full operation in our modern age, the ancient alliance between the secular arm and the spiritual. We see God and Mammon united to rivet the chains of wage slavery upon the poor. Chapter 15. Honest Graft. On the top of my desk as I work is a 5-foot shelf of big envelopes, containing data on the school systems of various cities. I take one envelope, and sort out its contents, marking the material with the letters G, F, P, and R. That is to say, graft, favoritism, propaganda and repression, the four products of education by big business. Under the letter F in New York City I find the grievances of scores of teachers with whom I talked. Their story was all the same: the system is brutal, the system is rigid, the system is honeycombed with politics and dishonesty. It fell to my lot while in the city last year to take part in a public debate with some of the school officials at the Civic Club. To my statement that Tammany was running the schools, Examiner Smith rejoined that all promotions in the system depended upon civil service examinations he knew, because he did the examining. But when he was pinned down, he admitted that the 26 district superintendents, the 8 associate superintendents, and the 30 high school principals were all excluded from the civil service list, and here, of course, are the prizes for which everyone is striving. At that very moment the schools were in an uproar because of the appointment to a superintendent's position of Mrs. Grace Forsyth, a Catholic lady who had not even high school qualifications, also of Margaret McCooey, sister of one of the Tammany bosses. Milo MacDonald, a Catholic, had been appointed principal of a high school from the rank of ordinary teacher. Henrietta Rodman told me of another teacher, a Catholic, who took the examination for elementary principalship and failed, and was appointed to a high school principalship. Other cases have happened since. These are a few out of scores of cases that were detailed to me. I was told of a Catholic who took an examination, and then was permitted to withdraw his papers and write up a new set at home. It is a matter of record that Mr. Summers, member of the Board of Education, a super patriot, who called the teachers' union treasonable, let off a clerk of the school board who had been proven guilty of misappropriating funds, also another who was charged with letting people get copies of examination papers in advance, and of selling information to candidates. Both these people, Catholics, got off with a fine of a few days' pay, and both are still in the system. A form of honest graft which has been widely developed under this Tammany regime is the writing of textbooks by school officials. Many of the textbooks in use in the public schools of New York bear the names of people in the system. In many cases they were written by teachers, but officials have put their names upon them, and get the greater part of the profits. The principals recommend these books for use, and the Board of Superintendents adopts them. Former Superintendent Maxwell had a large income from books published by the American Book Company which he himself had not written, and a number of the district superintendents get their share. The New York Globe, discussing the case of Maxwell, showed how in his position he had the power to increase the sales of his own books, and this same power is possessed by all the gang. One was told of one head of a department with a book to sell, who got himself transferred 3 times to different parts of the city, starting in the High School of Commerce in Manhattan, from there to the Commercial High School of Brooklyn, and then to Long Island, and in each place he took with him his commercial arithmetic. The teachers did not want it, but in every school the other texts were thrown out and the new one introduced. All over New York and all over America, as we shall find, there are school basements and cupboards filled with discarded textbooks, or new textbooks which are so bad that the teachers will not use them. Needless to say, many of the Tammany superintendents, 68. Dents and principals are ignorant men, utterly unfit for scholastic duties. I look back on my own days in the College of the City of New York, and recall the comical old boys whom the Tammany machine appointed to teach me literature and philosophy and Latin, and other highbrow subjects. Therefore, I was not surprised to be told of a superintendent who talks about algebra, and who says, "As I was saying, etc." The French teachers find amusement in the efforts of superintendents to pretend that they know French. I talked with a charming lady of Spanish birth, who attempted to get by one of these examiners, but he reported her French as very bad. She ran all her words together. Anyone who has listened to a Frenchman talk will appreciate the humor of this comment. One might say that the first qualification for speaking good French is to run your words together to the utmost possible extent. This lady went to see Professor Cohn, head of the Department of French of Columbia University, and one of our leading French scholars. He reported that she spoke French like a native, and took occasion to add that he knew the examiner in question, and knew him to be ignorant of French. This lady got her appointment, but presently she discovered that the head of her French department didn't know any French, necessarily. Her pupils discovered it also, and that made her unpopular with her superior. She was refused promotion upon the ground that she was a nonconformist. She told me of her adventures in trying to get something explicit from the examiners. She called several times upon Examiner Smith, the same gentleman who debated with me at the Civic Club. Mr. Smith was in a hurry to catch a train, and asked the lady to tell him her story while he was washing his hands in a lavatory. She was so fastidious as to think that was not quite a courteous examination. I talked with a young man, who had been for many years in the system, and with whom they had not been able to find fault. His ratings had been double A from the beginning of his career. But what chance had the system to hold an energetic man, who saw all promotion depending upon favoritism and graft, and saw himself condemned to a subordinate position, taking orders from pompous ignoramuses? The desirable positions in the honest graft 69 system are few. The Board of Estimate sees to that, and the struggle for them is tense, and the way of promotion is the way of intrigue. Here were people giving courses to teachers, instructing them how to pass examinations for promotion, and then these same people conducting the examinations. Here were examiners with agents out touting for them. You see, they teach what is called salesmanship in the New York schools, and evidently, they practice what they teach. My young friend went out into the business world, and is making a good living. He explained the difference this made in his life. When he met businessmen, he was an equal among equals, but as a teacher he had had to tremble before a board of examiners who could not have passed one of their own examinations. Do not know of a school system in the United States which is run for the benefit of the pupils. They are all run for the benefit of the gang. Thus District Superintendent Tildesley, debating with me before the Civic Club. Dr. Tildesley added that by the gang he meant the superintendents, the principals, and the teachers. It was kind of him to add the teachers, but some of them in the audience did not appreciate his compliment. There is quite a group in the New York schools who are really concerned for the children, and feel no sense of solidarity with the bigoted autocracy which at present holds the power. It is the duty of a teacher who knows of anything wrong in the school system to complain to her superiors about it, said the pious Dr. Tildesley, and there came a chorus from all over the room, yes, and lose her job. Dr. Tildesley was pained by the suggestion that a teacher might encounter trouble as result of just complaints, made at the proper time and in the proper manner. As it happened, however, I had spent that morning in the home of Mr. James F. Berry, a teacher of mathematics at DeWitt Clinton High School, who had been for 23 years in the system, and took seriously the idea that a teacher has responsibility for teaching conditions. Mr. Berry made complaint against the grossest kind of evils in the school: cruelty to pupils, dishonesty, and acts of injustice by those in authority. As a result, his career in the system was one long misery. He was denied promotion to which he was justly entitled, and he put in my hands a little diary, in which he had kept the record of 2 decades of struggle for his rights. I glance through it and find entries such as this. Mr. Tildesley exemplified today his arbitrary and disagreeable way of dealing with those under him, by making a perfectly groundless accusation against me. It was easy to disprove, and then he virtually apologized, though with no sign of regretting his accusation. I have observed this practice of sweeping statements by him, and if they are not promptly disproved one feels that he takes them for granted as true and admitted, and such an impression does not make for goodwill. I shall before long show you how at this same DeWitt Clinton High School there has been established with official sanction an elaborate system of espionage. A teacher drawing full salary devotes the greater part of his time to training pupils to spy upon other teachers, and when these pupils bring reports of unorthodox ideas and utterances, the pupils are praised for a meritorious service. But in the case of Mr. Berry I find that the disposition to report genuine evils is described by Dr. Tildesley as a tendency to tale-bearing which lessens efficiency. Why Dr. Tildesley did not like the tale-bearing of Mr. Barry is easy to understand. In 1914 Dr. Tildesley was principal of the DeWitt Clinton High School, and when he was moved on to a higher position, two of his favorite teachers in the school, who were in line for principalships, and who have since been made principals, took $525 out of the general organization fund of the school, that is, money contributed by the students for student activities, and used it to purchase a silver service which was presented to Dr. Tildesley. The source of this money was kept a secret, but Mr. Barry learned about it, and wrote to the president of the Board of Education, pointing out that this was a clear violation of the law, as well as a great injustice to the pupils, most of whom were poor and many self-supporting. Had not one teacher been turned out of the system for accepting a box of candy from her pupils? A scandal was threatened, but it was hushed up, the newspapers cooperating by not publishing a line. Dr. Tildesley returned the silver service, which was sold, I am informed, to George Sylvester Viereck. For 9 years Mr. Barry has been persecuted because of this affair, while Dr. Tildesley was promoted to be deputy boss of the gang. They have a method of punishing teachers which they learned from the police department in New York. Every now and then some policeman takes it upon himself to enforce a law which his superiors are using as a means of extortion. They will shift this policeman to the Bronx, and a month later they will send him to Brooklyn, and a month later to Staten Island, and so on. The poor wretch spends the greater part of his life on streetcars, getting to his job and back. In the case of a teacher they wait just long enough for her to get settled in a new home, and then they move her again. It is something understood by all teachers that anyone who opposes the principal will find herself transferred, or lowered in ratings, or will have hard classes, or longer hours with no more pay. Said one to me, any teacher who brings charges against a principal is ruined. It matters nothing what the charges are, stealing school funds, or beating the pupils, or offensive advances of a sexual nature. All that happens is the principal denies the charges, and the matter is dropped. A teacher's testimony counts for no more than the testimony of a Negro in the South. New York is not an open shop city, and so the teachers have a union. Its leaders suffer discrimination when it comes to promotion, but that does not break the union down. As part of the campaign against it, the authorities maintain a yellow union, that is, an organization which is supposed to represent the teachers, but can be controlled by the gang. The name of this is the Teachers' Council. It purports to be a representative body, but the teachers do not vote directly. They vote for delegates from all organizations recognized by the Board of Education, and the insiders will belong to as many as 10 or a dozen organizations, and will have a vote in each. The machine has its henchmen in all the key positions, and the surest way to promotion in the system lies in the rendering of this kind of Judas service. This Teachers' Council is accustomed to attack the reputations of union teachers, and never give them opportunity to reply. The slander, whatever it is, will be quoted in the Times as representing the opinion of 25,000 organized teachers. We are in New York now, not in Los Angeles, but you note that we still have our Times, and it is exactly the same kind of Times it will publish. 6. Any falsehood about an independent man or woman, and will give the victim no chance to answer. Chapter 16. A letter to Woodrow Wilson. Needless to say, the first duty of this Tammany School Board is to enforce loyalty to the plutocracy, and, needless to say, this constitutes patriotism and religion. Mr. Aaron Doty, chief spy of the DeWitt Clinton High School, brought in a report last year, charging a school teacher with having said that patriotism is a murderer's occupation and a traitor's cloak. It did not occur to Mr. Doty that this might not be the teacher's fault. The chief spy should have mentioned that 150 years or so ago a leading Englishman of letters, a prize old Tory, made the statement that patriotism is the last refuge of a scoundrel. The hounding of the teachers by the scoundrels began at the very outbreak of the war. First, there was the mayor's pledge, which they all were required to swear. This not being enough, there was another pledge contrived by the Board of Education. All the teachers were loyal, but not all of them were willing to swear away their right to think. There were 87 conscientious objectors to the loyalty pledges. A number of these subsequently served in the army and made distinguished records, but intention to enlist did not save them from persecution at the outbreak of the war, nor did their war records save them from persecution after they came back. In the fall of 1917 there occurred an outbreak at the DeWitt Clinton High School. Dr. Tildesley arbitrarily lengthened the school day, when already the teachers and pupils were overworked. A deputation of pupils waited upon the Board of Education, to protest against the proposed measure, and were received by John Whalen, board member and prominent Tammany chieftain, who settled the matter as follows: I want it clearly understood that neither the pupils nor the teachers will be allowed to run the schools. And I want you to understand that if you pupils don't go back and behave yourselves, I'll close down all the schools. Do you understand? The pupils went 73 back and reported, and there was the beginning of a strike. Also there was a meeting of the teachers of DeWitt Clinton, attended by more than 100, who adopted the following so-called Whalen resolution. First, that it is the sense of this meeting that John Whalen's assertion is contrary to the modern spirit of true democracy. Second, that remarks of this type and threats to close the high schools are detrimental to good discipline and good teaching. Third, it is the sense of this meeting that the autocratic assertion of John Whalen is subversive of the proper spirit underlying our educational institutions. Fourth, be it finally resolved that the best interests of school administration demand the cordial recognition of the classroom teacher as a most vital influence in the educational system. This, of course, was a direct challenge to the power of the gang, a revolt which must be put down at all hazards. Superintendent Tildesley came up to ascertain the names of the ringleaders, and especially of the one who had drafted those incendiary words. The spy department was ready with the information. The criminal was Samuel Schmalhausen, a Jewish socialist, 29 years of age. It was resolved to drive Schmalhausen out of the system, and with him 2 other socialist teachers, Muffson and Schneer. The spy department undertook to get something on these teachers without delay, and we are now going to hear a little story, which shows in detail exactly how a school spy department works. In a day or two word was brought to Dr. Paul, principal of the school, that Mr. Schmalhausen had assigned to his pupils a theme for a composition, as follows. Write an open letter to Woodrow Wilson, commenting frankly, within the limits of your knowledge, upon his conduct of the war against the German government. Almost certainly some East Side Jewish boy would make that an occasion for disrespectful expressions, so Dr. Paul sent the head of his English department, Miss Garrigues, to Mr. Schmalhausen's room. This lady rushed up in breathless haste and caught the pupils in the act of turning in their themes. She took possession of them. Without giving Mr. Schmalhausen a chance to see them, and delivered them to Dr. Paul, who went over them. Among 76 themes he discovered one that justified his hopes, a bitter, sneering letter, written by a 17-year-old Jewish boy. Dr. Paul, being skilled in intrigue, saw how this thesis would go in the capitalist press. His venom bubbled over and he exclaimed, "Now I've got him." At least, Miss Garrigues on the witness stand testified that he said that. Dr. Paul denied it with asperity, and when asked to explain how Miss Garrigues could have thought she heard it, he described her as an emotionally energized lady on occasions. Poor Miss Garrigues, she was new to public life, and did not realize that the first essential to success is to be a fluent and tactful liar. Dr. Tildesley came, and he also recognized the opportunity. He summoned Schmalhausen, and first pinned him down to the fact that he had written the Whalen resolution. Then he set for this sensitive-minded and idealistic young teacher an extremely cunning trap. You understand, Mr. Schmalhausen had not yet seen the criminal theme, and Dr. Tildesley did not let him see it now. He read him the first page of it, the first page being mild, and all the outrageous statements being found in the latter pages. So Dr. Tildesley trapped Mr. Schmalhausen into saying that he would merely make some minor corrections of expression in the theme. At least, Dr. Tildesley testified that that is what the young teacher said. Mr. Schmalhausen denied it. Later on, Dr. Tildesley, consulting the rest of the gang, realized that his case did not look quite right, so he went back to the school, and read the entire composition to Mr. Schmalhausen, asking what would have been his action as a teacher in such a situation. Mr. Schmalhausen undertook to mark the theme as he would have marked it in the due course of his class work. His comments, written along the margin of the theme, were as follows. Exaggerated, excessive emotionalism. Is there any sanity in this assertion? Do you take these remarks seriously? For a thoughtful student, this statement sounds irrational. Recall President Wilson's differentiation between the German government and the German people. Not accurately presented. Foolish attitude historically. Do you believe in its sincerity? Peace offer made by Germany. Sorry to find this unintelligent comment in your work. Why did you write this? Mr. Schmalhausen was suspended from his duties. A.L. error to Woodrow Wilson 75. Without pay, and in due course was hailed before a committee of the Board of Education. It is interesting to note that the chairman of this committee was none other than John Whalen, Tammany chieftain, who had started all the trouble by threatening to close all the schools. I have before me the testimony at the hearing, as published in pamphlet form by the Teachers' Union. John Dewey describes it as the most comic document of the age, so it will pay us to read a few passages. First, the testimony of Miss Garrigues, as to why she considered Mr. Schmalhausen's theme an unwise assignment. Do not fail to note from this passage the high standards of English expression which prevail in the English department of New York's biggest high school. Q. May I ask why you considered it an unwise assignment? A. I think the reason was that it was a little bit, in the nature of the wording, inclined to lead boys who were either pacific, I think is the real trouble, or were unpatriotic. This boy unquestionably was unpatriotic, I think, to express themselves very freely, which I do not know whether it is very wise for boys of that age to do. Also you will wish to hear Superintendent Tildesley upon this same grave question. Dr. Tildesley was very sure that Schmalhausen had made a mistake in assigning such a theme. He explained in detail why the boys of the DeWitt Clinton High School were unfit persons to address imaginary letters to Woodrow Wilson. He said, "They are very much interested in the social life and the political life of the city, they are exceedingly fond of discussion, and they have developed a rather high degree of critical ability and critical tendency, and the only thing that they like more than anything else, I should say, is a discussion on social, political, and economical topics. They are more interested in that than they are in being good, or even than they are in athletics. That students should be more interested in a discussion on social, political, and economical topics than they are in athletics, would be recognized by any superintendent of schools in America as a state of affairs full of menace to our institutions, and under no circumstances to be tolerated." Cross-questioned further, Dr. Tildesley stated that he would not think it right to let boys in the DeWitt Clinton High School write on the negative of this topic. "We seek no selfish ends in this world." He would not consider it proper to let them write on the negative of 76. The topic, conscription, is justifiable under a democracy. He would not think it was proper to permit them to write an essay on the subject, revenue by bond issue or taxation. After Dr. Tildesley had made these emphatic statements, the cross-questioners sprang on him the painful tidings that all three of these themes had been in the examination papers of the DeWitt Clinton High School of the previous week, officially adopted with the approval of his friend and admirer, the emotionally energized Miss Garrigues of the English department. Mr. Schmalhausen was on the stand for a couple of hours, and as you read the testimony you recognize a man of culture and fine sensibility, a teacher profoundly conscientious, with deep respect for the personalities of his students. He told how he would have dealt with that theme if it had come up in his class. He would have questioned the pupil and showed him his ignorance, and tried to make him realize that his ideas were wrong. Asked if he disagreed with the opinions expressed in the theme, Mr. Schmalhausen replied, "Oh, absolutely, from head to foot. The subject matter is offensive from every point of view. Part of it is irrational. Part of it is crude and violent, the whole thing is a wrong frame of mind, and in my discussion with Dr. Tildesley, with which I took up a lot of time, I tried to explain clearly what influences in that boy's social and economical and home environment were responsible for some of his sentiments. So far as I was concerned, there was no implication at all at any time that I ever accepted the thought of that letter. Nevertheless, Mr. Schmalhausen was driven from the school system of New York, and with him Mr. Muffson and Mr. Schneer. The offense of Mr. Schneer was that he had given to some of his pupils a list of books, with comments on their contents in the somewhat flowery style of a young man who takes great literature with sudden and intense seriousness. There were 200 books listed, and a committee of the Schoolmasters' Association undertook to mark 10 of them which were especially offensive. One was Elsbacher's Anarchism, which turned out upon investigation to be a work opposing anarchism, written by a non-anarchist. Poor Mr. Schneer had been trying to save his East Side Jewish boys from the snares of the extremists. Another was Romain Rolland's Jean Christophe, one of the greatest novels and noblest works of culture of our time. A third was listed as Sinclair's The Divine Fire. No one could guess why the committee should have objected to this eminently respectable novel. It occurs to me that Mr. Schneer's failure to give the first names of his authors may have betrayed the schoolmasters into thinking that he had endorsed a book by my wicked self. I occasionally get letters intended for May Sinclair, so let me state that the author of The Divine Fire lives in England, and is not related to me, nor in any way to blame for my evil actions and writings, except that she occasionally writes me letters approving them. Chapter, XV. The expulsion of these 3 teachers was, of course, a personal triumph for Mr. Aaron Doty, chief spy of the DeWitt Clinton High School. The activities of the Doty Squad, as the spies and informers are termed, were now extended to cover the entire system. The chief spy compiled a card index, with detailed information about suspected teachers. I have talked with some who have been privileged to inspect this catalogue, and have seen on Mr. Doty's desk a dossier of clippings and reports a foot high, relating to one group of rebel teachers in the system. Mr. Doty's training for this work had been thorough. First, he was a sheriff, then, becoming a teacher, he was put in charge of the corridor squad, which has to do with discipline. He struck one pupil in the jaw and knocked him down for talking in line. He was accustomed to summon unruly pupils to his room and administer the 3rd degree, calling them foul names, shouting and storming at them in a voice which could be heard all over the building, and which became a scandal throughout the system. One of the crimes of Mr. Schmalhausen was that he had proposed a program of student self-government, thus eliminating Mr. Doty. To complete the picture of this furious old bigot, I mention that he was converted by his Catholic wife, which fact now puts him in line for a big promotion. 78 Tour goslings. The next teacher to fall a victim was Mr. Benjamin Glassberg, of the Commercial High School of Brooklyn, who was notified that he was suspended without pay. Mr. Glassberg's hard luck was that a boy in his class had asked him whether or not Lenin and Trotsky were, in his opinion, German agents or German spies. I quote the exact words of Mr. Glassberg's answer, as sworn to by 35 boys in the class. 8 of these boys testified, and then the board got tired of hearing them, and the testimony of the other 27 was entered by stipulation, that is, both sides agreed upon a statement of what the 27 would testify in substance. Mr. Glassberg's reply was that he did not think so, as Lenin and Trotsky had been busy circulating propaganda literature against the war among the Germans, thereby undermining their morale, and weakening their power in the war. Here was another socialist teacher whom it was desired to get, and this was the chance to get him. There were 43 boys in the class, and more than 30 were Jewish. The principal summoned before him, one at a time, 2 Jewish boys and 10 Gentile boys, and questioned them as to what had happened in the class, trying to get them to say the worst possible things against Mr. Glassberg. A stenographer was present and took down what the boys said. Then, according to the testimony of one of the boys, a most eager opponent of Mr. Glassberg, the principal made an arrangement of little bits of what the boys had said, and made it into a statement. The boys were summoned several times for a period of 8 weeks. This coaching and rehashing of the charges went on, and meantime Mr. Glassberg was suspended without pay, and could not get the copy of the charges to which he was legally entitled. It finally became necessary for his lawyers to apply to the Supreme Court for a writ of mandamus, compelling the service of the charges upon Mr. Glassberg. The statement, when finally prepared, was an obvious perversion of everything which even the most hostile of the boys alleged. This was, let remind you, a time when the principal news out of Soviet Russia was the nationalization of women, and here was a teacher, questioned by his students, and telling them the plain and obvious truth. Let me quote a little more of the testimony, and please note that I am quoting from the stipulated testimony of 35 members of the class. Another boy in the class made a statement, though apparently rising to ask a question, to the effect that it must be that Lenin and Trotsky's government was stronger with the people than the Kerensky government, for the reason that it held on longer than the Kerensky government, and it could hardly be that the Bolsheviki were such thieves and cutthroats as represented if their government lasted so long. This boy's statement Mr. Glassberg did not discuss at any length, because it was made at the end of the period, but did indicate in what he said that since the Lenin-Trotsky government had lasted longer than the Kerensky regime, this indicated that it must have considerable strength with the people. Another boy asked if information about the Bolsheviki was being withheld, and Mr. Glassberg said that he was inclined to think so, and read certain questions which Senator Johnson had read in the Senate some time previous asking information about Russian conditions, and also referred to the fact that Colonel Robbins of the Red Cross had been requested upon his return to this country by the State Department, not to discuss the Russian situation, and also referred to a speech made by Major Thatcher of the Red Cross at a banquet in Boston, at which he had defended the Bolsheviki from the attacks made upon them by some previous speakers. Colonel Raymond Robbins took the witness stand, and testified that upon his return from Russia he had been requested by the State Department not to discuss the Russian situation. Major Thatcher also took the stand, and testified to the truth of what Mr. Glassberg had said about him. It is interesting to note that the principal of the school informed some of the boys who were to testify at the hearing that Major Thatcher, an army officer of the highest standing, was a criminal. Also, a number of the boys told how the principal had attempted to intimidate them before they went upon the witness stand. To quote one case, "Do you know, boys, that Mr. Glassberg was charged with conduct unbecoming a teacher, therefore it means that you boys who are going to testify for Mr. Glassberg are un-American." The boys' reply was, "Mr. Rayner, do you know that when we are going to testify for Mr. Glassberg, we are going to tell what we heard in our class, and no more. We are going to tell the truth." Mr. Glassberg's record as a teacher was produced before the board. His ratings during his entire 5 years had been the highest possible, this applying both to discipline and to teaching. Nevertheless, he was driven from the schools, and soon afterwards went Benjamin Harrow, whose crime was that he advised his students to read a magazine article by Thorstein Veblen. Also, according to the official statement of Superintendent Tildesley, his favorite reading is said to be The Nation, The New Republic and The Dial. He occupied a front seat at each session of the Glassberg trial, and seemed to approve sentiments expressed in favor of the Bolshevists. In this same official document is given an idea of the cultural level of the district superintendent in charge of all the high schools of New York City. Says Dr. Tildesley, Mr. Harrow recommended his pupils to read an article in the Dial of February 22, 1919, by Thorstein Veller. Mr. Harrow did not wait to be tried before John Whalen and the rest of the thugs. He handed in his resignation, with a blistering letter to Dr. Tildesley, asserting, "You are using the school as a medium for conducting a campaign of propaganda in favor of the most reactionary tendencies of our day. In short, you have made the schools an unhappy place for any sensitive American who refuses to accept your own individual conception of what constitutes Americanism, who prefers rather to accept what the founders of this republic conceived to be the true American ideals. Also, while dealing with teacher casualties, I must pay honor to Dr. Arthur M. Wolfson, who was principal of the High School of Commerce, and resigned as protest against this white terror. Dr. Wolfson knew that he was dealing with boys who came from socialist homes, and he had conceived it his duty as an educator to take a stand of neutrality in the issues of the class struggle. He would teach his students the ideal of freedom of discussion, and a hearing for both sides. For many years he followed that program, and as a result there was in his school an atmosphere of tolerance and fellowship unknown in other New York high schools. But it had been the custom when election time came round for the History and Civics Department to take a straw ballot for the presidency, and this time the dreadful discovery was made that 354 out of the 2,000 students had voted for Debs. It was proposed to tell this news in the school weekly, but the superintendent in charge ordered this paper suppressed, and rebuked Dr. Wolfson for taking the straw vote. Dr. Wolfson pointed out that the Literary Digest was doing the same thing. Also, if the students were for Debs, would it do any good to suppress the fact? Would it not be best to face the fact and deal with it? A little later Dr. Wolfson got his orders about Russia. No longer was there to be free discussion, he was to teach one view and only one view, that is, the official propaganda of the young secretaries of our State Department who, with their aristocratic Russian wives, were conducting a private war against the Russian people without authorization from Congress. Later, Dr. Wolfson was ordered to enforce a rule forbidding the New York call to be carried in classrooms or study halls. So he wrote a dignified letter to the Board of Superintendents, explaining, "Frankly, during the last 2 or 3 years I have not felt free to follow the intellectual habits of a lifetime." Superintendent Ettinger came back with a letter to the New York Times, declaring, "I am very frank to confess that I dissent most heartily from the basic thesis set up by Principal Wolfson that it is the function of our schools to allow students and teachers to express their belief freely, to meet argument with argument, and not either overtly or covertly to suppress opinions which are held in honesty and in good faith. It is not often that the gang is so frank as that, so we owe thanks to Superintendent Ettinger." Wishing to give him all the fame to which he is entitled, I mentioned that to a reporter of the New York Call he declared that he would bar H. G. Wells from the school forums of New York for having said that Lenin was a great man. Chapter 18. The Luskers. This campaign to make the schools safe for the plutocracy culminated in the passage of the so-called Lusk laws at Albany. Senator Lusk was a Republican machine politician, who accepted 137 pieces of silverware, worth a couple of $1,000, from New York police. 82 detectives, for whom he had got a salary raise. This did not put the senator out of business, nor did it interfere with his laws, which disgraced the statute books of the state for 4 years. One of the laws was for the purpose of suppressing the Rand School of Social Science. They had already attempted this by a raid on the school, and they now attempted it by a law requiring all schools to apply for a license. The Rand School refused to apply, and a long drawn-out and expensive legal conflict followed. Another of the Lusk laws provided for the expulsion of any teacher who advocates a form of government other than the government of the United States or of this state. Please note that this law did not forbid merely the advocacy of violent change, but also of peaceful change. Interesting light was thrown on this during the debate at the Civic Club, previously referred to in these chapters. Mr. Harry Weinberger asked of Dr. Tildesley the question, "Did you ever, in your entire experience in the school system, hear a teacher, either in school or out of school, advocate the overthrow of the government by violence?" Dr. Tildesley answered, "No." The next question was, "Then what is the need of the law?" Dr. Tildesley did not answer that. He could not very well explain that the purpose of the law was to make it possible for inquisitors, appointed by the state and by the school board, to summon teachers without warning to a secret inquisition, to browbeat them and try to trap them into dangerous admissions, then to give secretly to the capitalist press false and garbled statements, to be spread broadcast over the country, and then to refuse to the teachers any record of the proceedings, or any protection against such outrages. In the Goose Step it is stated that when the Luskers raided the Rand School they threw the typewriters and the teachers down the stairs. I am informed that this is an error. The throwing in question occurred at the office of the New York Call, the Russian People's House, and other places. I talked the other day with a magazine writer who was present at the raid on the Russian People's House, when a New York police detective ordered an inoffensive elderly Russian teacher to take off his eyeglasses, and then hit the man in the forehead with the butt of his revolver and crushed his skull. The offense of this elderly Russian was teaching algebra to other Russians. The teachers' union issued resolutions denouncing this legislation, and the bigotry and dishonesty displayed in its enforcement. Abraham Lefkowitz, an active member of the union, was summoned before Dr. Tildesley and Superintendent Ettinger, to be questioned as to his authorship of these resolutions. Superintendent Ettinger had issued an official syllabus on the war, setting forth to all school teachers what they were to teach. It was a compendium of what we now know to be the knaveries of Allied propaganda, and included endorsement of universal military training. In the course of the questioning of Lefkowitz, Dr. Tildesley and Dr. Ettinger got into a wrangle as to whether universal military service and universal military training were the same thing. All this was taken down by a stenographer, and subsequently Mr. Lefkowitz demanded a copy of the record. When he got it, he found that it had been doctored, omitting a great number of the raw statements made by Ettinger, which the superintendent realized would not look well in print. There was an open forum being conducted at the commercial high school, under the direction of the Rev. John Haynes Holmes. The authorities now required that this open forum should submit a week in advance the names of all proposed speakers. They barred Frank Tannenbaum, an East Side boy who had gone to jail in 1913 as a result of a demonstration of the unemployed, and who subsequently, as a student at Columbia University, had made himself an authority on prison reform. They barred Lincoln Steffens for the offense of having been President Wilson's personal investigator in Russia. Finally, someone asked Dr. Holmes a question about Lenin, and he replied that he regarded Lenin as a great statesman. For this they barred Dr. Holmes. Then came the Rev. Howard Meliush, prominent clergyman of Brooklyn, who praised Dr. Holmes and condemned the Board of Education. After that the board issued a pledge, which must be signed by all speakers. Among those who refused to sign it was Rabbi Stephen S. Wise, and so the board closed the forum. As one of the teachers said to me, what they want people to lecture about is moonlight in Venice. This kind of thing had been going on in the New York school system for 5 years when I visited the city in the spring of 1922. At this time the State Commissioner of Education, in pursuance of the Lusk laws, had appointed an advisory council to investigate suspected teachers and deny them licenses. One of the members of this council was Archibald Stevenson, fanatical attorney for the Luskers. Another was Conde B. Palin, editor of the Catholic Encyclopedia, and snooper-in-chief for the National Civic Federation. Another was Finley J. Shepard, husband of Helen Gould. You may read about this gentleman's activities on behalf of the plutocracy in 2 chapters of the Goose Step, entitled The Helen Goulds and the Shepherd's Crook. Another member was Hugh Frain, Catholic labor leader, who has climbed to power upon the faces of the deluded wage workers of New York. The council was holding sessions at the Bar Association. I went up there, hoping to attend and to tell you about it, but I could not even learn in what room the sessions were being held. All I got to see was a row of suspected teachers, humbly waiting their turn to be browbeaten. And each morning I would read in the newspapers a relay of information, supplied by the chief spy. One teacher had said that he wouldn't believe atrocity stories unless they were given out by the government. Another teacher had said that the Russians were happier now than they had been under the Tsar, another that Colonel Robbins had not been given a hearing, another that New York couldn't be worse run if the Germans were here, another that if we go to war I'll run away and spend a year in the North Woods. Even school teachers sometimes joke, you know, and I have already mentioned the fact that these teachers did not run away. Mr. Garibaldi La Pola served as an artillery officer in France, and now he was one of those sitting on the bench, humbly waiting his turn to be browbeaten. Chief Spy Doty admitted that he had given information against Mr. La Pola to the Lusk Committee. Also, the chief spy issued a report full of charges against teachers. The Teachers' Council, the Yellow Union maintained by the gang, enthusiastically adopted this report, and called for the barring of various persons from the school forums, the blacklist including the names of Jane Addams and Lillian Wald. The State. 85. Department of Education addressed to principals of public schools a letter instructing them to prepare reports as to the loyalty of every teacher in the system. The principals were to list the names of teachers, and indicate those for whose morality and loyalty as a citizen they could vouch, and those concerning whose morality or loyalty to the government of the United States or to the state of New York they had reason to doubt. Weirdly enough, those about whom the principal knew nothing, were lumped in with the latter group. Every teacher was guilty until he was proved innocent. And with these things going on every day, with school principals carrying step ladders and peering over transoms to discover what their teachers were doing, Superintendent Tildesley had the nerve to stand up before an audience at the Civic Club and say in my hearing that there was no oppression of teachers for their opinions, and that no teacher in the system had anything to lose by being a socialist. As evidence of the fact, he stated that he had a very good friend, a teacher of English in one of the high schools, who was a member of the Socialist Party, and had even been a candidate for office on the socialist ticket. This lady had never suffered any handicap from her political opinions and activities. Dr. Tildesley went on to say how he had been in her class not long ago, and had heard her explain to her pupils the meaning of the French Revolution, and he would not want the French Revolution explained to his own children any more fairly and intelligently than this teacher had done it. When my turn came to answer, I said, Dr. Tildesley does not name the teacher of English who has not suffered from being a socialist. It happens that I know who she is, because I had dinner at her home yesterday evening, and she told me how Dr. Tildesley had come into her room and had complimented her upon the way she had explained the French Revolution to her students. New York is not the only city in which a teacher is fortunate in belonging to one of the old families, and being able to know the district superintendent as a social equal. But Jessie Wallace Hagan is the last woman in New York who would wish to take advantage of that social prestige. She is a woman with real convictions, and I am sure she will not mind my repeating what she said to me only yesterday evening, that since she has run for office on the socialist ticket, some teacher friends have been in such a state of fear that they are hardly willing to be seen speaking with her in public. And 12 years ago, when Miss Hagan was a student at Columbia, she was told by Professor Seligman, in charge of her work, that she could never have a career as a teacher, because she had joined the Socialist Party. All the recommendations he gave her were for statistical and research work, never for college work. Asterisk. I had something even more definite than that, in answer to Dr. Tildesley's statement that it does a teacher no harm to be known as a socialist. It happened that I had been in the New York Public Library, collecting evidence from the files of the Times, and I had copied in my notebook an account from that newspaper, April 27, 1919, of a meeting of the Public Education Association addressed by Superintendent Tildesley. According to his friends of the Times, this great authority was reported as saying that in his opinion there was no place for the Marxian socialist in the New York school system, that there were quite a number of such socialists in the system at present, that they should be dismissed, and so on, a long summary of the speech, the substance being that such teachers should be excluded from the system in future. This citation made Dr. Tildesley uncomfortable for a few minutes, but it did not do him any serious harm, for the simple reason that there were only a couple of hundred people present at this debate, and the news of his humiliation went no further. There were a number of reporters present, and next day the Tribune quoted Dr. Tildesley's remarks at length, May 26, 1922, but did not mention the name of Upton Sinclair. Several other newspapers reported the debate, but only one of them, the Herald, mentioned my name. The Herald did it in the following. Asterisk. Upon submitting proofs of the above to Miss Hagan, I received from her a statement as to her present position. Because she modified the pledge which she signed for the Luscars, reserving her rights to freedom of conscience and political action, she was denied a certificate of loyalty by this committee, and although the Lusk laws are now repealed, Miss Hogan has for 6 years been denied the rank and salary to which she is entitled under the school regulations. She writes, "My present and past." Fashion, among the other speakers were Upton Sinclair. A newspaper man who was present told me that I might take this as a compliment. It meant that the reporters and editors having to do with the matter had read the brass check. In city after city I found school conditions like these, and in every case I found a little group of men and women opposing them, facing every handicap and humiliation. In 2 cities the soul and inspiration of this protest was a woman, Margaret Haley in Chicago, and Henrietta Rodman in New York. Henrietta took me in charge, and like Virgil with Dante, led me through the 7 hells. She would gather a flock of teachers, and sit by while they told me their troubles in chorus. I counted upon Henrietta to read and revise this manuscript, but last spring she died, and all I can do is to tell about her, and pass on her brave and loving spirit to the future. Henrietta Rodman came of an old New York family, dating back some 200 years. Her great-grandfather, Colonel Robert Blackwood, was a member of the First Continental Congress, and would have signed the Declaration of Independence if his death had not intervened. I think it would not be an exaggeration to say that this fighting colonial ancestor kept Henrietta in the school system in New York. Many and many a time he put on his ruffles and his cocked hat, and drew his rusty old sword and stormed into the presence of boards of education and superintendents, or into the columns of capitalist newspapers to prove that his great-granddaughter was not a Bolshevik nor an alien enemy. Under the shadow of his revolutionary banner Henrietta fought. Principals have urged my appointment. I have letters from the officials responsible, making it clear that my radical beliefs were the sole ground for my non-appointment during the 6 years. They still refuse, however, to replace my name on the eligible lists, and I am now fulfilling the duties of head of department in the textile high school, without enjoying the rank and additional $500 salary that should belong to the position. 88. For true Americanism, with the fangs of the Tammany tiger in her flesh. She was 23 years in the school system, yet she never lost her courage, her idealism, or her sense of humor. She was always full of energy, always pleading for the schools. To her pupils she was warm-hearted and loving, interested in new ideas, eager for new adventures. Her father had said to her, "Find the fundamental issue of your day, and concentrate on that." The great-grandfather had chosen the issue of American independence, the father had chosen the issue of chattel slavery, and Henrietta chose the issue of wage slavery. She had been teaching Latin at Wadley High School, and found that 94% of the pupils were being forced out because they could not pass the examinations. She proceeded to teach them so that they could pass, but it was against the rule to teach that way, and the principal sent for her and scolded her. She persisted in passing her pupils, and so the city superintendent sent for her. A teacher had no right to criticize her superiors, he declared, and flew into a passion. Suddenly a light leaped into Henrietta's eyes, and the sword of the old revolutionary colonel swished over the superintendent's head. "If you storm at me like a primitive man, I'll shriek like a primitive woman." So at once the superintendent calmed down. They wanted to give her some real trouble, so they put her in charge of 100 defective girls. At that time no one knew anything about psychological tests, or what to do with mentally defective children in the schools. Henrietta worked out a course of study by easily graded stages, which the most feeble-minded of them could follow. The principal of the school took this and published it as his own, and so stated before the board of superintendents. Some of these pupils were homeless and sick, and Henrietta got the class to adopt them. That was an unprecedented thing, altogether against the rules, and Henrietta was stormed at some more. They sent her to the Julia Richmond High School, one of those terrible old barns that was built apparently before the use of paint was discovered. It was supposed to be one of the most democratic schools in New York City. "But," said Henrietta, "we can't call the teachers together, we can't pass 89. A motion, we can't send a statement to the press or make an application to the school board, without first having the sanction of the school principal. There came the George Eliot incident, whereby the spotlight of publicity was turned upon this liberal teacher. She was teaching English, and some girl asked if it was true that George Eliot had lived with a man to whom she was not married. What was Henrietta to do? Should she tell the girl to hush, that was a naughty question? Or should she lie? She explained that George Henry Lewis had had an insane wife, and under the English law could not get a divorce, so he and George Eliot had lived as husband and wife, and had been so accepted by all their friends for the rest of their lifetime. One of the children took this home to her father, and the father took it to the priest, and the priest took it to the pulpit, and the New York Times took it to the whole city. There was a terrible uproar. It is so that reputations are made in the radical movement. We have to do something queer or unusual, something supposed to be shocking, and we must manage to be right while we are doing it. Next came the uproar over married teachers. The board passed a rule that women teachers who got married should automatically lose their jobs, so the women took to concealing their marriages. But now and then one could no longer be concealed, and there would be a case of what Henrietta called mother baiting. The Board of Education caught one woman about to become a mother, and Henrietta wrote a satirical letter to the newspapers. For this she was suspended for 8 months without pay. As she said, "They fined me $1,800, and then they adopted my idea. They have always adopted my ideas, and have always fined me for making them adopt them." Henrietta, like myself, supported the war. She was head of a team that sold $15,000 worth of Liberty bonds, but that did not save her from being investigated by military intelligence agents. They got hold of her pupils while she was away. The agents were suspicious, because she had been teaching from Frederick C. Howe's book, European Cities at Work. They discovered that what she had been teaching from the book was city planning. But it was an offense at that time to 90. Let children know that the Germans planned their cities well. Henrietta was summoned by Superintendent Tildesley. She had been making a disturbance because the spy department was having the pupils write essays on Bolshevism as a means of finding out what the children were being taught at home. Henrietta brought along a stenographer to take down the interview, so little trust did she have in Dr. Tildesley, but they would not let the stenographer take notes. They summoned her again before the board. She had written a letter to the Brooklyn Eagle, and the Eagle had not published it, but had turned it over to the board. They had an assistant district attorney present to try to twist her statements. They had no evidence, but they tried to get some out of her, luring her into testifying against herself. They furnished a stenographer for this meeting, and when she got the stenographer's transcript, it had been doctored. In American political life today, you must realize that you are dealing, quite literally, with criminals in office, and there is no limit to what they will do to you. At this time Henrietta was organizing the high school teachers, and the principal forbade them to meet unless he was present, so it was that the principals took to carrying step ladders and peering over the transoms, to see if the teachers were violating orders. Said Henrietta, "One might think, if we are fit to teach the children in the schools, we are fit to meet and discuss our own problems and ideas. But, no. Here are 1,000,000 children and 25,000 teachers, and all the thinking for the whole system is to be done by 22 men. If anybody else presumes to think, that is impertinence." She explained the situation to me. Teachers as a rule are people of quiet tastes, not good fighters, and the community knows nothing about how they are treated. For example, during the wartime, New York City agreed to cancel all its contracts for the purchase of school supplies, because prices had gone up, and it would not be fair to make the contractors fulfill the old contracts. But no one thought about the contracts with the teachers, and what was fair to them. The teachers suffered in silence, or retired to some other occupation, giving place to less competent people. And who gave a thought to the children, who were now to be taught by the incompetent? It happened once that Henrietta met Mrs. Tildesley at a reception, and there was a discussion. "If you don't like the way the schools are run, why do you stay?" asked the superintendent's wife, to which Henrietta answered. Stay because I am not willing to leave the children to Dr. Tildesley. To me she said, I have enlisted as if for a war. I am furiously patriotic, I believe in the future of America with all my heart and soul, and I am going to make freedom a reality here. I am going to stick to the death. She did this. We were sitting on the little roof garden of the Civic Club one spring evening, and there were 6 or 8 teachers in the group. I could not see their faces in the darkness, but I could hear their eager voices, their murmurs of assent to Henrietta's statements. With a pencil and pad I noted down in the dark one after another of her sentences, tight-mindedness and fear are the occupational diseases of teaching. In the business world there is no such thing as unquestioned obedience, that belongs only in teaching. There is more kowtowing in our schools than anywhere else in the world. She told me how she had been assigned to teach Americanization classes. There was a class of union painters, foreigners who had asked for help. Naturally, they wanted a union teacher, and they chose Henrietta. But the superintendent in charge said that she was a dangerous radical, and they could not have her. Here was a school system with 22% of its children, more than 200,000, according to official statistics, coming to school suffering from malnutrition. According to the director of physical training, more than half the children who come to the high schools have physical defects. And if you try to do anything whatever about these conditions, if you have any sense of public responsibility for the poverty, the exploitation and neglect of children, why then, you are a Bolshevik and a social outcast. A young teacher spoke up, a girl who had just begun work. The principal had given her mimeograph directions as to how to teach. There was a book containing all the problems, and day by day she read from these sheets. 2. She was merely a phonograph. They would hold a stopwatch on her pupils to see the number of words per minute they could read, and they would rate her according to that. They figured what they called the pupil load of a teacher. Every teacher had to carry a pupil load of 710, that was the minimum, and they never let you get below it. There was supposed also to be a maximum, but they never minded driving you above it, they would report the extra pupils as visitors. Another teacher spoke up, she was teaching typewriting, and they had gone through the books and cut out a sentence of Emerson's attributing to society some responsibility for criminals. That was radicalism. Henrietta is gone, but her soul lives, and likewise the teachers' union she helped to found. This book goes out as a call to the teachers and friends of teachers, not merely in New York, but all over America, to come to the aid of the children, to save the young and groping minds of the new generation from the bigotry and squalid ignorance which afflicts our adults. I quote you a letter written last year by a high school boy of Brooklyn, and sent to me by a teacher in that school. The teacher does not say how he answered this letter. Read it and see if you would know how to answer, if such a letter came to you. Brooklyn, NY, August 31, 1922. Dear Mr. I have never had the pleasure of being in one of your classes, but it will not deter me from writing to you. Somehow I believe that you are one who may be able to help us where I and my friend have pondered many, many hours and still could not achieve solution. We are young youths just upon the threshold of learning the way of our feet in the world of men. And when the week's work is done and we have a day or 2 or 3 all to ourselves, what are we to do? Bear with me a moment. All about us yawns the pit of mediocrity. With few exceptions, the men and women and the sweet boys and girls I meet jade on me. It is appalling their unlovely spirit mediocrity. They are without greatness, without camaraderie, never do much of anything that is virile and stinging and resentful, nor ever feel the prod and urge of life to wool over its boundaries and be devilish and daring. I can see through them and beyond them, and all there is to see is their frailty, their meagerness, their sordidness and pitifulness. They are miserable little egotisms, like all the other little humans, fluttering their mayfly dance of an hour. As far as we are concerned in the matter they can go hang. We laugh at the ridiculous effron. 93. Tarry of their efforts to crystallize us in the particular mold of their 2x2, cut and dried, conventional world. Don't you see? Beyond all of us and the spirit of us that is a bubble whispers romance, adventure. We have read the books and are aflame with purple hints of a world beyond our world. When the weekends roll around, we want to do novel and stirring things, we want to realize ourselves, to chance and boast and dare, to put laughter in our throats, and quicken the throb of our blood. Heavens! We have considered and counseled a myriad times, and the only conclusion we reached was that we were as abysmally ignorant of life as we were or thought we were profoundly wise. We have no morality in the matter. We will be grateful for anything, providing it is provocative of the thrills and novelty we seek. And please do not consider any such insipidity as taking a hike to the country or a trip to Bear Mt. They are commonplaces, don't you see? For instance, a séance with a medium would have been a glorious suggestion or something more unusual. But this is only a sample of the many possible things that would lend color and individuality to our days. So we who are merely young, appeal to you, a little naively perhaps, but with stern sincerity, in the hope that you who have passed through our stage of evolution may sympathize with us and may be able to help us in the way that we wish to be helped. To me this letter is like a flashlight thrown suddenly upon the minds of the young people. Our whole problem of education is summed up in it, and I ask again, would you know what to answer? I, for my part, would tell these lads to find one of the big strikes which are always going on, say in the clothing trades of New York, and attempt to read the Constitution and so come into contact with the realities of the class struggle. But, of course, a teacher who gave that advice would cease to be a teacher. Those who hold their jobs and get their promotions in the system are those who follow the mimeographed formulas, and see that the pupils read the required number of words per minute. The result is a newspaper item from the New York Times of May 26, 1922, I quote the first paragraph. 2 schoolgirls were found yesterday afternoon, clasped in each other's arms, lying on the floor of a kitchen of an apartment in the tenement house at 75 Van Alst Avenue, Long Island City. The room was filled with gas and the discovery was made just in time to save them from death by asphyxiation. The girls were Dora Boylan, 15 years old, daughter of a widow who occupied the apartment, and who at the time was at work in a factory nearby, and Agnes Doherty, also 15, of 28 Hunters Point Avenue, Long Island City. They had made up their minds to die rather than go to school. 94. Chapter XX. Melodrama in Chicago. Let us take next the school system of Chicago. Here is a city of 3 million people, with representatives of most of the races and nations and tribes of the world, a great port, a great railroad center, a meat packing and manufacturing and banking center. The owners of these industries contribute the necessary cash, and finance alternately 2 rival political machines. Candidates are chosen who are satisfactory to the invisible government, and with the help of 4 or 5 great capitalist newspapers the candidates are elected. The purpose for which they are elected is to protect big business while it plunders the city. Incidentally, and on the side, the political officials plunder all they can. The city being a strong union center, the school teachers are organized. The grade teachers form the Chicago Teachers Federation, and the business representative of this federation is Margaret Haley, one of those terrible people known as a walking delegate. That is, she goes about among the masters of the city, asserting rights for those who are not supposed to have rights. She is hated and slandered, but continues to clamor for the teachers. For a generation the school board and politicians in chorus with the capitalist newspapers have insisted that the teachers could not be paid a living wage, the city was too poor. Nearly 25 years ago Margaret Haley took up the question of tax dodging by the great corporations, and I shall tell later on how she made 5 of these corporations pay taxes on their franchise valuations. The business representative of the Chicago Teachers Federation lives always in the midst of some tumultuous political issue. She was in the midst of one when I arrived in Chicago, in May, 1922, the city being in the throes of a school graft scandal. The attorney for the school board had just been indicted by the grand jury, and the president of the board and many other members were soon to be indicted. Millions had been wasted, nobody could guess how much. At the same time, the governor of the state was being tried for appropriating melodrama in Chicago. 95. $30,000 of the state's money. The jury acquitted him, and then some members of the jury got jobs from the governor, and were tried in their turn. The day of my arrival it was discovered that the chief clerk of the city jail had stolen $3,600 of the money taken from the prisoners. The Chicago Tribune published an editorial headed, "Is $10 safe anywhere?" The answer to this question is no, and if you ask the reason, it is the Chicago Tribune. Turn to page 270 of the brass check, and read the story of how the Tribune robbed the school children of enormous sums. This paper, and also the Daily News, have their buildings on school land, and they got leases at absurdly low rentals, the leases extending for 99 years, with no provision for revaluation during the entire period. In order to put this job over, the Tribune had got its own attorney appointed on the school board. The affair created a tremendous scandal, and during the administration of Mayor Dunn there were some school board members not under big business control, and these attempted to have the leases declared invalid, whereupon the Tribune and the News started a crusade of slander against the school board and against Mayor Dunn, who appointed the school board. The Tribune calls itself the world's greatest newspaper, and is undoubtedly the most powerful newspaper in the Middle West. The Daily News is the most powerful evening paper, and the two of them, according to William Marion Reedy, rallied to their support all the corrupt and vicious element of the Chicago slums, likewise the forces that could be controlled by the street railways and other public service corporations. They elected a mayor who was their tool, and he, in defiance of law, turned some school board members out of office, and the courts upheld the leases. Here, you see, are two bands of highwaymen, operating under the cloak of patriotism and 100% Americanism, and robbing the school children of Chicago of sums beyond estimate. Every politician and office holder in the city knows that, and follows this high example, and so it comes about that $10 is not safe anywhere in Chicago. The first place to which I went was Margaret Haley's 96 office. She gave me a chair, and started to tell me the news, but the telephone rang. It rang every few minutes during our chat, and I listened, and little by little the scene became unreal. It wasn't a businesswoman's office in Chicago, it was an act from one of those old-fashioned muckraking plays which used to be written by Charles Klein and George Broadhurst and others 20 years or so ago. You couldn't produce such plays in America today, you would be sent to jail for suspicion of criminal syndicalism. In these plays the hero, an upright young politician, or maybe a newspaper man, would be hunting a band of grafters, and tied up in a tangle of plots and counterplots. You would see him in his office, with breathless messengers running in, or at the telephone in swift conversations, giving orders and thwarting the moves of his enemies. I had my notebook and pencil ready, and it occurred to me that you might be interested to hear 2 or 3 minutes of the conversation which goes on in the office of the business representative of the Chicago Teachers Federation, in these days of normalcy and 100% Americanism triumphant. So I wrote a little scene from a play, a regular thrilling melodrama, with plots and counterplots, betrayals and raids and sudden surprises, grafters getting away with their loot and grand jury's representatives bursting in upon them, all the stock stage material. But alas, when I brought it to Margaret Haley to read, I discovered that she had no idea she was dramatic, and didn't like it. Also, the particular bit of melodrama to which I had been witness had never been brought home to her, and her connection with it could not be revealed without pointing to certain very precious sources of information. And so my stage scene had to be cut, and you will have to learn about Chicago school graft from plain narrative prose. The public schools of Chicago still have some land which the grafters have not stolen. There is a tract of 1 square mile on the outskirts of the city, and in 1921 a bill was introduced in the state legislature to authorize the school board to sell it to the grafters. The Teachers Federation protested, and received in reply a letter from Mr. Bither, attorney for the school board, saying that the expenses of holding this land for the schools were such. Melodrama in Chicago 97. That if the teachers insisted upon its being held, they must be prepared to have their salaries cut $500,000. The business representative of the teachers investigated and ascertained that the CGST of holding this land was literally and absolutely nothing. If any money had been paid, it had been paid illegally. So Mr. Bither's proposition came to this: the teachers must stand by and let the grafters rob the schools, or else the teachers themselves would be robbed. Instead of bowing to this threat, the teachers appealed to the public. They demonstrated that the figures presented to the mayor by Mr. Bither, showing the money spent for running the schools and for teachers' salaries, had been juggled. Mr. Bither had overstated the amount paid for teachers' salaries by $868,000 and understated the amount paid for administrative salaries by $314,000. When he had wanted a big appropriation from the legislature, he had presented to this legislature tables showing that the teachers' salaries were very low, but when he had wanted to keep the teachers from getting this money, he had presented to the mayor tables showing that their salaries were higher. All this, of course, led the teachers to go thoroughly into the expenditure of school funds. Reports began to come to the Federation from one source after another. The legislature had appropriated $13 million for the schools, and the school board was spending it in a hurry, so that the businessmen would get it instead of the teachers. School principals were called on the telephone and compelled to order quantities of stuff: office furniture, chairs, desks, moving pictures, telephones, pianos, rugs, phonographs. A pamphlet issued by the Chicago Teachers Federation showed that the rate of increase of appropriations for incidentals in 1921 was 10 times the rate of increase of the total appropriations for teachers' salaries in 1921. Then came the news of strange goings-on among the engineers, the school custodians. It was charged that the vice president of the school board had got increases in salaries for the engineers, and they had generously paid to him the 3 months' back pay included in the measure. The engineers came to the Masonic Temple to pay this money between $75,000 and $125,000. 98. Every man presented the exact amount, and they checked him up carefully. And later on they had a banquet, and presented with fulsome speeches a magnificent silver service. An amusing feature of this story is that the chief of police of Chicago furnished 2 front office men to sit and guard the sums of money which the engineers brought in. You have to take every precaution, in a city where $10 is not safe anywhere. Chapter XXI. Continuous performance. I went away from Chicago in May, and coming back in June, on my way home, I discovered that this Chicago melodrama is a continuous performance. A new act was on, and the business representative of the Chicago Teachers Federation was in the midst of another whirlwind. The city was on the point of getting a new president of the school board, and he was worse than the old one, if such a thing were possible. He was a physician, Dr. John Dill Robertson, formerly head of the Bennett Medical College, which had been exposed in the Journal of the American Medical Association, February 7, 1914. Margaret Haley had had the article reproduced photographically, with its headlines, "High School Credentials for Sale. Illustration of irregular methods by which commercially conducted medical colleges admit students contrary to law." The article told how a student had applied to Dr. Robertson's college, presenting credits for a year and a half of high school work, and the registrar of the college got him a certificate supposed to represent a full 4 years high school course. They got this signed by a county school superintendent in Wisconsin, after the applicant had passed an examination for which the registrar furnished him both the questions and the answers. A copy of this article was mailed to every member of the City Council of Chicago, but Dr. Robertson was confirmed by this body just the same. Meantime the graft revelations continued. I have before me a pamphlet by Judge McKinley, Chief Justice of the Criminal Court of Cook County, detailing the devices by which the fake purchasing companies made their mill. Continuous performance 99. Lions out of the schools. There are pages of details about such concerns, their imaginary offices, Their contracts for every kind of material which could be used in a big city school system. There was a deal for 100,000 tons of coal, without any competitive bidding, another deal of $244,000 for surplus shipping board boilers, these being boilers offered for sale by the shipping board and purchased by a dummy concern, whose head was a former school board member. This man, Fitzgerald, had never had a bank account until the sale took place, and the boilers were bought on the recommendation of Davis, the president of the school board, described as a nice little fellow who did what he was told. Says Judge McKinley. There was the phonograph deal of the Hiawatha Company, headed by State Commerce Commissioner P.H. Moynihan, the 6 skinny cows sent to the parental school, as milk producers for the 300 little truants confined there, the stationery and school supply contracts between the board and Davis nephews, the tearing out of expensive plumbing in school buildings to make work for Metzger Steam Heating and Ventilating Company, the sale of coal in certain districts to the schools by certain firms who made contributions of 50 cents a ton to board officials, the sale of buildings on school property by Bither, the attorney for that board, and the splitting of the rents collected from tenants who continued to live in them for 2 years after they had sold them as additions to the Forestville and Wendell Phillips schools. You will wish to know the outcome of this particular act of the continuous Chicago melodrama. William A. Bither, attorney for the school board, and Edwin S. Davis, president of the board, were tried for conspiracy and acquitted, together with 13 others, including the boss of the gang. Some witnesses had disappeared, others had forgotten what they had sworn to before the grand jury, but most significant of all, this clever board had taken the precaution not to pass rules governing its own procedure, and the court instructed the jury that in the absence of rules, the business manager's rules held good. It was not a crime for board members to sell to their own friends and relatives, nor to sell to companies in which they, the board members, owned stock. It was not a crime to buy supplies without bids. It was not a crime to make bad bargains in purchasing. To have these things proven in court cost the people of Chicago some $200,000 in addition to the millions already wasted. Chicago got a new mayor, who, by political subtlety too intricate to detail, got rid of the old school board, and of Dr. Robertson as president. The last word of the great medical educator was a letter to the new board, explaining the wonderful legacy he was leaving them, in the form of a commission to study the school housing question, and so, when I came back to Chicago in December, 1923, to read the proofs of this book, I found yet another act of the melodrama on, and the business representative of the Chicago Teachers Federation in the midst of another whirlwind. This commission and its big business masters had set out to foist upon the people of Chicago the wonderful new platoon system of schools, as it is now working full blast in Detroit, the very latest wrinkle in Ford factory standardization applied to the minds of children. Needless to say, in a city where $10 is not safe anywhere, the schools are hideously overcrowded. There is a new building program, amounting to $30 million, and this hurts the plutocracy even to think about. So one day, after a school board session, the kept press of Chicago exploded all over the front page with the news that the school board had discussed a wonderful plan to save all that money, and put 500,000 children on half-time, and hire 11,000 new teachers, and get double service out of the schools by running them 9 hours a day, 6 days a week, 12 months a year on the platoon system as it exists in Detroit. The first thing to be got clear about this newspaper story is that it was a simultaneous lie. The school board had not considered any such plan, either at its regular meeting or at any committee meeting. The Chicago Teachers Federation keeps a court stenographer at every session and has a complete transcript of every word that is spoken, this just because of the newspaper's habit of shameless lying. But for some reason not easy to guess, the board members failed to make a formal repudiation of this published false news. The papers went on day after day outlining what the board was about to do, and so it was plain that some power behind the scenes was. Continuous Performance 101. Setting out to force the hand of a new and supposed liberal school board. The Chicago teachers decided to find out for themselves about this new Detroit system and how it is working. They sent a committee of 9 classroom teachers, who did not wait the convenience of superintendents, but went right into classrooms at the opening hour, and spent several days wandering about in the great assembling plants for goslings. They found Detroit teachers in secret revolt against the new system and incidentally much puzzled to learn that it was being boosted in Chicago as a saver of money and building space. The members of the school board in Detroit had been having rows, and calling one another impolite names because of the costliness of the system, and as for space, one Chicago teacher asked, "Why aren't you using the platoon system in this school?" The answer was, "We haven't room enough." If it is not money and not building space, what is it? To quote the report of the Chicago teachers, all special work is outlined, standardized, and supervised from some central authority, so that children derive no benefit from the originality and experience of the individual teacher, or from her knowledge of their particular needs. The teachers know the names of but few children in each group, because of the large numbers with which they deal. Again, if fatigue and inability to give attention are features of modern life, the children are certainly experiencing life. So it appears that this Detroit system is a contrivance to suppress every trace of individuality in school teachers, and make every one of them a phonograph, repeating formulas set before her in print, to prescribe not merely her words but her states of mind, and the attitudes to be acquired by her pupils. One teacher read me the specifications, and said, "It's enough to raise the hair on your head." What is the central authority which now shapes the minds of all the children of all the wage slaves of our great metropolis of automobiles? We shall inquire before long, and find that it is the same interlocking directorate we know so well. And here is their master achievement, how well they know it, how proud they are of it. 102. You may learn from their official statement, written by the man who has the job in charge, Mr. Charles L. Spain, Deputy Superintendent of Schools of Detroit. Says this great educator, during the war the public schools came to be recognized as a powerful agency through which to spread propaganda. It is certain that society will expect more from the schools in this respect than in the past. And he goes on to explain that the platoon system gets the children all ready, and every child in the building can be reached every day. When this new scheme has been set up in all our schools, big and little K, and it won't take them but a few years, it will be possible for Judge Gary or Mr. Morgan to press a button at 9 o'clock in the morning, and by 12 o'clock noon every child of our 23 million will be ready to go out and kill the Sedzi. Chapter SXX 11. They incorporate tax-dodging creatures. It is important to note that a great part of the opposition to graft and propaganda and repression in the Chicago schools has come from classroom teachers. That is the real significance of a struggle which has been going on for many years, over the question of the teachers organizing and being affiliated with labor unions. 8 years ago big business put in as president of the school board a gentleman named Jacob Loeb, who proceeded to enforce a resolution forbidding teachers to belong to unions. 68 teachers were dismissed, of whom 38 were officers or active members of the Chicago Teachers Federation. So this federation was forced to withdraw from affiliation with labor, and is still withdrawn. Mr. Loeb was so satisfactory to the plutocracy that first a Democratic and then a Republican administration appointed him. A Hebrew workers' union was induced to support Mr. Loeb's candidacy by the statement that the Catholic Federation was opposed to it, but at this time Roger Sullivan, the Democratic Catholic boss, was secretly supporting the reappointment of Loeb by Mayor Thompson, the Republican boss. Mayor Thompson, 103, afterwards stated that Mr. Loeb cried in his office and begged for the reappointment. Anyhow, the Chicago teachers fought the Loeb rule, as it was called, and the unions backed them. So the Loeb rule has fallen into disuse, and Chicago is one city in which the teachers run their own affairs. But, of course, the teachers are powerless to clean out the school system. It would be Bolshevism and Sovietism if they were to try. The teachers are mere employees, and the principals and superintendents are their superiors, this in spite of the fact that to be a grade teacher in Chicago you have to have educational qualifications, while the friends of politicians find it easy to pass the examinations for principalships. In a city where $10 is not safe anywhere, most of the attention of the teachers naturally has to be devoted to the getting of a living wage. Throughout this book you will find stories of teachers in revolt over this question, so let me say once for all that the rise in prices which cut the salaries of teachers to less than half, was not confined to Los Angeles and New York, it was a universal condition. The teachers in Chicago showed that between 1897 and 1919, the increase in the cost of living had been 349% or so. In spite of the raises they had won, their salaries had been cut squarely in half. They had lost $1 a day in buying power from their 1,897 salaries. Yet the grafters were fertile in devices to keep the teachers from getting more money. Years ago, under the regime of Superintendent Cooley, they established a fake salary schedule, that is, they had one schedule on paper and another which they actually paid. They would grant increases, and then take them back. They would adopt schedules, and then suspend their operation. They would require examinations for admission to the higher salaries, and then pass but very few, and burn the papers in a great hurry. An investigation by the Teachers Federation showed that only 62 out of a possible 2,600 were getting the maximum salary. They called this scheme the merit system, and it is still in use in many of our schools. The Department of Superintendents of the National Education Association pray a clearinghouse for such bright ideas. 104. Understand, there was $1,000 maximum, and the teachers had been trying for 10 years to get it, in vain. And now somebody worked out a new arrangement. They were to get a raise if they got 5 points of credit in 5 outside courses of study. This was supposed to take 3 years and keep them waiting meantime. But Margaret Haley discovered a loophole, an institute at which the teachers could take 5 courses in 1 year. The board had intended to change that regulation, but the teachers beat them to it. They rushed to the institute and registered for 5 courses at once. The teachers regarded this as a great lark. They swarmed into the place, and studied till late every night. The authorities pretended to be out of application blanks, but the Teachers' Federation had some printed in a hurry. 1,600 teachers thus got in, and this broke the back of Superintendent Cooley's scheme. He had assured the big businessmen of the city that he could hold down the salaries, but now he had a pain in the head and stayed in Europe. When he came back, he was made president of D.C. Heath & Co., one of the big school book publishers. After that the Commercial Club of Chicago made him its educational commissioner, and for 5 years paid him a salary to study the training of wage slaves in Europe, so that he might come back and take charge of the continuation schools of the city. Make note, please, that this gentleman was a past president of the National Education Association. We shall meet these great educators one by one in their home districts, and observe just what their greatness consists in. I have mentioned how Margaret Haley made the corporations pay their school taxes. This happened in 1900. There was a shortage in the school funds, and the Board of Education went so far as to take away from the teachers money which had already been paid to them. The income of the schools was supposed to be derived from taxes, and Margaret Haley discovered that there were no assessments on franchise valuations being levied against corporations in Chicago. They were not even filing schedules, as under the law they were required to do. So the Chicago Teachers Federation set to work to bring mandamus proceedings against 5 public service corporations, and after 3 years of agitation and legal controversy, these 5 corporations paid $600,000 in 1 year, of which nearly half went to the schools. Somebody composed a poem on the subject. Mandamus proceedings were brought by the teachers against the incorporate, tax-dodging creatures. No, no, said the ladies, you cannot flim-flam us. We'll keep up the fighting though every man damn us. After that the big highwayman resolved to put Margaret Haley out of business. The Chicago Tribune came out with a story that she had applied for a $4,000 pension, and it was then discovered that she had for 7 years been collecting 2 salaries, one from the Board of Education and the other from the teachers. The Tribune had told so many lies about the teachers that it thought nothing mattered. But Margaret Haley brought a libel suit, and proved that she had had no salary from the Board of Education and that her salary as business representative of the Teachers' Federation was precisely the same as she would have got as a school teacher. The jury brought in a verdict in Miss Haley's favor, and she collected $500 from the Tribune, and presented it to the Labor Party. By way of countering the Teachers' Federation, the politicians of Chicago have got up the usual fake organization. It is called the Teachers' League, and nobody can find out who belongs to it, or who gives it the authority to speak for the teachers. But it speaks, and the Tribune and other kept newspapers take up its voice and broadcast it. This fake league is used for lobbying in the school board and the state legislature, and more especially for the slandering of union teachers. It appeals to every kind of ignorance and base prejudice, charging that those who run the Teachers' Federation are Bolsheviks, and more terrible yet, that they are atheists. When the Tribune calls you names like this, you cannot punish it. Henry Ford found that out when the Tribune called him an anarchist. You know how much of an anarchist Henry Ford is, and so you can judge how much of a Bolshevik and atheist the leaders of the Chicago Teachers' Federation are. As I write this book, a superintendent and 2 instructors at the Chicago Parental School are suspended, as result of a coroner's probe into the suicide. 106. Of a 15-year-old boy, who hanged himself to escape torture. And I wonder, if I were to call the owners of the Chicago Tribune the murderers of this boy, would anybody sue me for libel? It is time we gave some attention to the fate of the children, in this city where $10 is not safe anywhere. Let me take you to one Chicago high school as portrayed to me 2 years ago. This school gets up entertainments, which take the boys out of the classrooms. Pupils often fail in their classes, because they have been playing in an opera to make money for the school. Money is collected at such entertainments and replaces scholarship as an aim. The school takes part in industrial exhibits, the boys work to prepare these exhibits, and prizes are collected, and the money goes into the general fund. When the state stops giving cash prizes, the school at once stops competing. The school publishes a paper. It is a wretched paper, of poor literary quality. The boosters have charge of it, and it makes money for the fund. A certain teacher in the school has become an artist, and has painted a beautiful picture. It is proposed to purchase this picture for the school, and some of the school funds are to be used for the purpose. The teachers and pupils have been working under heavy pressure to earn this money, but they are not permitted to have anything to say concerning the purpose for which the money shall be expended. Bis. The boys know of such conditions, and so do the teachers. The school is, to use the phrase of one of them, a hell of hate. Poor and foreign-born parents, coming to the school, are insulted and abused. Teachers are scolded before their classes. The teachers take the matter up in a faculty meeting, and the principal is interviewed by a committee from the faculty, and hears a strenuous and detailed discussion of his conduct. The teachers object among other things to having their efficiency judged by their ability to sell tickets. The principal promises to reform, but does not, and finally 30 teachers sign a petition to the superintendent. Before delivering it, they have one more conference with the principal, who admits his faults and then sets out to avenge himself, by demoting 3 of the teachers, and marking down the rating of another from the highest to a very low grade. A woman member of the committee is summoned to a grilling, in the course of which she hears all the other members of the committee berated. A day or 2 later there breaks out into all the newspapers of Chicago a scandal story, and the principal gives an interview hinting that there is one example of radical teaching in the school. It appears that the Association of Commerce had asked that on Armistice Day all the pupils should face the east, and silence should be maintained for 1 minute while everybody thought about the dead in France. But 2 students refused to face the east, and so the News Plus papers called them Bolsheviks. It was intended to implicate this brave woman teacher, although the 2 boys were not her pupils, nor even in her department. The boys were hauled up before the authorities, and questioned as to their Bolshevism. They admitted that they did not believe in war. As to facing the east, that was a Mohammedan custom, and one of them was a Jew, and neither a Mohammedan. I could tell you of another school in which the lunchroom, supposed to be operated at cost, has been used for money making. I could tell you of cases of cruelty to pupils, and the abuse of parents. I could tell you of one of Chicago's few real educators, Principal McAndrew of the Hyde Park High School, who was forced out because he refused to promote the incompetent son of a school board official. I have in my possession a statement signed by 2 Chicago high school boys, reciting how, at the instance of their principal, Mr. Lewis A. Block of the Marshall High School, they agreed to work for the Board of Education. They went to the office of the board at 460 South State Street, and Mr. Bachrook, in whose office they were put to work, agreed to pay them $3 a week to cover their car fare and lunch. On the afternoon of the last day of the week, Mr. Bachrook informed them that suddenly and unexpectedly the Chicago Board of Education's treasury had gone dry, and that the $3 compensation could not be given us. These boys asked me to withhold their names. Another boy states, I have since found that this has been done time and again, and also with the same excuse at hand. These Chicago schools are strenuous for the Americanization of the foreigners, which means despising the foreign children and calling them names. It meant in wartime the activities of spies, boys paid to report what this teacher has said, and that. Also, it means the repression of every kind of liberal activity. During the recent slaughter of the Jews by the Poles, the Jewish people in Chicago were stirred up, and organized a protest parade. Some Jewish children asked to be permitted to attend this parade. They got up a petition, and their request was denied. They argued that they had been allowed to attend all kinds of bankers' parades and association of commerce parades. Why not an anti-pogrom parade? The answer of their principal was that if they went to the parade they would all be fired. Nevertheless, the Jewish children went to the parade, and there were so many of them that they were not fired. The schools of Chicago are a happy hunting ground for every form of reactionary propaganda. The War Department supplies dope for the high school papers, and it is published. The boys hate this military training, but they take it. As one boy explained to his teacher, I've been bullied for 2 years, now it's my turn to bully somebody else. Many years ago Chicago had a great superintendent of schools, Mrs. Ella Flagg Young, and she tried to keep this curse of militarism away from the children. She introduced in courses for every grade a little time to be given to the teaching of peace, but the president of the school board, attorney for the Packers who came to board meetings drunk, cut it out. The bankers come to set up their golden calf in the schools, also the various commercial men who want to use the schools for advertising, putting their dope into the writing books. For example, the bookkeeping classes copy pages of the transactions of Marshall, Field & Co. A recent investigation in the technical schools showed that employers were calling up for high school students, and even specifying their church affiliations. Such employers use the public schools to train their apprentices, and then violate the constitutional rights of citizens. The yellow taxi cab company sends to schools to ask if would-be drivers have union relatives. The Big Babbitts of the Association of Commerce, D. 109. Citing flocks of little Babbitts, arranged for organizing in the schools what they called junior associations of commerce. The boys must be called out of class to listen to lectures by Mr. Sam Insull, monarch of all the gas tanks he surveyed, who made a tour of the schools to tell how he succeeded by never looking at the clock. Another businessman told the kids that labor slacked during the war, and as many of these Chicago kids came from union homes, they resented it. When the grown-up Association of Commerce failed to support appropriations for the schools, the kids at one school got on their dignity and withdrew. Then the Chicago Federation of Labor had a bright thought: why should there not be a junior Federation of Labor in the schools? Why should not labor leaders come to tell the kids how they succeeded by solidarity? A movement for this program was started, and the name Junior Associations of Commerce was changed in a hurry to Civic Industrial Clubs. How badly some labor representation is needed in Chicago schools you may judge from a story told me by a parent, whose little boy asked his teacher, "What is the militia for?" The answer was, "To put down labor strikes." We have now examined the public schools of 3 of our largest cities. We are going to visit a number of other cities, and it will be convenient to begin with San Francisco and cross the continent eastward. San Francisco has a long and picturesque history of graft. Its big business is in the hands of descendants of gamblers and hold-up men, who have run its affairs in that spirit. Everything has been for sale, including the leaders of the exploited working class. The old line union leaders of San Francisco were, and to a great extent still are, agents made use of by businessmen against their business rivals. Some 20 years ago Eugene Schmitz, head of the Musicians Union, led the workers into politics, and was triumphantly elected mayor of the city. Behind the scenes as boss sat Abraham Roof, a lawyer, and these two became almost as important in the world of graft as 110. The heads of traction, water, gas, and electric light companies. In 1906 came the earthquake and fire, and in the resulting confusion fortunes were made. Everything had a tax on it: the privilege of building a streetcar line or the privilege of building a chimney on your home. Every form of vice was included. You may judge the moral tone of this community by the fact that one of the most prominent men in San Francisco society, a regent of the University of California, was shown to have invested trust funds in a French restaurant building, intended to be used for his own profit as a house of assignation, and after this exposure the gentleman stayed on as regent of the university. One courageous newspaper editor, Fremont Older, and one public-spirited rich man, Rudolph Spreckles, undertook the exposure and punishment of these grafters. Francis J. Henney was put to work, and he made up his mind that for the first time in American history the big insiders, and not the little agents, were to pay the price. He went after Patrick Calhoun, president of the street railways, and the result was the most terrific civic convulsion in American history. Of course, all the interlocking directorate rallied to Mr. Calhoun's rescue. They were equally guilty, and must stand or fall by their confederate. While trying the case in court, Henney was shot in the head, but he recovered, and the prosecution was continued. Mr. Calhoun was saved from the penitentiary only by the purchase of the jury which was trying him. In spite of all the efforts of Older and Henney, the outcome was that to which we are accustomed: the little fellows were punished. Abe Roof was sent to the penitentiary, while Schmitz was let off by the appellate court. Fremont Older, realizing that Roof was merely a tool of the real criminals, became sorry for him and tried to obtain his pardon. Nothing was ever said about Roof's returning the plunder he had collected, and he is now living in retirement upon this. Ex-Mayor Schmitz has recently been re-elected one of the supervisors of the city. But he has now learned his lesson, and takes the orders of Herbert Fleischhacker, the banker who now runs both the city and state administrations. If you have read The Goose Step, you have made the acquaintance of Del. Herbert Fleischhacker's brother, Mortimer, who is the Grand Duke of the Board of Regents of our state university, and owns the Hell Fleet of the Pacific, the fishing vessels whose horrors are a legend of the San Francisco waterfront. It is interesting to note that Mortimer Fleischhacker has just appointed a new president of his university, an astronomer named Campbell, whose son is in the bond department of Herbert's bank, and the new president has shown his loyalty to his masters by declaring in a public address that higher education is a privilege and not a right. What has been the fate of the public schools of San Francisco you may judge when I tell you that a trombone player in the Schmitz Orchestra was appointed superintendent of schools of the city, and held that high position for 18 years. Alfred Roncovieri was a union man, representing what was supposed to be a union labor ticket. Nevertheless, the teachers of San Francisco were persecuted for belonging to the American Federation of Teachers. They were ordered to withdraw, and some 200 out of 250 did so. At the same time the schools were open for the propaganda of the bankers and the militarists, and the usual spy system was installed by the business interests. Mr. Roncovieri was an Italian Catholic, and the censorship of textbooks was turned over to his church. Books on history, economics, biology, and science had to be submitted to Father Wood of St. Ignatius College, who, with the help of a Paulist priest, decided whether they were suitable for the children of San Francisco. They rejected one book, Builders of Democracy, but through a mistake 90 copies of it got into the library of one of the high schools. The city had paid for them, but the Catholic censors ordered them out, and out they went. Mr. Roncalvieri conducted very pleasant institutes for the teachers, and was profuse in flowery compliments, telling them that they were the finest teachers in the world. They had been appointed by the grafters, and had tenure for life, and a majority of them were Catholics. He selected lists of speakers, and the Catholic brothers and fathers were prominent thereon. He cultivated his reputation as the best handshaker in San Francisco. Also he saw to it that the incidental music at 112. The Institutes was of the finest quality as an expert trombone player, that was in his line. How good care he took of the schools you may judge from the fact that in one of the largest and most crowded high schools more than 100 windows were found to be broken and not repaired. San Francisco kept on growing, and the schools kept on falling to pieces, and public agitation grew louder and louder. Various public bodies took the matter up, and finally a survey was ordered, and a committee was appointed by the United States Commissioner of Education. This committee visited 106 schools, and made 1,818 visits to classes. They issued an exhaustive report of 649 pages, which you can get from the United States Bureau of Education. They criticized the schools of San Francisco very sternly, and called for a complete reorganization, amendments to the charter, new departments, and other radical changes. Superintendent Roncalvieri, needless to say, took offense at this report, and before the Teachers' Institute he delivered a violent attack upon it. The report was defended by Mr. Adicott, of the Polytechnic High School, and so resulted several years of controversy. Roncalvieri's outpourings were featured in the San Francisco Chronicle, organ of Mike de Young, whom Ambrose Bierce pictured hanging on all the gibbets of the world. See the brass check. In the Chronicle of October 19, 1920, Superintendent Roncalvieri described Mr. Adicott as a clown, an idiot, and fa boob. These highly educational statements were followed by charges on the part of Mr. Gallagher, Catholic President of the Board of Education, to the effect that there was gambling going on at Polytechnic High School. Also it was charged that Mr. Adicott had suspended some pupils, though nobody could explain how the principal of a school was to keep the pupils from gambling if he were not allowed to suspend any of them. It must be especially hard for a principal to keep the pupils from gambling when the principal knows, and all the pupils know, that the big businessmen of the city are doing little else. Not long after that Mr. Adicott committed two major offenses. He gave to the grand jury information concerning the wasting of school funds by the grafters, and he said something in public to the effect that the president of the school board had appeared at a school gathering under the influence of liquor. So Mr. Adicott, after a farcical trial before the Catholic board, was turned out of the school system, and the non-Catholic population of San Francisco proceeded to organize the Public Schools Defense Association. The students of the Polytechnic High School declared a strike, and there was a campaign carried on by means of mass meetings and leaflets, which made the public acquainted with facts which the newspapers had for years refused to print. What these facts were is the next subject for our attention. Once more I am sorry to seem to play the game of the Grand Imperial Kleagles. Nevertheless, it must be stated that two forces have had control of the San Francisco public schools for the past 20 years, first, the big and little business grafters, and second, Archbishop Hanna, who is pledged ex officio to the undermining of the public school system and the building up of the Catholic parochial schools. The Catholic superintendent and the Catholic board had deliberately held down the construction program of the public schools. The money intended for these schools was stolen by the grafters, while building materials were sold at bargain prices or stolen outright for the parochial schools. The very furniture out of the public schools was taken. The Catholic children were sitting on chairs taken from the public schools, while the children in the public schools had to sit on soap boxes. You may find this incredible, but it is a matter of public record. It was proven before the grand jury, and the documents are available for those who care to consult them. Needless to say, not many take that trouble. The newspapers of San Francisco follow the rule of the capitalist press throughout the United States. Attacks on Catholic institutions are barred. Public speakers were forbidden to hold meetings and to lecture on this question, by order of the Chief of Police. Colonel J. Arthur Peterson asked in the office of the Superintendent of Schools for certain 114 records concerning school affairs, and Mr. Ron Coveyori threatened to shoot him. Later on, a mob set upon Colonel Peterson and tried to murder him in broad daylight on the streets of the city. The most curious story is that of the sale of school desks. By order of the school director, Miss Jones, a Catholic, there were sold to the parochial schools nearly 3,000 school desks, at from 15 to 50 cents apiece. They were delivered by the city's trucks to the various parochial schools, and the Catholic fathers and sisters signed receipts for them, and the city's workmen, paid out of the city's money, installed the desks, and cleaned and varnished them, using the city's tools and materials. And 3,000 children of the city were told that there were no accommodations for them in the public schools, but there was plenty of room in the church schools nearby. I send the manuscript of this chapter to my friend, Fremont Older, editor of the San Francisco Call. And he writes me that he has never heard of these incidents. I take this as a curious illustration of the power of the Catholic Church over public opinion. The facts concerning the theft of school furniture, books, and building materials constituted the principal issue in the school election of 1921. I have before me 7 pamphlets of the Public Schools Defense Association, in which the facts are given in minute detail, especially Bulletin No. 2, dated October 10, 1921, and Bulletin No. 3, dated October 20, 1921. The facts were also published and republished in a paper called The Crusader, especially the issues of June, September, and October, 1921. Mr. H. H. Summers was an active worker in the association, and he has sent me transcripts of the sales of school desks, which he personally rechecked from the records of the Board of Education. The president of this board came to the defense of the gang, declaring that the desks had been sold to anyone who might want them. But practically nobody got them except the parochial schools, and nobody knew anything about the sales but these same schools. The city charter provides that all public property which is usable must be sold at public auction, after being advertised for 5 days, a law which was not once complied with over 115. A period of 5 years. The president of the board furthermore argued that the desks were sold in small lots. Concerning that you may judge for yourself, I quote from the records, Father W. H. O'Mahony received 2 lots, a total of 235 desks, voucher 960, dated May 8, 1920, and voucher unnumbered, dated September 27, 1919. Father Peter C. York received 2 lots, a total of 200 desks, vouchers 812, November 26, 1917, and 912, September 22, 1919. Father Sullivan received 200 desks, voucher 610, September 8, 1916. Father Doran received 1 lot of 375 desks, voucher 816, December 2, 1918. This makes a total of 971 desks delivered in 6 lots. In addition to these, more than 2,000 desks went in lots of from 20 to 60 per delivery. So great was the public excitement over these matters that on September 15, 1921, a crowd of 500 women stormed the City Hall. A Mrs. McCarthy declared that children at the Portola and Buena Vista public schools, from which desks had been sold, were having to sit on soap boxes. Another woman declared that her own child was sitting on a soap box. The newspapers reported the incident, but briefly, and without mentioning the dread word Catholic. The grand jury took up all the charges, and conducted very thorough investigations *. Nor was it desks alone. Thousands of sacks of cement, intended for the public schools, were stolen from the Board of Public Works, and other material, wood, steel, etc., was likewise delivered to the parochial schools. Because of the overcrowding in the public schools, the city had built over 500 temporary shacks, costing $1,000 or $2,000 each, and it was estimated that more than half this amount had gone into graft. A school official in the course of his duties sent a cement man to estimate on cement repair work, the price asked. So many people have expressed incredulity concerning these matters that at the risk of repetition I quote one paragraph from the report of the school committee of the grand jury, the chairman of which was Mrs. Samuel Backus, wife of General Backus, former postmaster of San Francisco. Mr. Conkling, storekeeper, testified that school director Miss Sally Jones condemned the furniture and sold the same to private parties and schools, and the same were at once put into service. Miss Sally Jones testified that she had ordered the 116 was $200, the official told him to add $50, and you know what it is for. On another job the man estimated $250, he was told to add $50 for the official, then he was told to add $90 to this. A former storekeeper of the schools received 50 reams of paper, and was asked to sign for 100, because he refused to do this he was discharged from his position. It was shown that the city had furnished its Catholic board president an automobile costing over $5,000. Other members of the board had had homes built at the expense of the city, the material was taken from the Board of Public Works, the employees of this board helped to construct the buildings, and the time was charged to school repairs. Also, this grand jury committee brought out the fact that the laws had been repeatedly broken in the purchase of textbooks for the San Francisco schools. Books had been bought in large quantities in defiance of state provisions, and at prices higher than those permitted. The committee listed a total of 11,161 books which could not be used at all. Among those who appeared before the grand jury was a Catholic member of the school board, Miss Alice Rose Power, who admitted that she had formerly owned 5,000 shares of stock in a textbook company, and had assigned half the stock to the head of the company and the other half to her nephew. She still had a desk in the office of this company, and at the same time, as a member of the school board, had authorized purchases of textbooks from this company. I was told by teachers in San Francisco that there were storerooms full of unused books, which had been purchased at much higher than the authorized prices. Scarcely a teacher who did not report basements and cupboards in his or her school, piled up with books which sale of old desks, etc., and that the same were sold at private sale, and at the same time the department was buying new furniture for the schools, as she would not put old desks or chairs in new schools built by bond money. This is in strict contradiction of the charter. First, the furniture was not useless, and second, it was not sold at public auction. Most of the sales were made at 25 and 50 cents per desk, and replaced by new ones costing from $6 to $10. Could not be used. One teacher told me how, when it was known that this book graft was being looked into, great quantities of books were shipped to another school, and others were given to the pupils to be carried home. I recalled the stories I heard nearly 20 years ago, when I was investigating the glass factories in South Jersey. The state child labor inspector would telephone to a certain factory that he was about to make an inspection, and all the child workers would be gathered up and hidden away in the big passage through which the fresh air was driven to the blast furnaces. Under the law, all these book companies could have been fined and made to take back the books. Also, the bondsmen of the school board members were liable for the amount of the graft. Some citizens hoped that this money might be collected, but their hope was vain. The foreman of the grand jury requested that while the investigation was underway, the Public Schools Defense Association would hold no more public meetings and give no more information to the press. The grand jury likewise gave out nothing, and so gradually the excitement died down. Then, to the dismay of the association, the grand jury adjourned without taking any action, and the members of the association investigated, and discovered that the foreman of the grand jury was a Catholic. The book graft is an ancient and honored one in San Francisco history. If you visit the University of California, you will be shown with pride the magnificent Bancroft Library of old Spanish manuscripts. You are told that this is a memorial to H. Bancroft, the historian of California, and you get the impression that Mr. Bancroft donated it. As a matter of fact, he sold it to the state for $250,000. Also, he sold his books to the schools. His great storehouse of culture, The History of California by Hubert Henry Bancroft, 3 volumes at $5 per volume. It was published by the author, and wide-awake young agents explained to school boards and superintendents that the great work was not yet complete. There was a shrewdly worded clause in the contract, whereby the purchaser agreed to take the succeeding volumes of the series. The school authorities signed this contract by the thousands, and then the Bancroft mills began to grind. 118. The History of California extended to 33 volumes, and then it was continued in the form of histories of Utah, Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, Central America, Alaska. It was like the magic salt mill which made the sea salty. These volumes would appear every 6 months or so. They would be delivered at the schools, and the innocent teachers would take them in and put them on the shelves. Nothing was said about payment, and so nobody worried about it, until finally, after the series was completed, the bills were delivered and there was weeping and gnashing of teeth among school boards of California. Many refused to pay, but Bancroft sued, and got judgments amounting to over $1 million. I am told that there are schools way up in the hills which have a shelf of Bancroft's history as their sole instrument of general culture. After that, the Bancroft concern was a power in the school book business of the state. It got the agencies for many of the big book concerns, and carried the school superintendents in its pocket. Some time ago the people of California got tired of being robbed by book companies, and put through a provision for the manufacture of elementary school textbooks by the state. All over the United States I found the bookmen incensed concerning this California procedure. They would present me with pocketfuls of literature, expensive pamphlets demonstrating the futility and extravagance of the California textbook program. I would listen politely, and accept the literature and ship it home, where it still forms a pile upon my shelves, but I do not need to go into it, because, having investigated the California situation, I know how the political machine is occupied to sabotage the public textbook scheme. The former state printer, Richardson, is now our governor, put in office by the Black Hand to starve the schools and build up the jails. To return to San Francisco, there was an election campaign over the issue of reorganizing the school system, and this became of necessity an anti-Catholic campaign. The Catholics fought vigorously. Some 300 nuns were marched to the polls to cast their votes for the Catholic program, and the Archbishop formally granted them absolution for the crime of taking part in politics. Nevertheless, the awakened people of San Francisco had 119 their way. Mr. Adicott was reinstated, and Superintendent Ron Coveyori and President Gallagher of the school board retired. San Francisco now has a new Board of Education. The president of this board is a department store proprietor and strong Chamber of Commerce man, who admitted that he had completed his scanty education in a parochial school. The Grand Duchess of the board is the mother-in-law of Congressman Kahn, one of our most ardent militarists, and a close friend of the Archbishop's. The rest of the board consists of the sister-in-law of the mayor's secretary, a prominent tobacco merchant, a prominent lumber merchant, a labor official who is employed in a bank at a salary of $150 a week, and who sends his children to the parochial schools, and finally, Miss Alice Rose Power of the Catholic Church. This board has imported a new superintendent from New Orleans, and I find a long article in the Sierra Educational News, state organ of the school machine, telling what a great educator he is. We shall see in due course how greatness is manufactured by these school machines, and for what purpose it is used. We shall see Superintendent Gwynn working with the gang when they stole the National Education Association away from the teachers. Also we shall see him drawing up the patriotism program under which the NEA turned its conscience over to the keeping of the American Legion. It is worth noting that he retains from the days of the trombones his deputy superintendent, who at the last election was caught taking $800 from the Power Trust, for propaganda among the teachers against the public ownership bill. We cross San Francisco Bay to Berkeley, and here is a city of 60,000 people, cut in half by a broad avenue. On the one side live well-to-do commuters, retired Army and Navy officers, capitalists, and university students. And professors, on the other side live shipyard and rail road workers, and servants of the rich. The city, both. 9. 120. The rich part and the poor, is completely dominated by a medieval fortress on a hill, which I have called the University of the Black Hand, and which is officially known as the University of California. It has 11,000 students, a completely entrenched bureaucracy, and a board of regents made up of the worst plutocratic elements in the state. Desiring to show how much he cares for the goose step, the newly elected governor of the Black Hand has just added to the board the greatest enemy of the public welfare in California, Harry Chandler, publisher and owner of the Los Angeles Times. In 1911 the workers of Berkeley took thought of their own interests, and elected a socialist clergyman as their mayor. This, of course, was terrible to the plutocracy, and they waged incessant war upon the socialists, one of their principal agencies being the political science department of their university. You understand that the purpose of political science is to maintain the capitalist state, and what better practice for the students than to hold down the working class of their university town. The head of this department was David P. Barrows, whom I have called the Dean of Imperialism, one of these military figures who make our cause easy by caricaturing his own. I have told the story of his career in the goose step, how he went to Siberia and directed President Wilson's private war on the Russian people, and then came home and clamored for the shooting of all the Bolsheviks in America. On the strength of this program the Black Hand made him president of the university, a position he has just quit, because the Black Hand discovered that it needs, not merely a man who is strong, but one who is not stupid. What do you do when you are dean of imperialism of a state university, and are set to hold down the local populace? You build up a political machine, precisely like Tammany Hall or any other machine. You pick a university representative to become mayor of the town, and you pick another university representative to run the school board. You have your experts draw up the city charter and all the laws and ordinances, so as to make it possible for you to have your way and for the people not to have their way. You summon your fraternities and put them into politics on the side of their fathers. You vote your 121 students en masse in the city, in spite of the fact that they are not legally entitled to vote there. Your fraternity political leader gets $5,000 from the key route, street railways, and when a student exposes this fact on a public platform, you see the student mobbed and beaten. You collect campaign funds from the public service corporations and big business grafters in the usual political fashion, and pay them with the promise that when there are strikes you will use the students of the university to break the strikes, and whenever the occasion arises you carry out this promise. You drive from your university every professor who dares to lift his voice against the regime of the Black Hand. You kick out unceremoniously a student who dares to publish a paper reciting the facts about your activities. Such is political science in an American state university, such are the lessons which the students of the Black Hand learn in Berkeley, and go back to apply in their home cities and towns. You might have the idea that at least a university administration would do something in the way of improving the schools of its city, but if so, you would be as naive as the people of Berkeley have been. The university-controlled system of Berkeley turns out precisely the same products as the New York system dominated by Democratic Tammany Hall, and the Chicago system dominated by the Thompson Republican machine, and the San Francisco system dominated by banker Fleischhacker and Archbishop Hanna, those products being G, F, P, and R graft, favoritism, propaganda and repression. In the year 1913, when the socialists carried their second election and got control of the schools, the school buildings were run down and filthy, with no paint and with vile, unsanitary toilets. Large sums of money had been voted, and nobody could find out where they went. The accounts were purposely confused for the concealment of graft. The school board was made up of political deadbeats and grafters, representing all the business interests, including prostitution and booze. The teachers were browbeaten, the parents were insulted and driven from the schools when they tried to find out what was going on. The pupils were fired because of their own political activities, or the activities of their parents in opposition to the gang. 122. The socialists came into power, and their first demand was for the building up of the school system. They called a bond election, and the interests defeated this. Subsequently the bond issue was carried, and there was a possibility of several $100,000 being spent without consideration for the grafters. This, of course, would never do, so the political science department of the university was called on, and it drew up a plan, which the city council put through, to appoint a special committee to handle this money, a committee of citizens, that is to say, the business grafters of Berkeley, in sufficient number to outvote the socialists. Mrs. Elvina S. Beals was a socialist member of this school board, and also of the next school board, on which she constituted an unhappy minority. She has told me the story of her experiences, and put the documents into my hands. To become a socialist school board member is like stepping into a lion's den, save that there is no wall against which you can back up. The lions are on every side of you. There is nothing you do or attempt to do for the schools in which you do not encounter some business interest trying to make profit out of them. If you tried to obtain a fair price for a building site, you made mortal enemies of some fellow board member, whose relatives were expecting to retire with a life competence from this particular deal. If you insisted upon enforcing the law requiring bids for school furnishings, you made enemies of those board members who had friends among the wholesalers. If you tried to have the board furnish stationery to the high school students at cost, the merchants of your city came in a body to make a protest to the board. You were ruining their business. The secretary of the Chamber of Commerce made an eloquent speech, asking who it was that paid the taxes to support the schools, if not the businessmen. If you tried to establish school cafeterias, so that poor children could get wholesome food at cost, you were ruining the restaurant keepers and the bakers. All these people would combine and form a little local black hand. They would start a scandal bureau and fill the kept press with misrepresentations. They would start a recall campaign against you, and pour out floods of slander upon you, and make you spend a small fortune to defend yourself. 123. And here is the most significant fact: at the very front of this campaign of rascality and falsehood would be the university machine. Here was a school board giving away old houses to real estate men without bids. Here was a coal man on the board giving furniture contracts to a friend, and in every such issue the university vote would be on the side of the grafters. The socialists brought up the question of fire insurance graft. It seemed that whenever the local insurance men got hard up and needed cash, they went and insured a school. They had even insured one building which didn't exist. They had been charging as high as $4 per hundred, but now the socialists demanded bids, and forced the local agents down to $1.60 per hundred, and in one case as low as 60 cents per hundred. The representative of a Pennsylvania company made this bid, and the law required that the city should take the lowest bid. Mrs. Beals urged that the law be obeyed. Against her on the board was an official of the Federal Coal Company, whose president and secretary were at that time in San Quentin Penitentiary, charged with defrauding the government by short weight and getting $1,500 a month salary from the company while in jail. Also a prominent politician, who frequently came to board meetings with so much liquor in him that you could smell it across the table. Also a local political woman, and finally the university professor. Here was a plain issue of whether or not the school board should obey the law, and the university professor of the Black Hand voted to disobey the law. After a whole day's fight, Mrs. Beals forced a reconsideration on this matter. The professor stuck by the gang, but the woman and the coal dealer changed, and so the city of Berkeley was saved $5,000. Then came an old settler trying to sell some property to the board for many times its value. There was mysterious pulling of wires, and it was evident that the board was again going to disobey the law. So the socialists raked up a forgotten statute, to the effect that the board could not buy land without the consent of the people. Under another forgotten statute they called a town meeting, which was most embarrassing to the grafters. The board dropped this proposition, also they dropped Mrs. 124. Beals from the Sites Committee of the board, and put her on the Supplies Committee instead. Thus she saw another side of the system. One of the agents who sold school supplies told her he was glad there was now one school supplies committee in the state of California which did not have its hands held out. The board, following the lead of President Barrows at the university, had made a ruling that the superintendent might dismiss teachers on recommendation from the principal, and without the right to see the board. But Mrs. Beals made it her business to see every teacher who was let out, and also to see those who were newly engaged. Iron fire escapes were desperately needed, and with the help of the fire chief Mrs. Beals got them. Also she got kindergartens in every primary school. Giving her entire time for the munificent salary of $15 a month, she had saved the city of Berkeley $100,000. But now came war and glory. The board members were called upon to sign a resolution to the effect that they would perform any service that Woodrow Wilson might request, and when Mrs. Beals very wisely hesitated at this, the Associated Press flashed her over the United States as disloyal. So the gang came in waving the stars and stripes, and everything is now back where it was. You will find this happening in city after city. America has been made safe for capitalism. Berkeley now has as superintendent an amiable but feeble lecturer pedagogue, who told the California Teachers Association that the teachers and the public should get together in prayer meeting. He went on to explain what he meant by the public, naming the Chamber of Commerce, the Rotarians, the Kiwanis, and not a single labor body. The overhead expenses of the schools have increased 5 times, but they have put out all the Montessori work, because they cannot afford it. In charge of the spending of the money is a board made up as follows: a coal and wood dealer, a dry goods merchant of the Rotary Club and Chamber of Commerce type, the wife of an attorney, a political woman affiliated with the oil interests and the Barrows machine, and a professor of the agricultural department of the university. How aggressively the Black Hand is at work you may judge from the fact that the children of Berkeley were required to answer a questionnaire, disguised as a social survey. Among 50 questions were such as these: how does your father spend his spare time? What does he do Sundays? What books does your mother read? The child was assured that all this would be confidential, but he was not permitted to take the questions home to his parents. The trolley cars take us a few miles south to the city of Oakland, where we find a still larger population of shipyard workers, longshoremen, and factory hands, having ideas of their own, and therefore having to be taken in charge by the Black Hand. The situation in Oakland is of especial importance, for the reason that the school superintendent of the Black Hand in the city is one of the big chiefs of the National Education Association. Fred M. Hunter was the 1921 president of the association, and at the convention where he was chosen the gang put through a reorganization, whereby it was made forever certain that the classroom teachers of America shall remain impotent in their own organization, while their opinions are voiced for them and their money is spent for them by the bosses of the educational Tammany Hall. I wish you to understand that when I speak of the NEA as an educational Tammany Hall, I am not slinging language, but giving a precise description of a sociological phenomenon. The NEA is run by a political gang, and the bosses in it are exactly the same kind of people, functioning in exactly the same way as the ward leaders of Tammany. Fred M. Hunter is one of these ward leaders, and he uses the schools of Oakland, in no sense for the benefit of the city or its people, but solely for the building up of the NEA machine, and of his power in this machine. As you read the story, therefore, bear this wider aspect of the matter in mind. The city of Oakland, with its 250,000 people mostly workers, contributes the sum of $18,000 a day for the education of its children, and this sum is used by a school politician to reward his friends and pun. 126. Ish his enemies. Incidentally, of course, this ward leader sees to it that our education, both local and national, remains plutocratic, just as the ward leaders of Tammany see to it that the traction crowd and the other big exploiters are protected. The city of Oakland voted $5 million for new schools, and Mr. Hunter explained publicly his idea that the proper people to handle these bonds were the businessmen, therefore he appointed a special committee known as the Bond Expenditure Committee. This committee proceeded to appoint a prominent politician as land agent, to handle the buying of sites, at a salary of $300 a month. The opposition members of the school board objected to this program, and forced the resignation of the Bond Expenditure Committee, whereupon, Mr. Hunter caused to be printed in the Oakland Tribune, kept newspaper of the gang, an interview proclaiming to the citizens that the school system was about to be disrupted. You will appreciate the humor of this when you are told that during the previous year the schools had to be closed for 2 weeks because of the wasting of school money, but at the same time the board had increased Mr. Hunter's salary to $10,000 per year. It has since been raised to $11,000, and is about to be raised again. When the school board, in the effort to keep the schools open, tried to take control of the business department from Mr. Hunter, he caused the big businessmen of Oakland to come before the board and protest, and one of these men stated that he didn't think it was so bad for the city to lose 2 weeks of school, a small matter of $180,000 as it would be to injure the prestige of so big a man as Mr. Hunter. Not merely must the money put up by the Oakland taxpayers be sacrificed to Mr. Hunter's prestige, but also the teaching in the Oakland schools must be sacrificed to the same end. Mr. Hunter promotes teachers who serve his political ambitions, and this without relation to their ability. The convention at which the National Education Association was reorganized was held in Salt Lake City in 1920, and Mr. Hunter's right-hand man in putting this through was J. Fred Anderson, president of 127. The Utah Educational Association. He delivered the votes of the Utah teachers, and immediately was made principal of one of Oakland's large high schools, with salary and allowances amounting to $4,390 per year. Also there is Miss Elizabeth Arlett, who, while supposed to be teaching the school children of Oakland, was touring the United States, shortly before the convention, in the interest of Mr. Hunter's candidacy for the presidency of the NEA. Miss Arlett was promoted to be principal of a high school in Oakland, and I am told that many teachers in Oakland have heard her boast that she can have anything she wants in the Oakland school system. On the other hand, there have been some teachers who have failed to carry out Mr. Hunter's will, just as there are some labor leaders who will not sell out their union, but persist in representing the workers. Mr. Hunter wished to put his own henchman in the position of president of the Oakland Teachers Association. Here, please understand, were the teachers of the city, supposed to be electing the head of their own professional organization, but they were not permitted to cast their ballot secretly, they had to vote in the presence of the principal, and they got their orders for whom to vote. One young woman teacher failed to vote according to orders, and she was so persecuted in her school that she felt compelled to resign. You might think that would have ended the matter, but if so, you don't know the methods of the gang. This teacher applied for a position as secretary to a corporation, and was promised the position, but when she went to begin her work she was told by the manager that Mr. Hunter had reported her as having been disloyal, consequently this corporation could not employ her. And if you think that an unusual kind of thing, let me mention that only yesterday I was talking with a school teacher in Los Angeles, who told me about a friend of hers who had fought the gang, and then had left Los Angeles to seek a position elsewhere. 4 years afterwards she lost every position she held, because the gang ferreted her out and wrote letters about her to her new school employers. There has just been a new school election in Oakland. In preparation for it, Mr. Hunter had got his henchmen in all the Babbitt societies of the city: the Rotarians, the Kiwanis, the Lions, the Ad Clubs, the High 12, the Knights of the Round Table. and a few days before the election he took 8 boys out of high school, without the permission or knowledge of their parents, and set them to distributing election cards in boats and trains. His ticket won, and so he now has everything his own way. The old board had persisted in keeping in office a chief of construction who was finishing the new school buildings. This man had required the contractors to live up to the specifications, and had thereby incurred the furious enmity of the grafters and also, of course, of Mr. Hunter. The grafting contractors put up large sums of money to pay for the election of the new board, and the first action of Mr. Hunter when the new board came in was to recommend the discharge and force the resignation of the too honest chief of construction. In resigning, this official filed specific charges of fraud against the contractors, and Mr. Hunter's school board majority utterly ignored the communication. It was left to the Civic Club, an independent organization, to force an investigation, which has shown substitution of inferior materials, meaning tens of thousands of dollars stolen from the people of the city. Some new buildings have been condemned as unsafe, and the work ordered done over. And note, please, that Hunter is on the building committee, and had full knowledge of what his gang was doing. The presidents of the various women's clubs of Oakland unite in a statement: "We are told of fire hazards, faulty roof construction, and other grave dangers menacing the lives of our children. And yet we are told that no crime has been committed. I entreat you to remember these things when, later on in this book, you are reading about Hunter of Oakland, and his career of glory at the annual conventions of the National Education Association. You will not need to be told that a black hand such as this rules firmly the thinking of the people of Oakland. How they do it was narrated at a meeting of the Better America Federation at the Oakland Hotel, where Mr. Levinson, manager of the biggest department store, stated that the police under his direction had undertaken to crush street speaking, and had crushed it. Also the school de 129. Department under Fred M. Hunter was put to work, and the Honorable Leslie M. Shaw, author of Vanishing Landmarks, was brought to Oakland, and all the teachers in the school system were compelled by official order to listen while he denounced the referendum and woman's suffrage. Then came Woodworth Clum, of the Better America Federation, to tell the high school children that a proposition to amend the Constitution of the United States is akin to treason. The Black Hand shipped up from Los Angeles 11,000 copies of Clum's pamphlet, America is Calling, the substance being that America is calling her school children to mob their fellow students with whose opinions they do not agree. The Black Hand gave them a practical demonstration of this program by mobbing the editor of the Oakland Free Press, who was too freely exposing graft. It was proposed to distribute Mr. Clum's pamphlet to every pupil in the high schools, but the Central Labor Council made a protest to the State Board of Education, and the state superintendent, acting by vote of the board, forbade the distribution. Here comes an interesting test of the Black Hand. The thing they are in business to protect is law and order. Their one purpose in getting the school children into their military classes is that the children may learn discipline and subordination to authority. Now the state superintendent of education is the superior of the Oakland superintendent, and under the law it was his right and his duty to forbid the distribution of propaganda in the schools. In issuing his order to Hunter, he was acting by vote of the state board, and what did Hunter do about it? Why, he went ahead and distributed the pamphlets, and the Better America Federation proclaimed him a hero throughout the state. Every once in a while a hero like this arises, first Ole Hanson of Seattle, then Cal Coolidge of Massachusetts, then President Atwood of Clark University, who leaped into the limelight upon the face of Scott Nearing. I invite you once more not to forget Fred M. Hunter, Oakland's superintendent of schools. There is a strong movement underway to establish a new cabinet position, a Secretary of Education, and Hunter has his eye on this goal, and is bending every effort toward it. How beautifully he would fit in the cabinet of Cal Coolidge, strike-breaking hero of 130. Massachusetts. What a demonstration of national unity from Boston Bay to San Francisco Bay, one country, one flag, and one goose step. Black Hands across the continent. Chapter XXVII. We move north to Portland, which is the harbor of the lumber country, a relatively old city with an aristocracy of merchant princes, like Baltimore or Boston. 10 years ago Oregon had a strong progressive movement, it was the pioneer in direct legislation. Today the old guard rules, and Portland is in the grip of a black hand which imports its ideas direct from Los Angeles. Curiously enough, they had a strike of the longshoremen and seamen, at the same time as Los Angeles, and here also the IWW attacked the very basis of American civic life by closing up the bootlegging dives and dumping the liquor into the gutters. The insurrection was put down by the same methods as in Los Angeles, the throwing of hundreds of men into jail and holding them incommunicado without warrant or charge. A number of Portland's old and ineffably haughty families got their wealth by stealing the school lands which the government had given to the people of the state. Now other families are on the way to becoming haughty upon the basis of real estate manipulations of the school board, and the sale of school supplies at double prices. The boss of the Oregon political machine is Mr. A. L. Mills, president of the First National Bank. For the past 10 years he has kept a political agent to run the state legislature. The machine sent down to Los Angeles for copies of Woodworth's Clum's pamphlet, America is Calling, for distribution in Oregon, and from these dragon's teeth resulted a whole crop of legislative vermin: a bill requiring every school teacher to take an oath of loyalty, a bill forbidding aliens to teach in the schools, a bill barring any teacher who either publicly or privately engages in destructive or undermining criticism of our government, a bill requiring the teaching of the Constitution in all public and private schools, meaning, of course, the teaching of the Constitution as a bulwark of special privilege. 131. As the directing staff of the public schools of Portland, Mr. Mills has selected a group of educators about whom I have yet to hear anything good. To call them uneducated educators would not tell you much, so come with me and make the acquaintance of Mr. D. A. Grout, superintendent of schools for 250,000 people. Mr. Grout is clammy and cold in his personal dealings, but in literary composition and oratory he expands and reveals himself. He takes a parental attitude towards his teachers, gathering them in large assemblies to instruct and inspire them. He composes verses, and has the teachers learn and recite these verses before him. He tells them stories with moral lessons, and then prints the stories in the official school bulletin. One of these stories had to do with the philosophy of an old Negro, who was accustomed to say on all occasions, "Make the most of life today, 'cause you don't know what may come along tomorrow." A group of teachers declared to me that in telling the story Mr. Grout repeated this formula 8 times, but I suspect these teachers of inaccuracy because, as Mr. Grout publishes the story in the school bulletin, September 6, 1919, he repeats it only 3 times, and then varies it for another 3 times as follows: "Make the most of life today, 'cause we do know what may come along tomorrow." 2 or 3 years ago Mr. Grout went east to attend a convention of the National Education Association. His expenses were paid by the city. He has done considerable traveling at the city's expense, $4,995.08 in the past 3 years. Superintendents do this traveling upon the theory that they will meet other great educators and bring home new ideas and inspirations. "We do get so tired," said one of Mr. Grout's flock, in telling me about it. "We do so crave a little bit of enthusiasm, something to make us think it's worthwhile to go on with the old, dead routine." Portland's great educator comes home from his 6,000-mile trip, and the 1,200 teachers of the city are summoned to a general assembly to receive the new ideas and inspiration. The proceedings are opened with music. There is a supervisor of singing, who stands upon the platform, with the bulk of the men teachers on. 132. The ground floor, and the bulk of the women up in the gallery. The men are directed to sing, "Soft o'er the fountain, lingering falls the southern moon." They do not sing loud enough, and the music supervisor jumps up and shouts, "Sing until you break the chandeliers." After which it is the women's turn. They answer, "Nita, Juanita, ask thy soul if we should part." The men sing another verse, and the women answer. The sarcastic young lady teachers who told me about this performance described it as the Romeo and Juliet stunt. Next they sing, in the gloaming, "Oh, my darling," in the same Romeo and Juliet fashion. I have before me the school bulletin for 2 successive years, which provides the texts of these chandelier-breaking melodies, also, just a song at twilight, when the lights are low, and Max Wilton's braes are bonny, where early falls the dew. Now Mr. Grout rises, and a hushed silence falls upon the 1,200 men and women teachers. The time for new ideas and inspirations has come. Mr. Grout has brought a really new idea. Poetry is to be taught to the children, and he opens a normal school right there and then, to teach the teachers how to teach it. His method is to repeat one line of the poem, and then have the 1,200 teachers recite this after him, then he repeats another line of the poem, and the teachers recite that, then he repeats the 2 lines together, and the teachers recite the 2, then he goes on to the next 2 lines, and so on, until all the 1,200 teachers are able to recite the entire poem correctly. Such is the newest pedagogic discovery, for which the people of Portland were paying a salary of $625 per month, plus a car allowance of $50 per month, plus a traveling allowance of $138.61 per month. It depends upon the poem, you may say. So I give you the poem which Mr. Grout thus taught to the 1,200 assembled teachers of Portland. Lest you find it incredible, I specify that when the teachers recited it to me, I also found it incredible. I made 2 or 3 of them recite it in turn, so as to make sure they really knew it. Later on, I made them send me a copy of the school bulletin, in which the poem was printed for the benefit. 133. Of any of the 1,200 who might have forgotten it. Here it is, word for word, and punctuation mark for punctuation mark. There was a crooked man who walked a crooked mile. But I, when I go walking, don't walk in crooked style. I keep my chin and stomach in, and hold my chest up higher, and step along so straight and strong, and never, never tire. You can imagine the silence which prevailed in the auditorium after this course in poetry. Could it be that some faint uneasiness penetrated the mind of the Portland superintendent of schools? Apparently it did, for he now told the assembled 1,200 teachers that he had a story to teach them. There were some teachers who were dissatisfied with the school system, and were accustomed more or less surreptitiously to criticize it. For the benefit of such teachers, Mr. Grout mentioned that once upon a time he had owned a dog, and this dog had acquired the habit of running out on the highway and barking at everybody and everything that went by. Once a big automobile had come along, and the dog had rushed out at that, and afterwards the dog had been buried at the foot of a big tree, and had made excellent fertilizer for the tree. The fate of this dog was one for all teachers to bear in mind and apply the moral in their lives. After which the 1,200 teachers joined in singing. Believe me, if all those endearing young charms, which I gaze on so fondly today, and the assembly was adjourned. I was solemnly assured by 5 teachers at once, that at the assembly of the following year Mr. Grout started out to ascertain if the teachers still remembered the poem which he had taught them, but one of the board members seated on the platform burst out laughing, and brought the poetical proceedings to an end. The board member thought it was funny, and maybe you think it is funny, but I don't. I think it one more proof of the deliberate conspiracy which the masters of our plutocratic empire have hatched, to keep the American people at the mental age. 134. Of 8. The schools are now conducted upon the basis of keeping the pupils at that age, and of course the safest way to do this is to keep the teachers at the same age, and likewise the principals, and the supervisors and the superintendents. But it may be that I do an injustice to the mentality of Portland's high-priced educators. It may be that they are not so naive as they appear, and really know what they are doing to earn their keep. The teachers have a pension fund, to which all have to belong. The amount of the fund is over $350,000, and some school officials are ex officio members of the board of directors of this fund. The board loaned the sum of $6,500 to a firm of lawyers, and there was a rumor that one school official had got the use of this money. One of the teachers came upon a newspaper clipping, telling how an official in the Philippines had been sent to jail for taking money from a fund of whose board he was a member. This clipping was mailed anonymously to the school official, and immediately afterwards the firm of lawyers began to pay up that $6,500. At one time it was reported that the fund was on the rocks, and the teachers were going to lose all their money. Maybe it really was in danger, and again, maybe somebody wanted to throw it into the hands of a receiver, so that the politicians could get it. Big business of course wants the teachers to take out insurance with private companies. To this end the Portland Oregonian, organ of the Black Hand, cited 17 cases of the bankruptcy of teachers' pension funds. One incident from the administration of the previous superintendent, just to show you what happens to school teachers in the days of progressive politics. The teachers' organizations worked out plans for certain changes in the school system, which changes were calculated to cause inconvenience to the superintendent. The teachers went out on the streets, they went to the restaurants at night, and to the marketplaces, and got the necessary 30,000 signatures to petitions. This is the thing called direct legislation, you understand. This is what the Honorable Leslie M. Shaw, and the Dishonorable Harry Atwood and Woodworth Clum describe as treason to the Republic. The teachers gathered in the Super 185 Intendant's office with their signatures. They took them to the office of a lawyer who was a friend of the superintendent, and locked them in his safe. After supper they found that the door of the building had been unlocked, the office door had been unlocked, the safe had been unlocked, and the petitions were gone. The politicians had made off with the 30,000 signatures, and no more was heard of that treasonable referendum. Chapter XXVIII. The inventor of 5 sciences. The school situation in Portland assumes to some extent the aspect of a sex war. The women teachers do the work and the men bosses get the salaries. After a long campaign the taxpayers voted money to raise the teachers' salaries, but some of the teachers got no increase, and others got only $50 a year, and others $100 a year, while the principals got $400. Even when the teachers got the increase, they didn't always get the money. Some of them told me their misadventures, trying to get this money, but when I wrote out the stories, they got scared somebody might recognize them. So you don't get the stories, any more than the teachers got the salaries. I am free to mention, however, that teachers' salaries are delayed for 1 week, and in the meantime the money lies in somebody's bank. That may seem a small matter, until you figure that the interest on $2 million for 1 week amounts to $3,000 a year, a sum worth anybody's taking. The women teachers complain also of male parasites, who do little work, but draw high salaries. Many of the supervisors draw an extra salary from the state university, and seldom come to the schools. The teachers until recently had to go to them and pay to be taught. There is a drawing supervisor drawing pay in the state university. There is another supervisor who is paid $2,900 a year, who also teaches in the state university, and whom you may see smoking every afternoon in a hotel lobby. Teachers assure me that he has not visited some schools in 3 years. 10. 136. There is the usual graft in the purchase of supplies, and the usual inability of the teachers to get supplies. When they make public complaint about this, they read items in the Oregonian to the effect that the reason there is no money for school supplies is that it all goes for teachers' salaries. Hardly ever is the problem of school funds discussed, that this little sneer does not emerge. Some teachers became indignant, and started to investigate the expenditure of school money. The principal of their school became interested, and took the investigation off their hands, and discovered so much that he was made an assistant superintendent to keep him quiet. 3 other men were promoted to be principals, as a result of this little affair. They have taken out cooking, sewing, and manual training from the 6th grade in the elementary schools. Last year they threatened to take out more subjects because they are so poor. but they are not too poor to pay $813.61 per month for the teaching of poetry at the assemblies. They have in Portland a system whereby the teachers are supposed to have something to do with the selecting of textbooks. There was a sort of book election, at which the teachers were to indicate their choice. Swarms of bookmen descended upon the city, and were charming to the teachers. Then the ballot boxes were taken secretly to the courthouse, where they were kept all night open. Ginn and Company got 4 of the principal books, and the agent laughed and said he hadn't had to work very hard. Having heard about Portland's banker boss, Mr. Mills, you will not be surprised to learn that the Portland schools are active in the interest of commercialism. In the last few weeks the bankers have been giving lectures every week, the Navy got its day, and then the Oregonian with a spelling bee. As a means of teaching big business in the schools, they introduced what they called the business science normal. There were 2 meetings a week for 3 weeks, and each meeting was repeated twice, so that all the teachers might attend. At the suggestion of the superintendent, invitation cards were sent in bulk to the principals, and by them distributed to the teachers. The schools were closed early, so that every teacher might be on hand. In addition to lectures, there were 137 printed articles about business, 12 issues of Business Philosophy, the official organ of the Business Science Society, and a year's council privilege with the educational director of the society. Here was a wizard without peer in all the realms of mammon, as you learned from a circular got out by the Portland Chamber of Commerce, which described him as known wherever the English language is spoken as one of the world's greatest business scientists. He is the author of 5 sciences dealing with human relationships. Did you ever hear anything so wonderful? A man who created 5 new sciences, all out of one head and in one lifetime. I wonder how many Newton created. While I was in Portland, this wide-awake Chamber of Commerce had taken up propaganda for a World's Fair to celebrate the discovery of the Northwest. Of course they thought first of the school children. Let the children write compositions upon the desirability of this World's Fair. The Chamber of Commerce would supply the arguments, and the children would copy out maxims, and take them home to their parents, and so the people would be induced to pay the cost of the fair out of public taxes. Also, the city has a Rose Festival every year, the purpose being to exhibit advertising floats of the various stores. The children are supposedly not required to appear in this parade, but schools which neglect their duty are considered disloyal. The children spend 2 or 3 weeks being drilled, and of course lose that time from study. They have to stand round in the streets all day, there are no toilets available, and some of the children became seriously ill. I talked with a group of high school teachers. At the Washington High School they have a junior chamber of commerce. One of the teachers asked me to imagine a junior Central Labor Council, but my imagination was not equal to this flight. Some of the teachers had wanted to discuss a teachers' union, but the principal of the school forbade it. Finding it impossible to keep the high school students from sometimes hearing of modern ideas, the businessmen abolished outright the departments of economics and sociology. The students signed a petition for the restoration of these courses, a group of 30 of them. 138. Went to interview Superintendent Grout and take him this petition, and he insulted them, informing them that the Portland schools were not being run on petitions of the pupils. This school was forbidden to debate the Plum Plan, and also to debate socialism. The teachers have been forbidden to allow any discussion of the creation, of evolution, of the Hebrews in history, and of the birth of Christ. The Portland forbidders, resolving to make a clean sweep, also forbade the New Republic and the survey. A committee of teachers went to protest in the matter of the survey, and were told that this magazine was one-sided in its treatment of capital. They were advised to content themselves with such publications as the Outlook, the Independent, and the Literary Digest. They pointed out that it might be possible to regard these magazines as one-sided in their treatment of labor, but no answer to this argument was returned. At the Washington High School the students, with the help of the history department, gave an entertainment for the benefit of the school library. They earned $300, but they were not permitted to select their own books. The list had to be passed by the superintendent's office. Also, the pupils are forbidden to invite outside speakers. I assume that this school is named after George Washington, so I recommend an inscription to be carved across the front of the building, some words taken from the letters of the father of his country, as follows. Government is not reason, it is not eloquence, it is force. Like fire, it is a dangerous servant and a fearful master, never for a moment should it be left to irresponsible action. That government is a fearful master has been thoroughly proven to the teachers of Portland. The White Terror has raged in the schools, and has taken all the ugly forms of spying and treachery and brutality. The first teacher I talked with told me how she had seen a shadow on a window curtain, and had discovered the superintendent listening outside her classroom window. The second teacher I talked with had discovered the second assistant superintendent hiding in a cloakroom watching the teachers. Of course, all the agents of the Black Hand were training their children to bring tales home. 139. From the schoolroom. The Portland Oregonian exploded in a furious editorial, revealing that a teacher had actually defended the survey. Another teacher had maintained that the socialists who had been elected to the assembly in New York State had a right to demand their seats. That Charles E. Hughes agreed with this school teacher made no difference to the editor of the Oregonian. During wartime, when everybody was selling Liberty bonds, a rumor spread that the librarian of the public library refused to buy. She was grilled by the city commission, and said, "I have been doing my work as librarian and minding my own affairs. But if you question me, and insist upon a reply, why then I inform you that I'm a pacifist." One commissioner's answer was, "Would you want a German to ravish you? You remember how they used to settle the anti-slavery question in the old days, would you want a Negro to marry your sister?" Of course the librarian went out, and her persecutor was elected to the school board. This ultra-patriotic official was a wholesale druggist, and I had a friend who, in the early days of the war, was talking with an employee in this establishment, and was told that they had two clerks at work all day marking up prices. The employee said this in all innocence, he was proud of being part of such a busy and thriving institution. The druggist hero was a 4-minute man, whose especial enemy was German literature and history. He did not rest until he had rooted Goethe from the Portland schools. This reminds me of our adventure here in Pasadena, where our patriots discovered the psychology of the unconscious, by Jung. This great authority happens to be a Swiss. But he has a German name, and moreover, he was rumored obscene, so out he went from our public library. There are Catholics in Portland, and they work for their faith, they get on the school board, and then there are anti-Catholic campaigns, and they get off again. But one member, thus put off, laughed to a friend of mine, saying that he didn't mind, he had accomplished his purpose, he had sold the Archbishop's property to the city. Now Oregon has passed a bill requiring all children to attend public schools. The Catholics are testing this in the 140 courts, and meantime 3 public school buildings have been mysteriously burned down. Not long ago there was a Catholic chairman of the school board, a prominent judge and politician. The alarming discovery was made that there was a teacher of manual training in one of the high schools who was a socialist and believer in evolution. He was brought to trial, and Professor Rebeck of the State University took the stand, and testified that it was quite the common custom among scientific men to believe in evolution. The chairman of the school board interrupted in rage. "That's an exploded standpoint, and we won't have it here." The trial lasted for a week, and was a grand farce comedy. But, of course, like all these Black Hand trials, its end was predetermined, and the teacher was fired. I asked a large group of teachers what had become of the youngsters, under this regime of 100% capitalism. Their testimony was unanimous upon the point that the schools are retrograding and that the children are not learning as they should. Home study has become a lost art. In the first place, the children have no room to study at home. In the second place, they go to the movies. Their parents permit them the freedom of the streets at night, and what can a teacher do, when she herself is condemned by official decree to be a mere phonograph. It wouldn't be so bad, said one teacher, if the phonograph had interesting records. But you can imagine what kind of lessons he picks out. She had used this word he several times in our talk, and finally I asked, who is he? There came a chorus from several at once. When we say he, we always mean Mr. Grout. Since this was written, he has been re-engaged for a term of 3 years. Chapter XXIX. We continue north to Seattle, another metropolis of fur and cedar. Here organized labor has been active, the city came near having a socialist mayor, and the struggle of big business to keep its grip on the schools has been intense. The State University, located in Seattle, is safe in the hands of the gang, with a president by the name of Subalo, who acquired his finish at Columbia University, and has made himself a little miniature Nicholas Miraculous. Last spring he appeared before the legislature, and explained why he was worth $18,000 a year to the state. He had effected many economies, and when pressed to cite these, he stated that he had kept the professors from getting salary increases, and had reduced the standard salary for incoming instructors. The poor college slaves are strictly forbidden to take part in politics, which means that they dare not resent such incidents. For 21 years the public schools of Seattle have been under the control of a feudal lord of finance, by the melodramatic name of Ebenezer Shorrock. He was born under the flag of Queen Victoria, and acts as if he had been born under George III. A teacher asked for an advance in salary, and gave the excuse that he was paying for a piano. "A piano," cried banker Shorrock. "What business has a man in your position buying a piano?" To another teacher he made the statement that no man who has any self-respect would work for the salary the teachers are paid. Yet, in all his 21 years he has never voted for an increase to the teachers, and in June, 1922, he voted a decrease. In the arguments over this action he used his inside knowledge as head of a bank to attack his teacher slaves. He knew about their accounts, and many of them had saved money. We are told that these bankers are the proper persons to guard school finances, so let it be noted that banker Shorrock has so run the schools into debt to the banks that now they are paying more than $500,000 every year in interest. On his board this mighty plutocrat has a surgeon to the rich, who was asked by a labor leader to permit the nation, the new republic, and the freemen to be used in high school civics classes. "Well," said Dr. Sharples, "I cannot answer this question, as I am unacquainted with the journals you mention." This from a professional man, presuming to direct education for 1/3 of people. But even that is not the limit in Seattle. Another board member up to 1923 was a Stone and Webster engineer. 142. Who murdered the English of banker Shorrock's queen. Somebody said that a cut in wages would lower the morale of the teaching force. "That moral stuff don't go with me," declared engineer Santmeyer. "I know lots of them girls, and there ain't anything wrong with their morals." It is interesting to note that this engineer was also connected with the Pacific Coast Coal Company, from which the school board purchased most of its coal. Another board member who retired along with him was Mr. Taylor, Northwestern representative of a big school book publishing house. He gave a written pledge that he would oppose any attempt to reduce the teachers' salaries. He signed this pledge on April 19, 1922, and on June 10, 1923, he seconded banker Shorrock's motion to make a heavy cut in the teachers' salaries. Mr. Santmeyer also joined in this vote against the teachers, and when his victims protested, he got cross, and addressing a meeting of the school engineers, declared, "I just want one more crack at them damn teachers." The Friends of Education in the state of Washington brought before the voters in 1922 a tax equalization measure, whose purpose was to compel the big corporations, and especially the lumber interests, to pay their proper share of school taxes. Against this measure all the organizations of the Black Hand lined up: the Seattle Chamber of Commerce, the Central Committee of the Republican Party, the reactionary governor, the Seattle Board of Education, the Kept newspapers, the State University, the Weyerhaeuser lumber interests, the president of Whitman College, to which the Weyerhaeusers had just contributed $75,000, and finally the state superintendent of education, Mrs. Josephine C. Preston. Remember this lady, because when we come to study the National Education Association, we shall find her as its president, occupying the throne of power at the Salt Lake City Convention of 1920, where the gang turned out the teachers from control. I have shown in Los Angeles, and will show in many other cities, how the Black Hand bars politics from the schools. Here in Seattle, the Board of Education offered a classic demonstration of what this means. Some of the teachers in the high schools presumed to have class discussions in which both sides of the Equalization Amendment 143 were heard. At 5 o'clock on the afternoon of Friday, October 27, 1922, the School Board of Seattle passed a resolution absolutely forbidding teachers to engage in any kind of political propaganda in the schools, or to post on the bulletin boards any notices except those pertaining strictly to school business. 18 hours later, at 11 o'clock on Saturday morning, October 28, Dr. Sharples of the board, Mr. Santmeyer of the board, and also the secretary of the board, appeared before a meeting of school janitors, engineers, and custodians, in a school building, and there spoke in opposition to the Equalization Amendment. The secretary of the board traveled to other parts of the state to oppose this amendment, and he spoke at meetings during business hours, that is, during the time he was being paid by the people of Seattle to do his work as school board secretary. Another incident, to give you an idea what it means to be a teacher in Seattle. Early in 1923, 8 or 10 high school teachers received notice from the superintendent that their names were being withheld for reappointment, until the board could complete an investigation concerning a teachers' meeting which had been held the previous summer, at which a resolution had been adopted condemning the board for cutting the teachers' salaries. The teachers who received this written notice tried to find out what it was all about, and they learned that the Board of Education had in its possession an unsigned typewritten document, purporting to be a resolution adopted by the teachers and transmitted to the Central Labor Council. But the teachers had held no such meeting and adopted no such resolution. The Secretary of the Central Labor Council declared that no such communication had ever been received from the teachers, and when the teachers tried to get a copy of the alleged resolution from the board, they were told that all the copies had been lost. Under its own regulations, the board was barred from considering documents with typewritten signatures, nevertheless, they took 2 weeks to consider this lost document, and finally gave the teachers their jobs, but without apology for the false accusation. We shall find it worthwhile to glance at school conditions throughout the state. The Washington farmers and fruit ranchers, picked to the bone by the railroads and the 144 banks, have their nonpartisan league and their farmer labor party, and are trying to get their schools. Mr. J.T. Sullivan, a teacher at Clayborough, with a 12-year record, ventured to run for county superintendent on the farmer labor ticket. Reports were circulated that the platform of this party consisted of 3 planks: nationalization of all property, compulsory free love, and the destruction of all churches. The county superintendent, that is, Mr. Sullivan's political opponent, declared that Mr. Sullivan would either give up his political activities or have his teacher's license revoked, and Mrs. Josephine C. Preston, the state superintendent, refused him a license to teach in another county, because he could not get the endorsement of this same county superintendent. Mr. William Buch, master of the Washington Progressive Grange, a rebel organization, gave me the names of 2 young women teachers in Lewis County, who were asked if they were members of the Nonpartisan League, and when they answered yes, they were told that they were fired. Mr. Buch's own daughter applied for a position as teacher, and her credentials were judged satisfactory, but her name was suspicious. She was asked if she was any relative of William Buch, and when she answered that she was his daughter, the director replied, "Well, you can go to hell." Mr. Buch added that there were graveyards of radical teachers all over his county, and one of the other men in the party spoke up, saying that he had 6 personal friends who had lost their teaching positions because of their political opinions. Everywhere throughout the state the book agents are in active control, working hand in glove with the politicians. I was shown one school primer, for which the Washington schools were paying 60 cents, and the same book was sold by the same company in Tennessee for 22 cents. Many school districts in the state were close to bankruptcy because of the theft of their school lands by the big lumber companies. In all these lumber districts the companies put their own men on the school boards and run education. In the town of Centralia the boss of the schools, as well as of the town, is F. B. Hubbard, a millman, former president of the Employers Association, who incited the Legion men to raid an IWW hall and hang the inmates with ropes. The Legion. 145 men had the ropes in their hands, and the door half battered down, when the IWWS opened fire, and Hubbard's own nephew was one of those killed. The Associated Press sent out a dispatch stating that the IWWS had opened fire in cold blood on the Armistice Day parade of the Legion, and it will take a generation to unteach this monstrous lie to the American people. Thus the great madam conducts for her big business masters the adult education classes of our schools. Beginning our journey east, we find ourselves in Spokane, where we shall not mind stopping, because the lumber barons and kings of silver and lead have built themselves a sumptuous hotel. Once within its portals, we may think we are among the plutocracy of New York or Paris or London. The first thing we do is to buy a paper from the newsstand, and learn that the lumber barons and kings of silver and lead have been equally lavish to their children, providing them with high-power motor cars, which they are driving recklessly about the city to the great distress of the police who, of course, could not arrest the sons and daughters of royalty. It appears that these youngsters, instead of studying their high school lessons, have been studying the movies. They are going off on joy rides, spending the night at roadhouses, and the judge of the juvenile court has taken the matter up, and charges that school probation officers, seeking information about these youthful escapades, have been unable to get it from high school teachers, because the city superintendent of schools has intimidated the teachers. So we are not surprised to learn that the invisible government of Spokane is the Employers Association, backed by the Washington Water Power Corporation, and that the head of the city school board is a grain speculator, prominent in anti-labor campaigns, also that they have their full quota of textbook scandals, and a campaign to introduce the teaching of the Bible in the schools purely as literature, of course, also, that they discovered a high school teacher to be a Unitarian and believer in evolution, and he was reported to the superintendent as an atheist, also, that the teachers at the high school do not dare attend a lecture course given by the local Unitarian clergyman. You might think you were in Portland, hearing a teacher remark, whenever they want to reduce our salaries, they cast slurs at us in the newspapers for weeks. You might think you were in Los Angeles, when you hear how the business organizers endeavored to set the school children to writing essays on reactionary themes, and how a little group of kickers in the city offered a prize for the best essay on Woodrow Wilson's The New Freedom. At this time Woodrow Wilson was robed in the majesty of office, so the proposition put the school board in something of a quandary. They turned the matter over to a committee, which solemnly resolved, The New Freedom is not a book by Woodrow Wilson, but a series of extracts from campaign speeches, highly partisan in character. So the proposition was turned down. Chapter 2X. We continue our journey, and enter the domain of the Copper Kings. In the Goose Step I have portrayed the state of Montana as entirely swallowed by a monstrous reptile known as the anaconda, and I have shown what this reptile has done to the universities of the state. Let us now have a glimpse of Butte, which is a mountain of copper with office buildings and miners' shacks on top. We shall find here a situation resembling Berkeley, that is to say, the workers have been making desperate efforts to control the education of their own children, but without success. The copper interests, in their efforts to control Montana, have stopped at no atrocity and no crime. They have broken strikes with the utmost brutality, and when the people of Butte succeeded in electing their own political administration, the Black Hand used its control of the state machine to turn the city administration out. In the same way, they have been willing to wreck the schools by every device of slander and corruption. It is hard indeed to find honest public officials in a community where the rewards of treason are so high, and the penalties of public service so heavy. The result has been that the schools of Butte have served as a football of rowdy gangs. The early stages of Montana history consisted of civil and political war between the Anaconda and its rival, F. Augustus Heinze. In those days public officials and political parties commanded fancy prices, but these good times came to an end in 1906, when the Anaconda bought out its rival, and took control of a state as big as Germany, most of its minerals, 90% of its water power, and 100% of its politics. Butte at that time had an honest school superintendent by the name of Young, and because the Anaconda crowd could not use him, they began war upon him. 3 years later they kicked him out, and he died of a broken heart. They put in the crookedest schoolman in the Northwest, a gentleman who had two interests which absorbed his attention: breeding fancy dogs, and training brutal football players. Montana football tactics became a scandal throughout the country, and teaching standards fell so low that other cities refused to accept credits from Butte. In 1911 came a radical wave, and a socialist clergyman, Louis J. Duncan, was swept into office as mayor. The first thing the socialist administration attempted was to clean up the red light district, and this brought them into conflict with two of the Anaconda's political bullies on the city's detective force. The pair were put on trial, one for blackmailing a prostitute, and the other for soliciting a bribe, and were convicted. They swore vengeance, and immediately afterwards one of the most efficient teachers in the Butte High School, who had been active in war upon the grafters, was summoned before the school superintendent and notified that she would not get her yearly reappointment. They keep their teachers in Butte upon a string, having no tenure, and never knowing if they are to be re-engaged. This lady was told that her work was not satisfactory, but the superintendent gave no specifications, and refused to discuss the fact that the principal OK'd the teacher's work. As a result of this development, a teachers' union was organized in Butte, and immediately the 3 officers of the union were let out without cause. The fact that the superintendent had given one of these teachers a fulsome recommendation only 1 month previously did not count at all. The president of this union, a Harvard postgraduate, was blacklisted, and kept from any teaching position in Montana. In the meantime, 148. Mayor Duncan, who had been re-elected, was kicked out of office by the Black Hand. The socialists had never been able to elect more than 3 of the 7 school board members. In the 1916 campaign, the Anaconda crowd made the open boast that they had controlled the schools for 25 years, and would continue to control them. They elected their ticket, and proceeded upon a campaign to clean out the radicals, dismissing without charges 24 of the most efficient and intelligent teachers. There was a roar of protest from the city. A prominent society woman, friendly to the teachers, made the statement at a mass meeting that it was the program to discharge every teacher who had attended the study classes conducted by the Reverend Louis J. Duncan for 9 years prior to his election as mayor. This lady's husband happened to be cashier of the First National Bank, and at the next meeting of the directors of the bank this cashier lost his position. The school board took to meeting in secret and refusing admission to the angry public. Nevertheless, the people succeeded in having their way, to the extent that the teachers were reinstated and the superintendent retired. Then came the World War, and that made things easy for the grafters. Since then there has been in Butte the same situation that we found in San Francisco. The Catholic schools are flourishing, while the public schools are deprived both of their money and their brains. A couple of years ago, through misuse of funds, the school treasury was so low that the schools were about to be closed 2 weeks in advance of the regular time. As a consequence of the Anaconda's control of the state government, the mining companies pay taxes only on their net profits, and when they close down, as they did for a whole year, there are no net profits and no taxes. At the last moment the banks agreed to lend the money to keep the schools going. Big business could not quite afford to have the news go out to the world that the richest hill in the world was unable to afford schools. In connection with this problem of mining company taxation in Montana, you may read in the Goose Step how Professor Louis Levine was kicked out of the state university for writing a treatise on this subject. The working people of Butte are still struggling to have something to say about their schools, but their struggles are now blind and helpless, because the war has put the socialist movement out of business, and without the idealism and training of the socialists the labor movement falls prey to bribery and intrigue. There are now several so-called labor representatives on the Butte School Board, and having read the story of a labor administration in San Francisco, you will be prepared for what is happening here. The Anaconda has not the least objection to its henchmen calling themselves labor men provided only they will vote for the Anaconda. Big business today has its representatives in all labor unions, and the Black Hand sees no harm in petty graft and a flourishing red light district, provided that taxes are kept down and dividends not interfered with. On this labor board in Butte are a couple of loudmouthed demagogues, whose main concern is to get patronage for relatives and friends. One of them has had his brother made utility man for the board, and his sister a teacher in the high school, somewhat to the concern of the city, because this lady is decidedly unusual in her mind, and 2 other members of the family are under restraint. Mr. O.G. Wood, until recently clerk of this board, writes me. Professional etiquette forbids doctors and lawyers from buying space in the newspapers for advertising purposes, but they are not opposed to columns of fake write-up about the sacrifice they are making to serve the public while serving on the school board, in which to my certain knowledge they take no interest whatever except to get some relative elected to the position of janitor or utility man. The school board will wrangle for weeks over some janitor getting a job, and never pay the slightest attention to the great question of educating the child. The Anaconda Copper Mining Company has been controlling the members of the school board for years, so as to divert the purchasing of supplies into their particular stores. This corporation has bribed members of the school board and has offered money to some of them to get them to resign, in order to have their men appointed by the county superintendent, who has the appointing of members to fill vacancies. My experience as an instructor in the public schools, and my 2 years in an executive position handling about $1 million a year, have led me to the conclusion that there is no public institution in the United States run with more waste and with less regard for the truth than the public school system of the United States. The waste of money is appalling. I close this story with an illustration of where the 150 money goes. One of the great mining kings of Montana is W.A. Clark, who bought himself into the United States Senate, and was kicked out again because it was proven that his agents had dropped $1,000 bills over the transoms of the hotel rooms of state legislators. Senator Clark had to get this money back somehow, so he sold the city of Butte a site for the high school, at a cost of $75,000. But there is no high school on this site, for the reason that the children would have to go through the red light district to reach the school, and one mother publicly declared that she would burn this school down rather than have the children attend it. After this you will be prepared to learn that ex-Senator Clark's newspaper, the Butte Daily Miner, forever proclaims the sacredness of the schools. One more illustration of the intense concern of the copper interests for education. You will suspect me of making up this story, because it sounds like a piece of symbolism. It might come straight from a play by Ibsen or Charles Rann Kennedy. The Anaconda discovered a vein of copper immediately underneath the Jefferson School, and has been occupied for several years in undermining the school. Now the walls of the building have begun to crack, but needless to say, the taxpayers are not getting compensation for the ruin of a school building. Nothing has been done about it, because this is an East Side school, where only the children of miners attend. When the building collapses, the Anaconda will head the relief list by a subscription of $100. Butte now has a new superintendent, who comes from Columbia University, and writes me that he was appointed as an educator and not as a politician. He tells me that neither he nor the school board would attempt to control outside activities of teachers, and that they are perfectly free to join a union if they wish. I trust they will not fail to act upon this information, and I wish Superintendent Douglas good luck in keeping out of Butte politics. Chapter XXXI. While we are in this mountain country, let us see what is going on throughout the state. The financial agents of the Anaconda, known as the Montana Bankers Association, passed a resolution to take charge of the schools, and Mr. W. J. Hanna, who lives at Big Timber, and is a member of the County High School Board, also for a dozen years chairman of a rural school board, wrote to their educational committee to ask what they meant by this. In reply they informed him that they intended to appoint teachers, select textbooks, and deliver lectures, and thereby inculcate respect for the money changers of Montana. Within 2 years after this action, 3 presidents of banks in Mr. Hanna's county were appointed as members of the high school board. Says Mr. Hanna, not a man among the 3 possesses any education whatever, nor have they ever evinced any interest whatever in the work of the public schools except, as he goes on to explain, to carry on propaganda on behalf of bankers. The high school library has been kept without any of the standard works on history, economics, sociology, and ethics, which have any tendency toward democracy in industry or even in politics. None of these ignorant banker board members could possibly have found out for themselves what books to exclude from the library. They must have got from some central organization suggestions causing them to keep from the shelves such historical writings as Draper, Lecky, Buckle and White. They crowd the pupils with manual training, domestic science, and commercial courses, and discovering that basketball might be used to divert the minds of the whole community from interest in politics and social reform, they become ardent friends of school athletics. The Nonpartisan League was trying to organize the farmers of Montana, and, says Mr. Hanna, it is only a year since a mob of high school students, with the full knowledge and tacit approval of this board of banker trustees, broke into a peaceful assemblage of farmers which was being held in 11. Tour. The county courthouse. They tried to break up the meeting, but did not succeed, and subsequent efforts to have them disciplined were thwarted by these banker trustees. Mr. Hanna continues. What the bankers are now doing to our own high school in a limited way, they are also doing throughout the state in a much more general and effective way. Their educational program is in full operation. For 2 or more years they have demanded and secured prominent speaking places at every meeting of schoolmen that is held in the state. Their voice is now heard wherever the subject of education is publicly discussed. Moreover, I read in the public press almost every day of addresses delivered by bankers to high school assemblies, and it is plain to see that it is merely a campaign of propaganda designed for the one purpose of misleading the children concerning the real nature of our banking system. I have had occasion to argue with big businessmen concerning this control of school funds by bankers. They never can see anything wrong with it. Who is there that should handle money, if not bankers? But I come upon a little item in the Intermountain Educator, official organ of the Montana State Teachers Association, March, 1923. The Hardin State Bank at Hardin, Mont, has closed its doors. 8 school districts in the county have a total of $74,380.85 in the bank. The heaviest loser is Hardin number 17H, which has $23,222.63 in the closed bank, and, besides, has been compelled to cut to the quick to operate this year. There are now hard times in Montana, and in his 1922 report the Superintendent of Public Instruction tells of the retrenchments and sacrifices which have been necessary to keep the schools going. In hundreds of districts last year all expenses but teachers' salaries were eliminated, the parents even donating the fuel and hauling. The teachers caught the spirit of sacrifice, and scores of them gave their services from 1 to several weeks in order that the children would not be deprived of any more school than necessary. In this report appears a photograph of a mother who drove a team 23 miles a day in order to get her 3 children to school, and brought with her 2 younger children whom she could not leave at home. She came 40 miles to a teachers' meeting, so that she might get suggestions as to how to help these children at home. The report tells. The Lirt E. Anacondas 153. Also of an 8th grade boy walking 16 miles, and of 5 families who dug holes in a hillside near Broadus, and lived there during the school season in order that their children might get instruction. I am dealing in this book with big business, but you will understand that in this lair of the gigantic anaconda, there are many little snakes hoping someday to become anacondas, and diligently swallowing all they can. In the report of the state superintendent I find several pages of details about the plundering of the district schools by local businessmen, every kind of graft you could imagine. $60 a month for transportation to bring the child of one trustee a mile and a half to school, a $30 pearl necklace for a teacher, trustees and clerks paying themselves all kinds of money on school contracts in violation of law, another trustee who hired his brother-in-law as principal for $200 a month, his wife as teacher at $100 a month, and his daughter at $95, and the following year raised the principal's salary to $300, and the wife to $150. Under such economic conditions it is inevitable that teachers should be terrorized. Here, as in Washington, there are graveyards of radical teachers scattered everywhere. Certificates are continually refused to teachers who refuse to take policy, and on the other hand the state normal college is freely distributing credits to teachers who carry on propaganda for the Black Hand. The teachers have been completely deprived of control of their own organization. At the Montana State Teachers Association Convention of 1922, the gang put through strong resolutions against every kind of political liberalism, and the superintendent of schools of Lewistown, who was chairman of the resolutions committee, denounced the suggestion that there should be a referendum to give the rank and file of the teachers the right to vote on any question. I have a letter from another Montana school official, who tells me of 4 different cases in which he heard prominent educators and lecturers admit the intolerable nature of present conditions in the state, but always ending with the anxious statement, "Of course, you understand that I am not a radical, and have no sympathy with." 154. Radicalism. At the summer school of 1921, at Lewistown, Montana, a professor of economics, being asked some questions about the brass check, took occasion to tell the students of the vast wealth which Upton Sinclair had accumulated out of his credulous followers. Just where this professor got his information I do not know, but any time he wishes he can have the $15,000 worth of debts which I still have left from selling the brass check below cost. This same professor discussed a student at the Fergus County High School at Lewistown, who had come with the financial help of the school, but had proved himself unworthy and ungrateful. He had not changed any of the radical ideas which he had brought from his nonpartisan league home. I cite these anecdotes just to show you the atmosphere which prevails in the classrooms of the kept educators of the Anaconda. We move on to Colorado, where we have not only copper kings, but coal and iron and oil and gold and silver kings, half a dozen dynasties dividing an empire. It would take a large volume to tell the corruption of government in the state of Colorado and the city of Denver. I have given a sketch of it in the Goose Step. Suffice it here to say, there is no invisible government in this community. The offices and privileges are sold on a curb market. As for education, only taxpayers have a right to vote for school bonds, the banks control the handling of the money, and their politicians spend it. For a generation the active institution in control was the First National Bank, whose educational agent began his career in Denver as Fudge Summers, clerk of the police department. He specialized in the stealing of school elections. He would have a bunch of money at each election, and workers awaiting him with their hands out. As the gang would say, "There ain't no easier money." The school elections were entirely unguarded. There was no registration, and the ballot boxes would be carried to the East Denver High School, and there fixed. 155. According to orders. Fudge was a Democrat, but at times when his party became progressive, he took his influence and his talents to the Republicans. He grew respectable, and is now the Honorable Elmer S. Summers, oil magnate, good roads promoter, prominent in the Rotary Club, a society man rich enough to have his own hooch parties. Under such conditions the citizens are helpless. For the most part they do not trouble to vote. Now and then they protest, and are taught their place. I talked with a member of a committee which entered objection to the waste of school funds, and threatened to nominate a citizen's ticket. The answer of the boss was, "You put up your board, and I'll take my bag of money, and we'll see how far you get. Next to Mr. First National Bank Keeley, the most active agent of the plutocracy in controlling the Denver schools was Mr. Great Western Sugar Company Maury. Mr. Maury was the sugar trust in our national capital, one of the most notorious of the war profiteers. He built himself a magnificent palace in Denver, facing the lofty Mt. Evans, and with the whole of Cheeseman Park for a backyard. Then he died, and Denver has the Maury Junior High School, just as other cities have Washington schools and Lincoln schools and Jefferson schools. We may assume that Mr. Maury dwells happily in a celestial palace, because as a far-seeing businessman he provided for his spiritual welfare, being a pillar of the exclusive St. John's Episcopal Cathedral. Once more the firm of God, Mammon, and Company, and note how the schools are taken in as junior partners. For 20 years Denver had a most efficient school superintendent, a former president of the National Education Association by the name of Gove. I call him efficient, meaning that he served his masters, by keeping out of the system all revolutionary and dangerous new ideas, such as kindergartens, manual training, and directed play. The progressive women's clubs waged war upon him, and at the end of the 20 years succeeded in getting rid of him. And where do you think he went? Why, he became confidential lobbyist for the Great Western Sugar Company in our national capital. A congressional investigating committee raided some offices and 156 got hold of the letters of his employers, and it was disclosed that Gove had been interviewing congressmen in their home districts. He had been instructed not to name his employers, and not to itemize his expense accounts. The president of the Denver School Board is a young aristocrat by the name of Hallett, whose qualification for spending the money of the schools was described to me by one of his friends. He never earned $1 in his life. His father was a millionaire federal judge, whose tyrannies and fearful temper made his name one of terror to labor unions and would-be reformers in Colorado. Young Mr. Hallett also is a socially prominent vestryman of the exclusive St. John's Cathedral, and he helped to import the very expensive Dean Brown from the effete East. Mr. Hallett was in a delicate position. He was both vestryman of the cathedral and president of the school board, and the cathedral owned 26 lots which it wanted to sell to the city as a school site. It must have been hard for Mr. Hallett to make up his mind where his duty lay, but apparently he decided that all eternity meant more to him than his term as president of the school board. His vestry sold the lots to his school board for $100,000, which was 2 or 3 times what they were worth. In May, 1923, Mr. Hallett came up for re-election, together with Mr. Taylor, 74-year-old vestryman of the cathedral, who serves the mining kings as an engineer, and Mr. Schenck, 73 years old, a former storekeeper at coal mines for Mr. Rockefeller's Colorado Fuel and Iron Company. The other board members are a lumber dealer, 67 years old, a nice old lady of 70, and an able-bodied contractor, active in politics. There was an opposition ticket put up by the Liberals, and a second put up by Labor, and a third put up by the Denver Post. In order that you may appreciate this story, I explain that the Post is a wealthy and powerful newspaper, which began in the old shirt-sleeve days, when newspapers in mining camps lived by blackmail. The Post has seen no reason for mending either its morals or its manners. Its 2 proprietors, Tamman and Bonfils, are former gamblers and saloon keepers, whom I have told about in the brass check. Tamman, a frank and delightful personality, tells at Chamber of Commerce meetings how he would toss $1 in the air, and if it stuck to the ceiling it belonged to the boss, and if it came down again it belonged to him. The Chamber of Commerce whoops with delight at this anecdote. The Post now broke loose against President Lucius Hallett and his board. For a month or two the murders, highway robberies, and sexual scandals of Colorado were shoved off the front page, and the red headlines of the paper were given up to the crimes of the school board. The Post charged that the board members had permitted corrupt deals with members of the real estate exchange and the Chamber of Commerce, and that the taxpayers had been robbed of great sums through shady land purchases. It went into details concerning the favoritism of the school authorities for the American Book Company. It showed also how the school board was favoring the children of the rich, and published pictures of the luxurious high schools in the rich neighborhoods and the overcrowded old fire traps in the slum districts. It charged that the school board was maintaining the worst political machine in Denver's history. The teachers were in fear for their jobs, the principals were political henchmen, and propaganda literature for the school board was distributed among the children to be taken to their homes. A Denver edition of the Goslings in serial form. Why this sudden concern of the Post for the welfare of the schools? I do not know that. But I know that President Hallett published the statement that the cause of the attack was the school board's refusal to make a contract with a coal company owned by the Post. I know also that the Post did not deny this charge of Mr. Hallett's, or refer to it. An intimate friend of Mr. Tammons has asked me to meet him when next I am in Denver, then I shall ask him about it, and I have no doubt he will live up to his reputation as a good sport. Every now and then the Post has entered into campaigns against the stealing of city franchises, and when Tammons' friends have asked him why so much fuss, he has answered with his cheerful laugh, because we didn't get in on the graft. 158. Election day came and passed, and Mr. Hallett and his friends were declared re-elected. The grand jury took up the charges of the Post concerning real estate graft, and it was shown that one prominent realtor, or a dummy of his firm, had bought a parcel of land for several $1,000s, and a few days later sold it to the school board for so many more thousands that it was considered dishonest even in Denver. Another realtor, recently a member of the city council, had bought land and sold it to the board for twice the price and had charged a commission at both ends besides. He had used dummies, an office boy, also his own son, and on this technicality the courts let him off. You will form an idea of the state of Colorado culture when I tell you that I consulted the Denver telephone directory, and found listed therein approximately 450 of these realtors, and to balance this, bookstores to the number of 16. In the face of such obstacles, a few devoted souls labor to save the children of the city. The schools have been shockingly overcrowded with classes in cookrooms, in hallways, in basements, in rooms without light or air. And, of course, the school board has made to the teachers the usual explanations why the city could not pay them a living wage. The high school teachers called a mass meeting, intending to affiliate with labor, whereupon the school authorities rushed to head them off by bringing in a famous orator of the National Education Association, and then by granting the raise in wages. When the president of the Denver Labor College asked for the right to use schoolrooms for classes, the board with 7 representatives of business and not one of labor turned him down in horror. If they allowed a working-class school, they would have to allow a capitalist school. Let the labor college allow the board to appoint the instructors, and then they might consider the matter. "Won't you walk into my parlor?" said the spider to the fly. For 10 years the progressives have pleaded with the school board to permit school buildings to be used by the citizens for public meetings, but in vain. As I write, they are winning a long struggle to have some attention paid to the health of the school children. The interests denounce this as Bolshevism, though just why it is Bolshevism to take care of the children's bodies, when it is not Bolshevism to take care of their minds, is not explained. There is one devoted friend of the children in Denver, Judge Lindsay of the Juvenile Court. All over the United States he has spoken to great gatherings in the schools, but not in Denver. He tells me that he hopes to get back this fall. If so, it will be the first time in 10 years that he has spoken in a Denver school. The officials have told him quite frankly that business would not permit it. So we see the same thing that we saw in Los Angeles and Spokane. The children, being deprived of the joys and excitements of the intellectual life, follow the example of their elders and go wild. If I had the power to gather all the parents of America for 1 hour, and make them listen to whatever I chose, I think I should put them in the private chambers of Judge Lindsay. I had the pleasure of spending several days with him. I thought I knew something about what is going on among the school children, but I was staggered when I heard Lindsay's story. I am going to tell it, but later on, for the reason that these conditions are not peculiar to Denver, they are a problem of the entire country. After we have satisfied ourselves what plutocratic education is, we shall want to know what it has done to our children, and how our grandchildren are to be saved. Chapter XXXIII. The Domain of King Coal. Back in the days of President Buchanan, the American Congress set aside large tracts of federal land, to be devoted forever after to the support of schools, and these lands have ever since been the favorite pasturage of big business. In state after state I found highly cultured members of old ruling families interested in education and living upon fortunes made by the theft of school lands. In Maine and Wisconsin and Oregon these lands were stolen for the timber, in Minnesota for the iron ore, in Michigan for the copper, in Oklahoma and Texas for *. In December, as I am reading the proofs of this book, Mrs. Lindsay writes me that he has not yet spoken, and she knows of no prospect. 160. The oil, in Indiana and Illinois and Colorado for the coal. The story of the Colorado school lands is told in a little pamphlet, The Looters, by George A. Connell, Cedar Edge, Colorado. The sections set aside were numbers 16 and 36 of all government townships, and according to data available, the schools of Colorado own about 6 billion tons of coal. Instead of working these mines for the benefit of the schools, the state of Colorado turns the land over to the coal companies for a royalty of 10 cents per ton of coal mined. The schools have to have coal themselves, and they purchase it from these same coal companies. It costs the companies, to mine this coal and deliver it to the schools, $5.80 per ton, while the price which the schools pay for it is $10.50 per ton. The coal companies therefore make $4.70 per ton, and this after paying the 10 cents royalty to the schools. In the year 1920 there were mined almost 1 million tons of coal from the state school lands. The schools got for this a net profit of a little over $85,000, while the coal gang made a net profit of nearly $4.5 million. In other words, the coal companies made in 1 year from the coal more than the schools will make in 50 years. Under the present method of doing business, the schools and the people of Colorado will surrender to the coal corporations for the coal taken from the school lands a total net profit of $27 billion. Let us follow this coal money. Under the law a part of it has been turned into a permanent school fund, which now totals $10 million. And where does this money go? Why, to the banks, of course, and what do the banks pay for it? They pay 3% interest, and at the same time the various school districts are borrowing money, and have to pay 5.5% on their bonds. The difference between these two items means $250,000, which the schools of Colorado are donating to the bankers every year. That pleases the bankers, and they use their control over the educators of Colorado to keep the people from knowing about the graft. In September 1920, there was a contest arranged between two district schools, and an $18 ball was put up as a prize for the school which could give the best answers to 24 questions. The principals of both schools accepted the terms of the contest, and the county superintendent agreed to assist. The questions were to be published in the local newspaper, the Surface Creek Champion. The editor said he would take them under advisement, but he never published them. The Republican county committeeman was called into the advisement. The county superintendent, who was up for re-election, was also called in, and this lady made a hurried trip to the two towns and called off the contest. And would you like to know why? Well, one of the 24 questions read this way: how much of the permanent school fund is loaned to the banks, and how much is on deposit? The county superintendent had sent this question to the state superintendent, and a letter came back, signed by both the state superintendent and the deputy: I cannot answer this question. I could not get any information along this line. The question was presented to various educators throughout the state, and they admitted that they did not dare to touch it. The question was presented to the editor of the Rocky Mountain News, the great organ of the plutocracy of Denver, and the editor not only refused to print anything about it, but stated that any man that stirred up such things is a Bolsheviki and an undesirable citizen. In 1914 there was a great strike of the Colorado coal miners, which led to a civil war, not merely at the mines, but also in front of 26 Broadway, New York, the offices of Mr. John D. Rockefeller, Jr., and also at Tarrytown, where the Rockefellers, father and son, have their palatial estates. This civil war was of concern to the Colorado schools, because they paid all the cost of it. The coal company gang in the state legislature put through a bill, taking $500,000 from the school funds of the state, to pay the cost of breaking a strike for Mr. Rockefeller. The radicals carried on a campaign for a year or two over this issue, and as a result of the publicity 1/5 of the amount was paid back to the schools. In the East Side High School of Denver there were 2 teachers who made so bold as to talk about these matters, and also to concern themselves with the civil rights. 162. Of minors. Of the 6 demands of the strikers, 5 were for the enforcement of the laws of the state, and a uphill in one of the high school classes asked Miss Ellen A. Kennan whether this was true. An embarrassing moment for a teacher with sons and daughters of coal operators in the class. Miss Kennan answered the question truthfully, and forthwith the president of the Colorado Fuel and Iron Company, Mr. Rockefeller's concern, which was breaking the strike, came to the school to demand an explanation. Miss Kennan was one of the prize teachers of the Denver school system, a Greek and Latin scholar and a prominent lecturer at women's clubs. She had been in the system for 17 years. Her friend, Gertrude Nave, had been in for 7 years, and during the strike had the difficult experience of teaching the son of General Chase, the combination dentist and militia officer who was setting aside the Constitution in the coal country and supervising the Ludlow massacre. Miss Nave also answered her pupils' questions truthfully, and so the general and his employers made up their minds to get these 2 ladies out of the schools. It took them 4 years to do it, and they had to increase the number of school board members, packing it with their henchmen. Even so, it was only the war that gave them their chance. They drew up an oath for the teachers to take, pledging loyalty to the Constitution and the government, and to promote by precept and example obedience to laws and constituted authorities. Miss Kennan and Miss Nave cheerfully signed the first part of this pledge, but they found themselves in difficulties when it came to the second part. How can one pledge obedience to laws and constituted authorities, when constituted authorities are defying the laws? Consider the 1914 strike, in which the miners had tried to compel the constituted authorities to enforce the laws and had failed. The teachers had explained this to their pupils, and now could not stultify themselves. Their friends begged them to sign, the pledge being nothing but a joke. The teachers also regarded it, but these 2 ladies took the matter seriously, and struck out the word obedience. So they were slated to be driven from the system. They demanded a hearing before the board, and were permitted to make a brief statement explaining their reverence for their revolutionary ancestors, who had defied the constituted authorities when these authorities defied human rights. The principal of the school asked to be heard, and said, "I have never wavered in my faith in their value to the schools, in my faith in their services to the coming citizens of this republic." But the board turned them out, and for the past 5 years the children of Denver have been taught by some teachers who take their oath to be a joke. Time passed, and there came another strike of the Colorado mine slaves, and another curious test of Colorado education. I have before me an issue of a weekly paper published by the striking miners, the Walsenburg Independent, January 3, 1922. It bears across the top in large letters the caption, "This paper was censored by the Colorado Rangers." Then follows a news item to the effect that Professor S. M. Andrews, school superintendent of Walsenburg, and also of Werfeno County, had addressed a teachers' meeting in Denver, and praised the Rangers and their martial law. That much I learned from the paper. Then comes the statement, censor cut out report of his speech as printed in the Rocky Mountain News, December 30 th. Of course I might hunt up this issue of the Rocky Mountain News and tell you what Professor Andrews said, but I don't think it worth the bother. The point is clear: a superintendent of schools, supposedly a public official, drawing 2 salaries from a coal mining community, goes up to the state capitol, and before a convention of teachers defends the state police in their abrogation of state and federal constitutions during a strike, and the commanding officer of these gunmen in uniform forbids the miners' newspaper to communicate to the miners what their own superintendent of schools has said about them in their own state capital. 164. Chapter 30. The Homestead of the Free. We continue east and cross Bleeding, Kansas, where John Brown fought, and the old settlers came in their covered wagons, singing. We cross the prairie as of old. The pilgrims crossed the sea to make the west, as they the east. The homestead of the free. Now in this homestead of the free the organizers of the nonpartisan league are beaten, tarred, and feathered, jailed or deported, for trying to address the farmers. Alexander Howate is thrown into jail for 6 months for advising coal miners to strike, and William Allen White, editor of the Emporia Gazette, is arrested for putting in his window a card stating that he sympathizes with the strikers. The principal organ of culture in the state is the Kansas City Star, founded by a brave and sincere liberal, and now turned into an organ of screaming bigotry and hate. 2 years ago this paper flung wide the gates off the city to its darlings, the American Legion, and the boys gathered by the tens of thousands, and repaid their hosts by conducting a 3 days drunken orgy, in the course of which they wrecked the lobby of the city's palatial hotel. Kansas City is a packing house and railroad center, and the head of its Black Hand is W.T. Kemper, hard-fisted open-shop exponent and manipulator of high finance. To run the Board of Education he has a prominent real estate operator, Nichols, with 4 children, none in the public schools, a lawyer, Nugent, a little brother to the rich, and Pinkerton, president of the Gate City Bank. All these gentlemen call themselves Democrats, I believe, but this makes no difference, because Kansas City has what they call a bipartisan school board, 1/2 its members to the Democratic Party, 1/2 to the Republicans, and none to the people. This school board is absolutely autocratic, makes no reports to anyone, and does not even have an auditor. Its function was described by one of the teachers to buy all the holes. 165. In the ground belonging to the bankers and put schools on them. I regret that I cannot give the figures as to what the bankers got, because the lady who knows, and made the statement, is not willing to take the risk of publicity. As manager of their open shop schools this board has engaged a superintendent by the name of Kamek, at a salary of $8,000 a year, an aged despot with a 2nd grade teacher's certificate and a very bad temper. When you hear the story of his handling of the teachers you find it so familiar, that you wonder if you have not already read this part of the book. I had the same sensation all the time I was traveling over America. It was like those dreams you have, in which you know you've dreamed all that before. In Kansas City, as everywhere else, the teachers were unable to live upon their wages, and here, as everywhere else, the businessmen had to jolly them along, and persuade them that a great rich city could not possibly afford to pay a living wage to the teachers of its children. The women's clubs took up the problem, and appointed a committee, which voted that the question was an intricate, vexatious, and dangerous one, but it would never do to raise the tax assessment. 52 teachers had to go to work as telephone girls and in department stores during the summer, to make up the deficit in their salaries. Others were working as waitresses in the railway hotels. They had borrowed money to go to summer school, hoping thus to get promotion. Now they were in debt and could not make it up. So the teachers took up the idea of affiliation with the American Federation of Teachers. There was a mass meeting, and the president of a cooperative organization of the teachers, supposed to be representing their interests, got them started at singing, and after they had sung for a while he let them hear some hand-picked speakers. Then, just when everybody was expecting to hear a speech on the subject they were all interested in, an increase in wages, he had them sing one more song and then declared the meeting adjourned. For this service he was awarded with a $5,000 position in the school system of another city. Kansas City has a kind of Margaret Haley of its own. 166. She is Mrs. Sarah Green, president of the Woman's Trade Union League, and her organization took up the fight for the teachers' salaries. A mass meeting was called, and Mrs. Green called up the president of the Board of Education, and asked permission to distribute announcements of the meeting to the teachers in the schools. This permission was refused. Then Mrs. Green asked the superintendent of schools for permission to hold the meeting in a high school building. This permission also was refused. The meeting was held outside, and a great many teachers got up the courage to attend, and in the end they got about half the salary increase they should have had. The cultured lady teachers were shocked at the idea of joining a trade union and identifying themselves with common working girls. "But," said Mrs. Green to me, "I know of girls who work in factories in the city, and don't even know how to read, who have more courage than our teachers, and would not submit to the humiliations which the teachers have to endure. That is something for school teachers, and all other white-collared wage slaves, to think seriously about." Mrs. Green has also made herself a great nuisance to the school authorities by butting in on debates in the public schools. You see, they cannot keep the students from wanting to discuss that livest of all live issues in Kansas City, the open shop. Mr. Kamek and his supervisors and principals naturally plan to have the opponents of union labor win these debates, but the students persist in coming to Mrs. Green, who takes them in off hours and provides them with the facts, with the result that out of 97 she had trained, only 7 have lost the debates. You can imagine what a terrible thing that is for the morale of an open shop city. In the summer of 1922 there was an epidemic of trachoma in the Kansas City schools. This is a dreadful eye disease, which in its later stages eats out the eyeballs. It is one of the most contagious of known diseases, and so is a serious matter in schools. In one Kansas City school a majority of the children were afflicted, but the board didn't want anything done about it, because it would interfere with the real estate business. They would not let the doctors and nurses make the facts known, so the parents had to take up the agitation. They went before. Is a teacher a citizen? 167. The school board and protested again and again, but could get nothing done. The board sent nurses to forbid the parents of infected children to discuss the matter. One courageous teacher, Miss Letitia Cotter, took up the agitation, at peril of her position, and carried it to the labor unions and the parent-teacher associations. The superintendent went off on his vacation, and left the assistant superintendent, who told Miss Cotter that no more public money would be spent on this matter. The Red Cross already has spent $600 on those dirty rats and wops. So you see how they love the people in these open shop schools. Chapter XXXV. Is a teacher a citizen? We continue east to St. Louis, another city where God and Mammon have combined for the exploitation of the children. There is no city in which the Catholics are stronger, nor any in which the two political parties are more completely in the hands of the open shoppers and labor exploiters. Up to last year the two parties had a gentleman's agreement, by which each party nominated for the school board only half as many candidates as there were places to be filled. The result was no competition for school board memberships on election day. The Democrats inevitably elected their candidates and the Republicans theirs, and since the nominating conventions were under the complete domination of political bosses, these bosses in effect named the school board members. Recently the people made an especial effort to eliminate one gang member, by the name of Murphy. They kept him off the Democratic ticket, whereupon the Republicans nominated him, both the gangs voted for him, and he went in for another 6 years. These school board members are uneducated men of the ward leader, campaign manager type. At least 3 of them, I am assured, have never been through the grade schools. A prominent citizen of St. Louis wrote me in 1922, "We have men on our board of education who are ignorant and vicious and without character whatsoever." Another citizen of St. Louis writes in 1923. 12. 168. There is no such thing as an honest election in St. Louis. The ballots are changed by the political gangsters, who are the election officials at all the polls. I visited a large number of the polls at the last school election, and in some found only one individual sober, some were lying with head on the table, dead to the world, others maudlin. The large mass of the people are criminally negligent toward their civic duties. They do not vote, and this makes it all the easier for the ward heelers. This is for your private information, for it would work me much harm here in my position if anything of this appeared over my signature. The Catholics of St. Louis have a complete educational system of their own, replacing the public school system. The German Catholics used to send their children to the public schools, but now the Archbishop says, you will be damned if your children attend the godless schools, and the Irish and Italians and Poles, who compose the new Catholic population, bow to this threat. You might think the Catholics would at least be willing to let the godless schools alone, but they are not. On the contrary, 70% of the teachers in the public school system are Catholics, and a good part of the board has been for a long time made up of Catholics. The purpose of this is the same as we have seen in New York and San Francisco, and shall see in Boston and Baltimore, to starve the public schools. The extent to which this is done in St. Louis you will find difficult to believe. The people want to have good schools, and go to the polls and vote the money, and then the Board of Education refuses to spend the money. Recently the people passed a bond issue of $3 million for new buildings. While I was in the city, the board decided to spend only $1.5 million. The people have voted an education tax of 8.5 mils on the dollar, but the board again and again has voted to spare the poor taxpayer and save his money. There were $6 million available for buildings, and no move had been made to spend them. 10 grade schools and 2 senior high schools had been authorized by the board the previous year, but they were not yet off the drawing boards, and meantime all the residence districts of St. Louis are dotted with Catholic schools and high schools, and a new $500,000 Catholic high school is near completion. Is a teacher a citizen? 169. I talked with Dr. Henry L. Wolfner, who is one of the best-known oculists in the United States, and was until recently a member of the school board. Dr. Wolfner told me that he did not know why the board was unwilling to spend this money. He had tried his best to get it spent, he said, and the result was a long intrigue to force him off the board. When finally he resigned, the Globe Democrat, organ of the gang, declared that in a letter to the board he had given ill health as his reason for resignation. This, Dr. Wolfner assured me, was an out-and-out lie. He summed up the situation in the St. Louis schools in 2 contrasting incidents. First, the courts had removed a board member because it had been discovered that the board had purchased a building site through his real estate firm, and second, the Catholic president of the school board had withdrawn from the college library a set of Havelock Ellis' great work, The Psychology of Sex. These books had been in the library for many years, and were made use of by juvenile court workers, and teachers of incorrigible boys and defectives. Dr. Wolfner told me of the efforts of the gang to get rid of one competent educator after another. They had just forced out Dr. John W. Withers, and also Drive E. George Payne, director of the Teachers College. Dr. Withers wrote a letter to the papers 3 or 4 years ago, in which he showed how political graft and favoritism made impossible an honest administration of the schools. The superintendent was continually besieged by demands from the gang for favors, the appointment or promotion of this or that political favorite. The Catholics, of course, are tirelessly working for promotions for their crowd. I wish I could bring myself to become a Catholic, said a teacher to a friend of mine. I would get on 3 times as fast. Also, there has been a long struggle over the question of whether graduates of the Catholic high schools should have the right to enter Teachers College without passing an entrance examination. Since the Catholic schools have very low standards, the educators of St. Louis have fought this, and it was on this issue that Superintendent Withers and Principal Payne of Teachers College were driven from St. Louis. The Catholics brought suit in the courts, and won their case in St. Louis, but lost it. 170. Before the Supreme Court of the state. Now everybody in St. Louis rests easy, in the assurance that standards are being maintained for the teachers. But just recently the school board has thrown down the bars, and parochial school graduates are accepted wholesale. This news has been entirely suppressed by the St. Louis newspapers, so the public of that city will get from this book their first information that their school board has set aside the decision of their Supreme Court. Also, of course, the book companies are on the job. Up to the year 1921, a member of the Committee for the Adoption of Textbooks was receiving a salary from the American Book Company, for spending summers in California and doing some nominal editorial work. Naturally, this board was friendly to American Book Company publications. The board meets in secret, what it calls executive meetings. The members of the gang hold a caucus in advance, and decide what they are going to do, and make everything unanimous, so the public never finds out what is going on. This regime of graft and favoritism extends all the way down. The principals are petty tyrants, flattered and fawned upon. Those teachers who are weak and subservient, and do clerical work for their principals, are the ones who get the marks. This St. Louis school system was worked out by a real Prussian some 30 years ago. It is a military affair, routine and red tape and formulas. Every year the teachers are automatically dismissed, and must be reappointed, the ideal of the open shop system. Here, as usual, the teachers had to take up the fight for a living wage. No attention was paid to them, so they proceeded to organize. Miss Rosa Hesse was elected president of the teachers' organization, and the superintendent sent for her and demanded to know if they were going to join the American Federation of Teachers. If so, every one of them would be discharged. The organizer of the Teachers' Federation was barred from speaking to them. At the same time, the official representative of the Chamber of Commerce was coming and soliciting them to join his organization. It would be advantageous, he assured the teachers significantly. This Chamber of Commerce was deeply interested in the schools. It had been taking action to prevent the professors at the Teachers College using a series of textbooks, Community and National Life, prepared by Professor Charles H. Judd, and published by the United States government, the ground of the objection being that these books intimated very mildly that labor unions had some advantage, in that they developed a sense of self-respect among laborers. If you have read The Goose Step, you will recollect the question raised by Professor H. L. Bali of North Dakota: is a college professor a citizen? You will remember that we cited a number of cases proving that he is not a citizen. We shall in this book consider it'll be a question. Trademark: is A+ school, teacher a citizen, NEST, Lewis. She very certainly is not, as the case of Miss Rosa Hesse proves. I had the pleasure of talking with this lady, and if it would do her any good I would cheerfully bear testimony that she is an American gentlewoman of the old school, absolutely uncontaminated by any touch of red, that is, unless perchance the reading of The Goose Step has since affected her. At the time I talked with her, she had no idea whatever of the social significance of what had happened to her. She was simply bewildered by her discovery that a school teacher is not permitted to demand a living wage and to exercise her rights as a voter. To begin with, Miss Hesse discovered that the meetings of the school board were supposed to be public, so she got a group of teachers to agree to attend them and see what was going on. But when it came to a showdown, not one of the teachers dared. Miss Hesse went in all by herself, and gave me a comical account of the expression on the superintendent's face when he saw her in that holy of holies. As a result of this presumption, her name was left off the list for reappointment in the year 1921. The superintendent lied to her outright about it, but one of the board members gave him away, and the protests of the teachers forced a reconsideration at this time. But shortly afterwards an election for the school board came up, and Miss Hesse's organization, the Grade Teachers Association, ventured to approve certain candidates. I am told by a gentleman of St. Louis who knows the situation intimately that in this political struggle, 172. The teachers' organization was being misled by the gang, and this, alas, maybe I have seen labor unions thus used on many occasions. Anyhow, a lady by the name of Mrs. Gellhorn, president of the Missouri League of Women Voters, issued a call for a meeting of women. At this meeting the choice of the Grade Teachers Association was condemned, and among those endorsed was Mr. Christopher W. Johnson, millionaire basket manufacturer, and a member of the board for 24 years. Mr. Johnson was running for re-election to a public office, and Miss Hesse, a citizen of St. Louis, was being asked for her vote. She thought she had a right to be informed about the matter, and she said to Mrs. Gellhorn, privately and politely, "Is it true, as has just been stated at an open men's meeting, that Mr. Johnson is the head of a sweatshop, and is connected with a real estate company doing business with the board. That was all of the conversation, and for it Miss Hesse, who was head assistant of the Franz Sigel School, and had been a teacher in St. Louis for 31 years, was driven from her position and from the school system. Mr. Johnson himself got hold of the story, and the matter was brought up before the board. A motion was made for the expulsion of Miss Hesse, and when the motion was about to die, Mr. Johnson himself seconded it. Miss Hesse managed to get a public trial, and at this trial Mr. Johnson served in the triple capacity of complainant, prosecutor and judge. 3 other members of the board gave testimony against the teacher, and then voted as judges against her. I am told by one who has investigated the matter that the charge concerning Mr. Johnson's connection with a real estate company was false, but the charge had been made in a public meeting, and so Miss Hesse thought she had a right to inquire about it. Whether Mr. Johnson's large box and basket factory is properly described as a sweatshop I cannot say. If I should call it that, Mr. Johnson, who is a contentious person, might put me on trial also. But I presume I may quote a physician in St. Louis, Dr. H. W. Faber, who writes me that he had to attend girls who worked in this basket factory, and had worn down the skin of their fingers until the blood oozed out on the baskets. I presume also it is permissible to say that one of the Introducing Comrade Thompson 173 ladies who testified to having heard Miss Hesse's question about a sweatshop, belongs to a family which ran a sweatshop in the Missouri Penitentiary. Miss Hesse's expulsion made a great stir in the city, a petition was circulated for her restoration, and 25,000 people signed it. The Central Trades and Labor Union appointed a committee to take up the matter, but the board declared that it had no power to advise the superintendent to reappoint a teacher. We may venture to guess that if the board had made a polite recommendation, the superintendent would not have ignored it. But they preferred to leave matters as they stood, and the rule for teachers in St. Louis was stated to the newspapers by a Jewish rabbi: do nothing, say nothing, be nothing. Chapter X2XCXVE. Introducing Comrade Thompson. We move north to Minneapolis, headquarters of the milling industry, and financial center of a rich iron and lumber territory. Here we find the beginnings of hope for America. Organized labor has broken away from its old leadership and gone vigorously into politics, while the farmers, rejecting the propaganda of their exploiters, have struck hands with the labor unions. The result has been the Farmer Labor Party, which has elected both United States senators from Minnesota, and will probably take over the state administration at the next election. It controls the City Council of Minneapolis, and is fighting to get the schools away from the Black Hand. The labor-smashing society of Minneapolis for 20 years has been the Citizens Alliance, with a secret service department and a program of terror. They have gone after the schools. As everything else, they have had their friends on the board: contractors' friends and real estate friends, and open shop friends. During the war the contractors put forward their lawyer, the product of a military school, and the secretary of the Citizens Alliance announced that this Mr. Purdy was to run the school board. They borrowed the automobiles of the rich, and elected him by the votes of the cooks and chambermaids. 174. And chauffeurs of Minneapolis. As colleague on the board they gave him a Mr. Jepson, president of an artificial limb company, who, needless to say, was getting rich out of the war. While he was a member of the state senate, he had written letters to his agents, ordering that all packages should be shipped to him personally, because the express companies were so kind as to handle his personal packages free. I had an amusing experience in connection with this artificial limb gentleman. I sent the manuscript to a certain high-up Minneapolis educator, who thinks I am too extreme in my distrust of the plutocracy. He promised to correct my errors, and concerning this Jepson story he wrote: "This is a dim and mysterious tale. What frank does a state legislator have? A postage allowance perhaps, that all the boys use up in some way, whether for stamps or cigars. Or do you mean that the American Express Company carried his packages free because he was a legislator? I have never before heard this story, and I am not enough interested to look it up. But you had better get a more accurate version before you publish it. I know Jepson, and he does not strike me as just that kind of a scoundrel. Well, I was more interested than my correspondent. And I looked it up. I have before me a poster, measuring 25 inches by 39, with letters at the top 15 inches in height. Dishonest in business. Is this the kind of state senator we want to represent the 44th district? The rest of the poster is occupied by 6 facsimile letters, bearing the signature of Lowell E. Jepson, president of the Winkley Artificial Limb Company, Jepson Brothers, sole owners. One letter reads as follows, B. Now until you receive full instructions, send everything by U.S. Express to Honorable L. E. Jepson, 106 Washington Avenue South, Minneapolis, Minnesota, but always in a box so that contents may not easily be seen, but never use a leg box in so doing. If you should have to send us a leg for changes, you had better get a small soap or cracker box and bend it up and put it in that way. Another letter explains that inasmuch as Mr. Jepson represents the city of Minneapolis in the state senate, the railways give him free transportation, and he will be very glad to visit his correspondent to fit him with 2 artificial legs. Another letter laments the fact that the U.S. Introducing Comrade Thompson 175 Express has gone back on me, so I had to pay the 30 cents, after this send by GT Northern, and it will come all right to me all right. And still another letter is addressed to an agent who is trying to sell an artificial leg to an old soldier. In order to get a cash payment at once, the agent is instructed to make the old soldier think that if he does not pay cash there will be a long delay. Make them think that if something is not paid, dozens will get ahead of them. This poster was used by Mr. Jepson's political opponents in the effort to keep him from being re-elected to the state senate. It is interesting to hear that Mr. Jepson applied for an injunction, and the courts suppressed the whole edition of these posters. Such a comfortable thing it is to have your own courts. Against conditions such as this, the socialists and labor men of Minneapolis are carrying on a fight for the schools. Big business owns not merely the courts and the government, it owns the university, and almost all the churches and newspapers. The labor people started a newspaper of their own, but it seems to have gotten away from them, and they have to go to the public with their bare voices. A socialist school board member told me that in the campaign of 1921, he spoke at a noon meeting in front of some factory every day for 2 months, then at a meeting in the afternoon, and 6 times every evening. He was a member of the board while I was in Minneapolis, and took me into office and showed me the insides. Permit me to introduce you to Lynn Thompson, plain American carpenter, organizer for the Trades and Labor Assembly of Minneapolis, and for 13 years an active socialist soap boxer. Recently it became his duty to call a strike against the Wonderland Theater. Some judge issued an injunction against the strike, and Comrade Thompson gave me the text thereof, containing many paragraphs, and covering everything a human being could do in connection with the theater and its proprietor. Said Comrade Thompson, I would violate that injunction if I were to wake up in the middle of the night and dislike him. Nevertheless, he posted the theater as unfair, and he and 4 other men were sentenced to pay $250 each. Refusing to pay, they were sent to jail on a 6-month sentence, and actually served 176. 5 days of it, a period of great relief for the representatives of big business on the school board. We are told that we must elect businessmen to office, because they alone know about business. Here in Minneapolis was a school board composed of businessmen exclusively, and the schools were reported to be $350,000 in debt, and there was no money for current expenses. The newly elected carpenter asked these businessmen, and they didn't know how matters stood, neither did the board's employees know. For years the board had been spending the money of the schools on guesswork. They got their appropriations at one time of the year, and figured their expenses at another time, and never could tell how much they needed or how much they had. Professor Swenson, of the State University, who happened to be on the school board, had to go before the legislature and make a guess as to what amount of bond issue was necessary to cover the deficit. He guessed $500,000, and came out pretty near right. To make perfect the humor of this situation, an association of businessmen had got the legislature to pass a strenuous law, providing jail sentences for public officials who allowed overdrafts of public funds. They knew at the time that the Board of Education was in the hole, as were several other departments, and they made no provision to cover the deficits. They went ahead and passed a law, which they knew must be broken every day, if the government were to go on. A carpenter is not supposed to know much about school books, but Comrade Thompson, with his colleague Mrs. Kinney, wife of a railroad conductor, did what he could to find out. There had been no system in the book rooms, and it was often not possible for the principals to know what books were stored in the schools. Some of them followed the plan of ordering new books every term, and burning the surplus stock of old books. That was fine for the book companies, which naturally resented Comrade Thompson's butting in. The American Book Company had been represented for a couple of decades by a famous bookman, an old soldier by the name of Major Clancy. I ask you to make particular note of this old gentleman. We shall meet him in several places, and in the end find him high up in the Introducing Comrade Thompson 177 Councils of the National Education Association. Major Clancy has only one arm, and this is a picturesque appurtenance of a military title until you learn that the other arm was lost in a threshing machine. Citizens who were investigating school book graft in Minneapolis noticed that when they brought an indictment against one of the board members, the first thing he did was to make a beeline for Major Clancy, who got him a lawyer and saw to the putting up of his bail bonds. It was discovered that another member of the board, also a member of the normal school board, was attorney for the American Book Company. Textbooks had been published in huge quantities, and had stayed on the shelves untouched, until the board had resolved that they were out of date, whereupon the companies had taken them back for a few cents a copy. Naturally, Lynn Thompson was interested in building. The average cost of school buildings in the United States is 37 cents a cubic foot. This labor agitator and walking delegate, under bonds for violating a court injunction, insisted upon the standardizing of all specifications, and contracts were let in Minneapolis at a cost of 21.7 cents. Nor were these cheap buildings. On the contrary, they were using brick that had been adjudged too high in price for the schools in Des Moines. On that same day the School Board of Boston let a contract for a big building at 48.9 cents. It is worth noting that every step in this economy campaign was fought by a big contractor who was on the school board. There was a question of building 3 high schools, and 3 brick concerns bid $33 per thousand. It was manifest that they were in collusion. The price was $8 too high, and Thompson moved that they should buy in the open market for $24.10 per thousand. 2 weeks later they got an offer at this price from one of the concerns which had bid $33, the same concern and the same bricks. And then came the question of sites. One man having a pull with the board asked $60,000 for a site. Thompson decided that it was worth $28,000 and the board offered him $40,000. He went to the courts, and the jury said $28,000, and the Supreme Court sustained that valuation. For these efforts, said Comrade Thompson, I got some abuse and 65 days in 178 jail. It is interesting to note that this $28,000 site was a trackage site, and the purchase was made necessary because a previous board had given away trackage to an automobile company. As a socialist, of course, Comrade Thompson's hobby is to have the people do their own work, omitting the grafters. He would make a motion that school buildings should be put up by the city, and he would get one vote beside his own, that of the railroad conductor's wife. The school board had an electric repair shop, and this persisted in making bids on repair jobs which beat all the contractors, to the contractors' great annoyance. There was one job on which the city's men saved the city $3,000, or 35% of the total cost. The school board admitted that these workers were responsible and did first-class work. Nevertheless, the board passed a motion that the repair shop should make no more bids. On December 20, 1921, bids were opened for a large job, and it was found that the Sterling Electrical Company had bid $22,688, while the school shop bid $4,300 less. The board awarded the contract to the Sterlings, by a vote of 5-2, the two, needless to say, being Thompson and Kinney. Thompson got a taxpayer to go before a court and ask an injunction, and Mr. Purdy, representative of the Black Hand on the school board, appeared for his colleagues, and admitted that the shop had proved to be reliable and efficient, but argued that the interest of the private contractors must be conserved. The court sustained the majority of the board, and the city of Minneapolis lost $4,300 to the grafters. It is interesting to note that the judge who rendered the decision is that same Judge Bardwell who kept Comrade Thompson and 4 other labor men in jail for 65 days for violating one of his injunctions. Guy Alexander vs. A.P. Ortquist, Nels Jewell, Lowell Jepson, et.al., injunction denied January 25, 1923. Millers and Militarism 179. Char Thrgksv it. Millers and Militarism. In order to make a consecutive story, I have shown what big business has done in the way of graft in Minneapolis. Let us now complete our view by taking up propaganda and repression. During the war there was formed a public safety committee, a lynching society of the Black Hand. One of the first objects of their attention was the school board, with Lynn Thompson daring to defend a teacher who belonged to the IWW. He was a fine teacher, and there was no other charge against him, but he had to go. There was the usual fight over salary increase, and the teachers were forming a union. The president of the Citizens Alliance, a former head of a strike-breaking agency named Briggs, set out to smooth them down, and gave a dinner to the teachers' officers and leaders, about 60 of them, at a swell club. There was an association of the teachers, controlling their pension fund, and Mr. Briggs attended a meeting of this, and pleaded with them like a Methodist revivalist, with tears in his eyes, not to be so wicked as to join a union. He had several teacher lobbyists to help him in this campaign, and one of them got a fine job in the state university as his reward. Another got up a teachers' league, one of those yellow unions which the gang controls. The teachers were asking $500 raise, and this representative went before the board and said they would take $300, after which he was made an assistant principal, with a $3,000 salary. It is interesting to note that when the Black Hand was raising campaign funds to drive Comrade Thompson from the school board, one of the charges named in their secret circulars was that he had opposed promotion for this man. The militarists are making a desperate struggle to keep their hold on the schools in the city of the Millers. I thought I was back home in Los Angeles when I learned how at one of the general meetings of the Parent Teachers Association they sprang a proposition to endorse military training for the children. There was no time for concede. 180. Irration or debate, they shoved it through without most of the people realizing what was happening, and next morning the kept newspapers triumphantly announced this result as representing some tens of thousands of parents and teachers. Next came a proposition before the board to cut out night schools and the Americanization program, on the ground that these cost too much money. The socialist Carpenter moved that instead they should cut out the military training, and he demanded a public hearing on the proposition. The board set a time for the hearing, and then began it earlier, hoping to rush it through before the opponents of militarism got in. But that was easy for a soapboxer who has learned to speak at 8 meetings in one day. He held all 8 meetings right there before the board, and kept things going until the regular time which had been set for the discussion. It proved to be a lively session. The Reverend Shutter, pastor of the Church of the Redeemer, magnificent irony, wrote a letter in defense of militarism, and pointed out how the army was needed for the putting down of strikes. The congressman for the Black Hand liked this so well that he put it into the congressional record, and it was sent out under the frank of the government. The editor of the Minneapolis Labor Review stated that he had heard the wife of a school board member, taking part in a debate at a women's club, state that we need soldiers to put the socialists down. This was practically the same thing as the clergyman had said, but for some reason the militarists took offense, and the editor was challenged to name the woman, which he did. The climax came when a congregational clergyman by the name of Stafford spoke in opposition to military training. He was lieutenant and chaplain in a medical regiment of the Officers' Reserve Corps, so here was a first-class scandal. The members of this corps held a meeting and expelled him from their mess, and demanded that he surrender his commission. The commanding officer of his regiment demanded that he apologize and recant, and when he refused, preferred formal charges against him for conduct unbecoming an officer. The Army Martinets set up the contention that members of the Officers' Reserve Corps and of the Reserve Officers Training Corps are Meinlers and Militarism 181. Part of the Army, and are under military discipline at all times, and it is a breach of discipline for any member of any unit to oppose military training. It is pleasant to be able to record that the War Department refused to sustain this extreme doctrine. I have told in the goose step of the elaborate system of spying which the Black Hand maintained at the University of Minnesota, located in Minneapolis. They did the very same in the schools. They got out a questionnaire on militarism, and when one teacher omitted to answer about socialism and labor unions, the fact was broadcasted in the kept newspapers. They sent a spy to inspect the textbooks, including annotations written in the teacher's own copies. One teacher told me of this, and how her principal had refused explanation of the incident. They tested students on socialism, the IWW, etc., for the purpose of spying on the parents of these children. One high school teacher thought it proper that her pupils should know the meaning of such words before they answered questions. She advised them to go to a socialist meeting and hear the socialist arguments, and she was summoned by the principal and told that she would be discharged if she repeated this offense. Another teacher was censured for advising a student to read The Jungle. The spies were especially successful in the case of W.R. Ball, director of citizenship in the Minneapolis schools. Mr. Ball had the idea that democracy really means something, and should be applied in everyday life. Still worse, he belonged to the American Federation of Teachers. The Citizens Alliance had a so-called American Committee, and this committee employed two spies, bearing the 100% names of Olson and Kunze, who collected a mass of gossip concerning Mr. Ball's utterances to his pupils. For example, he had referred his advanced students to John Fiske's Critical Period of American History. In this work, a chapter dealing with the period prior to the adoption of the Constitution is entitled Drifting Toward Anarchy. So the spies reported that Mr. Ball had advised his students to read a socialist book entitled On the Road to Anarchy. They also introduced a statement charging disloyal teaching, signed by a well-known saloon keeper, and on the witness. 182. Stand before the Board of Education. This gentleman was unable to remember anything in the statement, and finally admitted that the paper had been handed to him to sign by Spy Olson. 24 principals and teachers, co-workers with Mr. Ball, appeared to testify to the value of his work, and a committee of professors of the state university, including a dean of the graduate school and head of the history department, certified to the value of the pamphlets Mr. Ball had got out for his students. But Mr. Ball, in his statement to the Board of Education, confessed to holding such ideas as that a large number of workers under the present capitalistic system were getting wages too low to support their families with the necessities of life. Also, we defined a radical as a man who went to the roots of things and traced cause to effect, and was necessarily a deep thinker, and a friend to justice and righteousness. The Minneapolis Board of Education considered that this was equivalent to a plea of guilty, and so they drove Mr. Ball from the Minneapolis schools. You will be amused also to hear the story of how the Black Hand of the city put a detective agency upon the trail of Comrade Thompson, and what they found. The report came in that he was a plumber, French descent, member Holy Rosary Catholic Church, short, thick-set, dark complexion, could neither read nor write the English language, and expressed himself with great difficulty on the platform. Members of the Citizens Alliance who had heard Lynn Thompson speaking at 8 meetings per day, told the detective agency that the details didn't fit, they had been shadowing the wrong Thompson. It is sad to have to report that after 6 years of devoted service to the city, Lynn Thompson and MRS. T.F. Kinney were defeated for re-election to the Minneapolis School Board in 1923. The teachers supported them solidly, and they were able to show the voters how they had saved the city more than $1 million, but the Black Hand was out to put down socialism, and they did it in the usual way with their money. The contractors raised a campaign fund. Mr. Purdy wrote to the vice president of the First National Bank, pointing out the perils of radicalism and appealing for support. The club women turned out. MILLERS and militarism 183. With their automobiles, and the wives of workingmen did not turn out, and that tells the story. Out of 90,000 votes, the big business ticket won by 4,000 majority, and at the head of the board was the Citizens Alliance candidate, a man by the name of Gould. It has since been revealed by a senatorial investigation that this man was holding a clerical position in one of the departments at the state capitol, drawing a salary of $400 a month from the state, while doing the work of the so-called Sound Government League, an organization of the Black Hand formed for the purpose of evading the corrupt practices law of the state. This league had spent $500,000 in order to re-elect the candidate of the Black Hand as governor of Minnesota, and now its secret agent, Gould, is on the school board of the city, doing everything in his power to overcome the accomplishments of Lynn Thompson and Mrs. Kinney. What does this mean for the teachers? I have before me a letter from a Minneapolis teacher, who has ventured to speak out against school autocracy. He explains that he has not been able to send me data, because he has been loaded with a double amount of work, as punishment for his opinions. I dare not tell you what this work is, because that might lead to the teachers being recognized. He tells me of the struggle of the teachers' organizations, and underscore the plan which they are now agitating to be permitted to experiment with a school without a principal. He tells me also how the high schools are on a 6-hour day plan, against which the teachers are in opposition. Says my friend. One man, an athlete and debater at college, said to me, "T think the plan is a failure. While you say so when you are asked." I inquired. "I think the administration will not look kindly on anyone who does," he replied. "But do you, a man, mean to tell me that you will not say what you think?" His rejoinder was that he did not want to be thought a knocker. What can be expected when such things prevail? Before the war it was considered uneducation to make large classes. The big men now demand economy, and force election of administrators pledged to guarantee it. These administrators, instead of saying to the people, "We are doing a reactionary thing," declare, "We are now, by new schemes of efficiency, getting one teacher to do the work of two, and the teachers like it as witness so and so." 13. 184. Chapter 38. Newberry Pie. Next we visit Detroit, headquarters of our automobile industry, where we find the usual struggle to hold down union labor, and the usual school board of businessmen and politicians, engaged in protecting the interests of their crowd. I sat chatting with a group of newspaper reporters, one of whom has been specializing in school affairs for many years. "I suppose you have the regular school board graft," I remarked, and he hesitated. "No, I wouldn't say there was much graft." "Well," said I, "you have a committee which selects sites for the schools. Do you mean to say the members of this committee haven't relatives and friends among the big real estate speculators, who want the schools in the neighborhood of their subdivisions?" The reporter looked at the rest of the company and grinned. "Oh, the dirty son of a gun, he's right on to the whole thing." He went on to explain of course they had that, but nobody would call that graft in Detroit. It was in the power of the school board to make the city grow any way it desired. There were thousands of people forced to live in the suburbs, because rents everywhere else were too high, and in making up their minds which district to go to, the first thing they thought of was the nearness of a school. Then I went on to ask about textbooks, and the first detail to come out was that the principal of the Northern High School of Detroit had written a textbook on English literature, and the superintendent had been unable to refuse it, because the principal was so well connected. "Is it a good book?" I asked, and an educator replied, "It is one of the rottenest in the world." Another friend tells me about some school board meetings which he attended. There was a long and intricate discussion of the kind of pipe which should be used for school buildings. One board member was keen for iron pipe, another board member was keen for steel pipe. That bankers and lawyers and dentists and club ladies should know so much about the technicalities of building materials was puzzling to my friend. Some kind of conclusion. Newberry Pie 185 was arrived at, and then 2 weeks later he went back, and attended another board meeting, afroed lo and behold, they were threshing out the question all over again. Said my friend to a reporter, "Aren't there any other questions connected with Detroit education but what kind of pipe they have in their buildings?" The answer was, "Simpleton. One of these board members has a friend who would like to sell iron pipe, and another of the members has a friend who would like to sell steel pipe." The connections of big business with the schools are so intimate in Detroit that they are almost humorous. We have seen the American Book Company operating in Minneapolis, and we now find that in Detroit its president, A.V. Barnes, is the brother-in-law of Truman H. Newberry, ex-Secretary of the Navy and ex-Senator from Michigan. We shall, before we finish, see the American Book Company engaged in corrupting school officials and making away with school money in every section of the United States. Now we discover that several $100,000 of the money thus made away with was used by Newberry and his gang to buy a seat in the United States Senate. As a rule, when these high-up grafters purchase a political title they wear it with honor and glory the rest of their days, but it happened in this case that Newberry's opponent was Henry Ford, who has money enough to have some rights, even in America. When Mr. Ford visited my home 2 or 3 years ago, he told me that he had some 200 men at work investigating these elec. In the goose step. Mr. A.V. Barnes was erroneously stated to be the father-in-law of Truman H. Newberry, and thereby hangs an amusing anecdote. The Detroit Times wished to reprint the chapter dealing with the University of Michigan, and in order to make sure of the facts they sent the book to Judge Murfin, regent of the university and friend and attorney for the Barnes-Newberry family. Judge Murfin sent back his comments with the statement that Mr. Barnes is not the father-in-law of Mr. Newberry. Just that and nothing more. You see what a clever family lawyer the judge is. But someone on the Times was suspicious, and wrote again, saying that in order to be perfectly fair it would be necessary for Judge Murfin to state if there was any relationship at all between Barnes and Newberry, and if so, what the relationship was. By this means Judge Murfin was persuaded to admit that Barnes is Newberry's brother-in-law. 186. Frauds, and he did not mean to quit until he had got Newberry out of the Senate. He kept his word, but all through the struggle the defense of Newberry was the first task of the gang in Michigan, and this including the school machine. Mrs. Otto Marquard, an instructor of swimming in the Detroit schools, and wife of a professor at the University of Michigan, was so indiscreet as to answer the questions of a pupil about the Newberry affair, and for this she was turned out of her position. How this could happen you will understand when I explain that Mr. Frank Cody, superintendent of schools in Detroit, has a brother, Fred Cody, who was Newberry's most active henchman, and was convicted of election frauds along with Newberry. The cycle becomes comically complete when we learn that Fred Cody is agent for the American Book Company, whose president is Newberry's brother-in-law. So here is the perfection of plutocratic education. You may learn from it what big business is going to do to all our children. In fact, you have already learned it. Turn back to chapter XXI, and read about Margaret Haley's deputation of 9 school teachers who came to Detroit to study the platoon system as there applied. I am told by an educator whom I trust that this system is fundamentally good. I am here discussing only what is found in the great metropolis of automobiles, the headquarters of all standardization. I remind you of its deputy superintendent, in charge of this Fordization of infancy, who tells us how society is certain to require more and more propaganda from the schools, and this is the system which makes it possible. Ask yourself, before it is too late, whether you are satisfied with your destiny, to breed human units to be turned into factory operatives and cannon fodder for the masters of the new American empire. Cha Pterxx Zax. Beets and celery. We go from city to city, and I wonder, will you grow tired of reading the same things over and over? Perhaps we shall be wise to agree on a few formulas, so that you may get a situation in a phrase. Let us agree upon. Beets and celery 187. Salary campaign, to mean that the teachers took up the fight to get an increase in wages and didn't get very much. Also the phrase union smashing, to mean that the teachers formed an organization, and were forced to quit it or to quit the schools. Also the phrase schools overcrowded, meaning that the children of the poor are jammed into old, unsanitary buildings, while the city is erecting palatial high schools, with all the luxuries for the children of the rich. Also let us recall the familiar propaganda and repression, which tell us that businessmen come to the schools to sing the praises of business, while teachers are reprimanded for the slightest hint of a liberal idea. All these things are a part of the school system in the metropolis of automobiles. As one teacher phrased it to me, we know that the old watchful eye is asterisk on us. I have before me a copy of a publication called The Industrial Barometer, Detroit, Michigan, September, 1923. It is the organ of the Employers Association, and is full of bitter, sneering arguments against labor unions and public ownership, proving that public ownership of railroads leads inevitably and by easy steps to public ownership of babies. A copy of this publication is sent free of charge to every school teacher in Detroit, and when the teachers read it through they find the menace which is meant for them. The spread of radical and iconoclastic theories in colleges calls for a closer inspection of persons and things herein than heretofore. This of course is intended as a lesson in economics, not in English. I got an interesting light on Detroit education from a group of socialist children. Needless to say, these children were not having a happy time in the schools. They were forced to listen all day long to attacks upon their faith, and this regardless of what might be the supposed subject of instruction. One teacher discussed the wickedness of teachers forming unions, and pictured their plight when ordered on strike, and we'd be clubbed over the head if we refused. A teacher of economics explained all poverty as due to the extravagance of the poor. She talked for half an hour about a case she had known, a poor woman who bought a mahogany furniture set costing $600, and including 3 plate glass. 188 Tuesday GOSLINGS. Mirrors. You understand, it is not permitted the children of Detroit to argue with their educators. As one child said to me, we almost die with rage. Sometimes these children would be pained to note that teachers of a liberal bent of mind would make some statement, and then be seized with fear, and apologize and explain that they didn't really mean it. One teacher explained that she was using a very reactionary textbook, because she had to. And, added the child, that teacher is not teaching anymore. The child understood exactly why, having often observed the principal standing behind a half-opened door, listening to what was going on in the class. The socialist children brought me their textbooks, to show what they had to endure. For example, that work on English literature written by the principal of the Northern High School of Detroit, Edwin L. Miller. This local celebrity tells the children of his city that George Bernard Shaw persistently obtrudes upon the public the absurd proposition that all property should be held in common. I hereby publicly offer to Mr. Miller or his publishers, the Lippincotts, the entire income which I may derive from this book if they will point out to me a single passage from the writings of George Bernard Shaw in which this proposition is advanced. Will Mr. Miller or his publishers let me hear from them? They will not. Also The Elements of Political Economy, by Professor J. Lawrence Laughlin, Prize Reactionary of the University of Standard Oil. This eminent economist tells the school children of Detroit that socialistic teaching strikes at the root of individuality and independent character. I have known some thousands of socialists in my lifetime, and I venture the estimate that 9 out of 10 of them possess more individuality and independent character than a kept college professor of the Rockefellers. This professor is so rabid in defense of his masters that he even finds it necessary to underscore the phrases in his textbooks, the great difficulty with these schemes, etc. He reveals himself so ignorant of socialism that he cannot even spell correctly the names of its leaders. He gives 3 names, Proudhon, Karl Marx, and Lassalle, and misspells 2 of them. Or consider the sentence, if men constantly hear it said that they are oppressed and downtrodden, deprived of their own, ground down by the rich, and that the state will set all things right for them in due time, what other effect can that teaching have on the character and energy of the ignorant than the complete destruction of all self-help? I take the liberty of answering this rhetorical question. Such teaching can have the effect of making the ignorant realize that for the mass of the proletariat under the capitalist system individual effort is a pitiful delusion and snare, and that the one hope for the workers lies in class-conscious collective action. And when the ignorant have learned that lesson, they will be wiser than a professor who teaches economics under a Rockefeller subsidy, and produces poison textbooks to be published by Mr. Barnes of the American Book Company, and sold, to the schools of Detroit by the convicted henchman of Mr. Barnes' brother-in-law, and purchased for the city of Detroit by the brother of this convicted henchman. I got another interesting sidelight on the schools of this metropolis of automobiles by talking with a group of citizens interested in the prevention of child labor. Because the workers of Detroit are taught by poison textbooks to rely upon self-help instead of solidarity, they are so poor that they are unable to keep their children in school. The big businessmen of Detroit are charmed with this condition, not merely because it enables them to avoid paying taxes to build new schools in the slums, but also because it provides them with an abundant supply of child labor for their industries. In the effort to abolish such labor, the reformers of Michigan obtained passage of a law allowing poverty-stricken parents a sum equal to what the children might earn if they worked. Also, they obtained a mother's pension law, for the support of those children whose fathers are killed in the automobile factories. But what is the use of such excellent laws when there is no budget provided to pay the money? In the county in which the state capital is located, some mothers are getting as little as 50 cents a week for the support of their children. A group of church workers, seeking to raise a fund to agitate against these conditions, had the bright idea of getting society ladies to assist them. The Society 190 ladies were to go about and collect subscriptions from the manufacturers, but for the first time the ladies found their charms entirely futile. They could not raise a penny. To enforce these child labor laws would destroy the prosperity of Detroit, said the great captains of industry. So every week the truant officers and child labor officers bring children into the recorder's court, and the recorder investigates and learns that the reason the children are out of school is because in school they would starve. The recorder has to admit he does not know what to do with cases of this sort. We shall in due course examine the enormous organization, including all the big manufacturers of the country, which for 30 years has carried on a nationwide campaign to paralyze the schools in the interest of child labor. While we are in Michigan, let us see what they have been doing here. All over the state are vast fields of beets and celery, and for the cultivation of these cheap labor is a necessity. A man applies for a job, and only one question is asked him: what is your gang? The meaning of the question being, how many child slaves have you got? Children as young as 5 years of age stagger about the fields, carrying in each hand a beet which weighs as much as 6 pounds, and with the clay on it as much as 10 pounds. The National Child Labor Committee, covering 1/7 of the beet territory, counted 69 children under 6 years of age, working as high as 15 hours a day. Of course, such babies, working such hours become ill, and are malformed for life. Yet before committees of the legislatures of 48 states you will hear swab manufacturers explaining that child labor is good for children. All the great presidents of America were raised on farms. These swab gentlemen got through a law exempting the canning industry from the child labor laws during the canning season, and then the swab gentlemen devised a method, by the use of vats, to make the canning season last the year round. This being a depressing subject, you will be glad to end with a laugh, so I mentioned that one of these big business gentlemen, a bitter and persistent enemy of the child labor laws, is an active officer in the national organization of the Animal Welfare League. Let us now move to the Atlantic seaboard, beginning with Boston, hub of the universe and fountainhead of our culture. Boston once prided itself upon the civic virtues and stern New England moralities. Today it is a graft-ridden city of slums, the cultured population having withdrawn to the suburban towns, and the plutocracy to haughty isolation in the Back Bay district, where the Lowells speak only to Cabots and the Cabots speak only to God. The great bankers and corporation magnates employ the corrupt city government in their factional fights. Lee, Higginson and Company against Kidder, Peabody and Company. It is reported by those on the inside that one mayor of the city made more than $1 million out of the tips he got from the latter firm. For a decade or two the great part of Boston's government has been for sale. The district attorney was selling justice, or injustice, wholesale, and recently an effort was made to convict him, but the gang proved too strong. All that these haughty magnates, the Lee Higginsons and Kidder Peabodys and Lowell Cabot Lodges ask of the schools is that taxes be kept down. To this end they have entered into alliance with the Catholic hierarchy, the old firm of God, Mammon and Company, operating on the shores of Boston Bay, as we have seen it on the shores of San Francisco Bay and the Mississippi River. For some time the arrangement was that the school board consisted of 2 Catholics, 2 Protestants, and a Jew, but when I was in Boston last year the lineup was 4 Catholics out of 5 members. As usual, the entire program of the Catholic element can be summed up in one sentence: to starve the public schools so that the parochial schools may thrive. The hierarchy never ceases to denounce from its pulpits those Catholics who fail to send their children to the church schools. They have advised Catholic women not to join the National Education Association, because this organization has endorsed the Shepherd-Towner Bill, providing national subsidies for education. It was offered to exclude the Catholic schools. 192. From federal inspection, but that made no difference. The Catholic authorities do not want the public schools improved, they do not want the competition of good schools. They are tireless in their efforts to keep control. They have blocked the movement for a Greater Boston, because this would bring in the suburbs, which are Protestant. At a meeting at the Notre Dame Cathedral, one speaker after another stressed the importance of getting Catholic teachers into the schools. The Irish are always for the Irish, testifies ex-President Eliot of Harvard, and there have been some funny illustrations in Boston education. 2 or 3 years ago there was an uproar in the city, it having been discovered that the schools were using a work of anti-Irish propaganda, the Century Dictionary. Someone had looked up the word brutal, and discovered that in illustrating its use the dictionary employed a sentence from Emerson's English Traits, dealing with the Great Famine. In Irish districts, men deteriorated in size and shape, the nose sunk, the gums were exposed, with diminished brain and brutal form. So the school board solemnly resolved as follows. Ordered, that the use of the Century Dictionary in the Boston public schools is hereby discontinued until such time as a discriminating, unfair, and untrue reference to the Irish race is eliminated. And the Board of Superintendents ordered the passage blacked out from all copies in the school libraries. I suggest to the publishers of the Century Dictionary that when they are getting ready their next edition for Boston, St. Louis, San Francisco, and other Catholic cities, they look a little farther in Emerson's English Traits, and quote the following: "The English uncultured are a brutal nation." The brutality of the manners in the lower class appears in the boxing, bear-baiting, cockfighting, love of executions, and in the readiness for a set-to in the streets, delightful to the English of all classes. The Catholic censorship of Boston's intellectual life extends even to the public library, which was at one time a famous institution, but is now useless to students, because it excludes whole groups of modern books. There is a reading room for children, and on the prominent shelves of this room you find church propaganda for the young, thrilling stories about popular and beautiful. Boston in Bondiage 193. Lady Catholic wives, and wicked Protestant vamps who break up homes. The Italians cannot get the Bible, but have to write down their names and stand in line and wait, and even then they don't get it. I was told by a teacher in the Brookline schools that the public library there had refused to order Chaffee's Freedom of Speech, the standard work on the subject, written by a professor of the Harvard Law School. I was told by a teacher in a Boston high school that she had been rebuked by her principal for using a textbook in which it was stated, casually and without comment, that the Irish immigrants had come to America on account of the potato famine. I was told also of a high school department head who was called up on the telephone by a Jesuit priest of Boston College, and ordered to promote a certain Catholic to a higher grade. Considering this Catholic incompetent, the department head declined, and was given 2 hours in which to make her decision. When she still refused, scandals were spread concerning her and she was summoned before the board. I cannot give the details of this case, for the reason that the teacher who told me the story was afraid to put it into writing, or even to revise my manuscript. It is interesting to note that this priest is the person who has been selected by the Catholic hierarchy to give the improvement lectures for the teachers of the Boston schools, these lectures being public school affairs, originally given by professors of Harvard. One high school teacher told me that her pupils had been forbidden by the priest to read Dumas. Boston is one city in which they have teachers' councils. What freedom we have is due to these councils, said a group of teachers to me, and I asked just what kind of freedom that meant. They might take up the question, at what hour should the janitor clean a certain room? They might take up the question, what credits should be allowed for certain courses? But you have nothing to do with hiring and firing. I asked, and there came a chorus, oh, no, no, no. And, of course, they have nothing to do with salaries, their salaries have been held down, and when the women teachers agitated for increased pay, they were put off. They called a meeting in Faneuil Hall, the cradle of liberty, to discuss their problem. They invited the board members to attend, but 194. Not a single one was interested enough to come. Some teachers belong to a union, but they keep very quiet. They saw what happened to the policemen's union in Boston. It is interesting to note that at the time of the Boston police strike, the teachers of English and history received instructions from the school board not to permit any mention of it in classes. There was a Boston Tea Party once upon a time, and the history books are proud of it, but those old days are past, and the White Terror holds sway in Boston and its suburbs. A teacher in the Cambridge public schools was driven from the system for telling her pupils that the Soviets had a right to determine their own way. At one of the Boston high schools a child was writing on Bolshevism, and asked the teacher about it, and the teacher gave her an article from the Review of Reviews, which presented some facts favorable to the Russian government. This teacher was called before the board and suspended, with 2 weeks' loss of pay, and was told never again to teach anything with two sides. In Boston they passed an ordinance forbidding the displaying of the red flag, and only after they had passed it did somebody recollect that the red flag is the emblem of Harvard. I should like to tell you of a number of other funny things which have happened in the shadow of our cradle of liberty. I spent several hours listening to stories of teachers, and after I got back home, most of these teachers wrote, forbidding me to repeat what they had told me. My account of the Boston police strike in the Goose Step was ridiculed by the Boston newspapers, and a Cambridge professor wrote me that he knew it was not true, because he had been on the ground, meaning that he had read what the Boston newspapers published concerning it, and had talked with other people who had read the same. I take this occasion to state that my account of what went on during this strike in the private offices of the Black Hand of Boston was furnished by one of Boston's leading bankers. This old gentleman wrote it out for me with his own hand, and sent it to me under the pledge that when I had read it and made notes concerning it, I would send it back. I am not sure that I would have had the nerve to publish what I did about Cal Coolidge and his black eye, if I had known that this strike-breaking hero was to become the next President of the United States. But I have published it now, and can't unpublish it. The Open Shop for Culture 195. Char GIR2X2. The Open Shop for Culture. While we are in Massachusetts, let us have a look at its second city, Worcester, the manufacturing center of the metal trades, and open shop headquarters of New England. We have studied this open shop system in Southern California, and it will be interesting to note some further evidence of the unity of the United States. What does the term open shop mean? It means that a place is open to unorganized wage slaves, and closed to union men. As corollary to this, it means a universal spy system, with the beating, jailing and deporting of union organizers. That there are factories in which the employers maintain such conditions is bad enough, but when you have, as in Worcester, an open shop city, the case is infinitely more serious. An open shop city is a place where the organized employers apply to a whole community those tactics of terrorism which they have learned inside their factory gates, so that the open shop becomes not merely the industrial policy, but the philosophy and religion and morality of 200,000 human beings. The Black Hand of Worcester is known as the Metal Trades Association. It has a whole group of subsidiary propaganda organizations, the Chamber of Commerce, the Rotary Club, the Kiwanis Club, the Economic Club. It has two kept newspapers, the Telegram and the Shazat, also a smaller paper, the Post, controlled by the Catholics. There is a large Irish population, also a French-Canadian population, to which the open shop is handed down as the will of the Pope. The Protestant God thunders actively through the mouths of fashionable clergymen, who denounce labor unionism and socialism, not merely in sermons, but in illustrated lectures in colleges and schools, their denunciations being reprinted in the next day's newspapers. At the top of the educational system of this Black Hand is Clark University, once a center of America's feeble intellectual life. I have told in 2 chapters of the Goose Step the story of this university's collapse. I will restate briefly. One of the trustees, Mr. Thurber, 196. General manager of Ginn and Company, school book publishers, discovered an opportunity to boost the sales of the Fryatwood Elementary Geographies, and selected as the new president of Clark University and Clark College the author of these masterpieces, who proceeded to open in the institution's enormous geographical and geological and physiographical and anthropographical and anthropogeological and physico-anthropological and geophysica-geographical and anthropophysica-geological departments, institutes, summer schools, chautauquas, and correspondence schools, at which teachers and superintendents of the United States are assembled, winter and summer, to meet the book writers and book agents of Ginn and Company, with Mrs. Helen Goss Thomas, head of the Geographical Division of Ginn and Company, graciously pouring the tea. It happened that Scott Nearing was lecturing at Clark University on the control of American colleges by the plutocracy, and President Atwood came in to hear him, and being dissatisfied with the proofs he quoted, and wishing to furnish more conclusive proofs, got up in the middle of the lecture and ordered Scott Nearing off the platform and out of the hall. This was the greatest triumph of plutocracy in American educational history, and all Worcester rose with a yell and hailed President Atwood as the savior of the learned world. The Rotary Club gave him a banquet, welcoming him with such uproar that the newspaper reporters had to admit their best eloquence inadequate. The Economic Club elected him president for the new year, the superintendent of schools sang his praises, and the clergy ordered special anthems. Nor were more substantial rewards forgotten. I inspect a list of the textbooks used in the public schools of Worcester for the year after the Nearing incident, and I discover that in the high schools there are 42 textbooks of Ginn and Company, in the elementary schools 20, in the supplementary reading list 35, a total of 97 books and, needless to say, under the heading of Geography we find Fry's New Geography, Book I, Fry-Atwood Series, and also Penn Geography. Book 2, Atwood, Fry-Atwood. Erdes. The Open Shop for Culture Loy. While we are on the subject, you will be interested to know of recent developments at Clark University. The chapters in the Goose Step evidently got under the skin of the alumni, for they appointed a committee of 3 to investigate President Atwood's administration. The chairman of this committee was a young Catholic physician of Worcester, having political ambitions. He looked into the matter, and assured a number of the faculty members that he was going to make a report condemning Atwood's administration. But then he was summoned before the Clark trustees, who are the big chiefs of Worcester's Black Hand, and his committee rendered a report which said that everything was just as it should be. Mr. Thurber came out with a statement that everything is lovely at Clark, and this at a time when the freshman class had been reduced 1/2, the graduate school had been reduced nearly 2/3, and the trustees were obliged to raise the tuition 50% in order to offset the decrease in income. They have now made plans to drum up students for the next year, and have engaged one of the foremost Chautauqua artists, ventriloquists, magicians, and vocal acrobats in New England, to lead the force of salesmen. Also, you will be amused to know that at the close of the last academic year, President Atwood summoned all those members of the faculty who were his supporters, and asked them if they could suggest anything wrong about his administration. One of the academic rabbits summoned courage to make a squeak. He said the exclusion of the nation and the new republic from the university library had done more than anything else to injure the reputation of Clark. Whereupon the librarian flared up, and declared that if either of these magazines were restored to the library, he would resign. They have not been restored. Instead of that, Clark University is sending out bulletins offering home study courses to people who want to learn to talk about the weather. You may think that just one of my hideous jokes, but here is the supplement for April, 1923, listing courses now ready, and the first course is entitled, The Passing Weather. Says the description, this course will prove of interest and value to all who wish to know the simple, scientific, 198 facts which underlie that ever-present widely discussed subject, the weather. The advertisement goes on to explain that the person who finds pleasure in observing and anticipating the ever-changing face of the sky will find this study interesting and profitable. There remains to be mentioned a tragic incident. Among the faculty of Clark who were in rebellion against the Atwood regime was Arthur Gordon Webster, an internationally known scientist and physicist. Professor Webster had been on the faculty for 30 years. I was advised to write and ask him, in confidence, his ideas and conclusions. He wrote briefly, but did not give me what I wanted, and I was told afterwards by some of his colleagues that he was afraid to do so, and that the shame of his position preyed upon his mind. 2 months after the goose step appeared, and while the faculty and student body at Clark were discussing the book, Professor Webster said to his students, "This is the last time I shall address you from this platform, that is, for a long time." He wrote a note to his son, saying that his life had been a failure. Then he retired to his laboratory and put 2 bullets into his head. Let us now take up the training of this open shop city. There is the Worcester Polytechnic Institute, with President Hollis, a former naval officer and Marshal Soule, who boasts that he is ready at any time to place the entire student body of the institute at the disposal of the police to break strikes. Last summer he loaned his own daughters to break the strike of the underpaid telephone operators. A list of the trustees of this concern is a list of the Black Hand of Massachusetts. At the head stands George I. Alden, President of the State Board of Education, also President of the Norton Grinding Company, a thoroughly feudal concern, which owns its workers' homes, and ruthlessly ferrets out every independent thought in their heads. Just for fun, I will list the rest of these trustees by occupation, so that you may see what a really plutocratic board can be when it tries. The manager of the American Steel and Wire Company, another feudal concern, whose special device is to avoid paying pensions by discharging its old employees a year or 2 before they become eligible, a prominent banker and member of this same concern, a prominent lumber dealer and manufacturer, the head of the largest loom manufactory in the United States, heavily interested in banks and in the 2 Worcester newspapers, the head of the United States Envelope Company, a leading banker, the president of a sprinkler company, a notorious reactionary, the treasurer of the Norton Company, the vice president and sales manager of a forge company, the president of the White Motor Company, the president and general manager of a pump machinery company, the vice president and superintendent of the Shoe Machinery Trust, the vice president of the Westinghouse Electric Company, the manager of a tool manufacturing concern, the vice president of a scales company, president of 2 other scales companies, chairman of a typewriter company, director of an asbestos corporation, a cement company, 2 banks, a safety razor company, an arms company, a finance and trading corporation, a guarantee company, and a water power company, the treasurer of a construction company, another magnate of the Norton Company, the vice president of a national bank, the president of a lumber company, another manufacturer, the treasurer of another manufacturing company, and 3 representatives of the open shop of Jesus Christ. Let me give you also an illustration of what it means to run education for such a board of magnificos. The brother-in-law of one, an interlocking director of manufacturing, banking, journalism, and hospitals, found himself with a son on his hands, and in the effort to get the son through this institution he employed one of the institution's young instructors as a tutor. The son being unwilling to take the trouble to visit the tutor, it was arranged that an automobile should come each day to bring the tutor to the son. On one occasion there turned up at the tutor's door a large industrial truck of unprepossessing appearance. As the tutor knew the garage of the great magnate was stocked with motor cars of all kinds and sizes, he felt himself injured in his dignity, and declined to climb aboard the industrial truck. When the magnate learned of this, he was enraged, and threatened the tutor not merely with loss of the opera. 14. 200. Tunity, but also with the loss of his position in the Worcester Polytechnic Institute. X. The tutor still remaining obstinate, the issue was carried to President Hollis, who took the side of his instructor. How could a retired naval officer preserve the proper strike-breaking spirit in his faculty, if members of the faculty were required to ride alongside common workingmen in industrial trucks? He refused to discharge the instructor, and this in spite of the fact that the magnate threatened the institution with loss of a big donation. The tutor stopped tutoring, but went on instructing at Worcester Polytechnic, and I take pleasure in recording this first feeble sprout of academic dignity in the open shop for culture. Next in turn comes Worcester Academy, a preparatory school for young plutocrats, correct, spiritual, and athletic, the principal a Rotary Club educator, an ardent open shopper, who bars all liberal periodicals, and rushed forward to denounce as dissolute those members of the Clark faculty who opposed President Atwood. The Grand Duke of the Board of Trustees is the president of a great construction company, and a leading member of Worcester's Black Hand. I might give you the complete list of these plutocrats, but it would bore you, because it is the same kind of thing as you have just read a minute ago. Next, the Worcester State Normal School, an entirely innocuous and thought-excluding institution, in which the Black Hand trains its teachers. One of the students reports everyone ardent in support of Atwood, everything correct and cautious because the funds depend upon the open shop magnates. Next, Holy Cross College, a Jesuit school, where theology is queen of the sciences and logic her chief handmaiden. The leading trustees are prosperous Irish businessmen, lawyers, and politicians. The institution is prosperous, crowded with students, and has famous athletic teams, noted for their bruising tendencies. Holy Cross graduates used to come to Clark for graduate work, and express astonishment upon discovering the existence of the sciences of economics and sociology. Whole new vistas of mental activity would be opened up to them, which vistas have now been closed by President Atwood. The Open Shop for Culture 201. Next, Assumption College, founded by the monks of the Augustinian order, who were driven out of France some 20 years ago. Its trustees are the leading businessmen and lawyers among the French-Canadian population, and the ideas taught are those which were considered a menace to the existence of the Republic in France a generation ago, but which are exactly appropriate to the medievalism of plutocratic New England. Finally, the public schools. These are conducted by a school committee, made up of leading representatives of the firm of God, Mammon and Company. There used to be one professor of Clark University on this board, Frank H. Hankins, an eminent sociologist, and it was his liberal ideas which had a great deal to do with the decision of the Worcester plutocracy to smash Clark. Now Professor Hankins and a dozen of his liberal colleagues are gone, and the school committee is filled with semi-illiterates, most of whom could not qualify to teach an elementary class in the schools they control. The Metal Trades Association, with the consent of this school committee, sends circulars to the teachers, warning them of the dangers of the closed shop, and of all modern ideas in history, civics, and economics. 2 or 3 years ago they encouraged a series of inter-high school debates on the open shop, taking it for granted that their side would win. Of course it didn't win, it never can where both sides are heard. The secretary of the Black Hand was infuriated, and declared this one more evidence of the prevalence of Bolshevism in the educational world. Nearing and Watson's economics was first mutilated, and then ousted altogether. The same fate befell the entirely conventional textbook of Professor Thomson, because he stated that immigrants were frequently brought in to get cheaper labor, and were frequently not well treated. The superintendent of schools in Worcester was, until recently, a gentleman by the name of Groover. He was a good-natured person, who tried to keep friends with everybody. He made the mistake of recommending in a newspaper interview the reading of Wells' Outline of History, and from that time he was doomed. He moved on, and his assistant took his place, a gentleman by the name of Young, a special darling of the Worces. 202. Terplutocracy, and a special bête noire of the Worcester teachers, a meddlesome, domineering pedagogue, who delights in the exercise of authority, and is never so happy as when he can order some passage blacked out of a textbook, or can storm at some teacher for an unplutocratic utterance. Under the former superintendent a number of teachers studied diligently in summer schools, acquiring special credits. They were promised $100 increase in salary, as reward for 10 years of such labor. Superintendent Young has abolished this reward, and so the teachers are out of luck. He has substituted an arrangement whereby high school students are enabled to earn money, to the vast satisfaction of the Worcester plutocracy. The boys and girls lose 2 weeks of their school work, and in return have the educational experience of acting as clerks in the Worcester department stores during the holiday rush. The Catholics are so strong that the school committee has had a difficult time adjusting promotions to suit all parties. It used to be arranged that executive positions were given alternately to the Knights of Columbus and the Masons, but there developed a deadlock at the secret sessions of the school committee known to the populace as the gumshoe meetings. The Knights of Columbus were demanding a position out of turn, and the Masons wouldn't stand for it, so finally they compromised by giving the position to a Jew. The Catholics had to be satisfied with getting an uneducated blacksmith made assistant principal of a high school. First he had been taken on to teach forge work in the manual training department, and then, through his political pull, he became a regular member of the faculty, and now assistant principal, on the way to the top. Equally powerful in Worcester education are the Rotarians and the Kiwanis. Superintendent Young was chosen by the Rotarians to travel all the way to California as their representative in a national convention. His predecessor, Groover, was president of the Kiwanis. This book will be translated into a number of European languages, and my translators will write to ask me about these strange words, which are not in any dictionary. So pardon me while I explain that Rotarians and Kiwanis are businessmen who have made money rapidly, and who meet together to express their satisfaction with the city and the civilization which have made possible their success. Being human, these men would like to make the world better, if it could be done without interfering with business. Since it cannot be done, they proceed to make the world bigger, and more like what it is. How completely these men are divorced from the intellectual life, it will be difficult for a European to imagine. They are bursting with energy, but lacking contact with ideas. They are like engines whirling in a vacuum, unconnected with driving shaft or gears. They assemble and partake of luncheons and dinners in sumptuous hotels, and summon to them preachers and teachers of all degrees, to tell them that they are the ultimate product of evolution. Left to himself, a Rotarian or Kiwani might now and then experience a gleam of humility, but intellectual men accept their hospitality, and for the sake of promotion and pelf flatter their mass vanities and whip up their herd emotions, and this surely is what is meant by the sin against the Holy Ghost. We move south to Philadelphia, the third largest city of the country, controlled by the Pennsylvania Railroad and its allied banks, through an old established and smoothly running political machine. Nearly 20 years ago Lincoln Steffens described it as Philadelphia corrupt and contented. For a while after that it ceased to be contented, there was a general strike, which was smashed by the mounted police. But then came the war, and Philadelphia is again at the apex of contented corruption and corrupt contentment. So far as concerns the schools, there has always been the usual 100% plutocratic board distributing patronage and financial and real estate favors. When I visited the city in 1922, the schools were under the care of what was called the Octogenarian Board, at its head Judge Bieber, president of the Commonwealth Title and Trust Company, who sees that a good part of the school 204 funds are deposited in his bank. Next to him was Mr. Burt of the American Bank, and financial intimate of the Wehr brothers, contractors and political bosses who had run the city for a generation. Next, Mr. Simon Gratz, the czar of the schools for G generation, and president of a real estate organization you remember in the goose step what I called the interlocking directorate. Next, an aged warhorse of the Republican machine, who was open in saying that he represented the Wehr brothers on the board, and whose name was frequently mentioned in connection with female teachers and pupils, to whom he had displayed undue ardor in his private office. Several of these aged plutocrats have just been forced out by a popular upheaval, and the board is now run by Mr. William Rowan, who has a bank in Kensington, and whose other qualification for the office of school board president of a great city is that he is an undertaker. He presided at a banquet in honor of some distinguished Frenchmen, and one of these Frenchmen, a member of the Academy, made a speech in perfect English. Mr. Rowan in reply proposed that the assemblage should unite in singing the French national anthem, the Marseillaise. Also there is Mr. Boyle, replacing Mr. Burt as representative of the American Bank. Also Mr. Shallcross, a suburban political boss, whose son was recently president of the Real Estaters. Also Mr. Mitten, president of the Rapid Transit Company, and a nationally known union smasher. Mr. Mitten has deluged the schools with his propaganda in favor of company unions. He sent so much that one high school returned it, Mark send no more. This traction company has been so plundered by the financiers that 70% of its gross revenue goes to the bondholders of underlying companies, which own no property and do no work. In the girls' high schools some of the teachers of civics ventured to point out the significance of this, and so Mr. Mitten transferred the subject of civics to the grade schools, where the children are too young to understand high finance. Philadelphia is an old and slow-moving city, in which everything follows precedent, and outward respectability is the whole of life. It resembles London, in that its leisure-class gentlemen have cricket clubs, also in that old families have vast holdings of real estate throughout. 205. The city, which they hand down from generation to generation. The rich as a matter of course send their children to private schools, where they do not have to associate with the vulgar unwashed, so the big businessmen do not care what becomes of the public schools, and only want their tax assessments held down. For many years the social service organizations agitated for a school survey by the city, and finally matters got so bad that the survey was made by the state. The 4 volumes of the report, dated 1921, lie before me. If you are suspicious of my opinions about schools, you may prefer to hear from the State Superintendent of Public Instruction. Dr. Thomas E. Finnegan is not a muckraker, but a high-up educational politician, with more letters after his name than he has in it. A.M, Pdd, i.e. Ca.D, Seld, and he says, "It cannot be too emphatically stated that the general condition of Philadelphia's school plant is deplorable. Nearly 40,000 elementary pupils are on part-time attendance because of lack of sufficient classrooms, and the high school pupils are handicapped by the heavy overcrowding of their classes. There is a real hazard to the children of Philadelphia in the fact that 74% of the school buildings are not fireproof, and are not equipped with modern fire protection apparatus. The system of fire drills and the devotion and competence of the teaching force afford the chief protection to most of the children in times of danger from fire. The citizens of Philadelphia would be shocked to learn of the unsanitary and unwholesome toilet facilities that are provided for the children in a majority of the public schoolhouses. It is no exaggeration to say that many of the conditions not only threaten the health of the children, but are a menace to their morals as well. Over 80% of these buildings provide less than the standard play area now recognized as necessary to the healthy and happy school life of children. Moreover, Superintendent Finnegan goes on to say, as matters now stand, however, there is no way in which the people of Philadelphia can register their will concerning the work of the public schools. This condition results from the fact that the members of the Board of Public Education are appointed by the judiciary rather than elected by the people. There is no escaping either the logic or the wisdom of maintaining that, where the members of a Board of Education have the direct power to levy and collect taxes for the support of the public schools, it follows as a necessary corollary that the MEM. 206. Bears of such a board should be elected directly by the people taxed and so become directly responsible to them. Of course, one can make out a case from any report by taking the worst items and quoting these alone. So I hasten to state that the makers of the survey found some things in the Philadelphia schools of which they could approve, and they were profuse in pious hopes that other things would be made better. But nothing can alter the significance of a statement such as the following. 64% of the children examined were found physically defective. Or of a statement such as this. The most depressing condition observed was the indifference or passivity of a large proportion of the classes visited. Pupils asked very few questions, and it is most exceptional to find a recitation in which thoughtful inquiry is usual and frequent. Real discussion is as rare as signs of eager interest. And again, there is no organized attempt at any high school in Philadelphia, as far as the administration is concerned, to teach the pupils how to study. Philadelphia has a new superintendent, by the name of Broom, and he was hailed as the broom that sweeps clean. He had one new idea when he took charge of the schools. He wanted a teachers' council, and that sounded like a revolutionary idea, and the teachers were interested. This council was to deal with all matters connected with the interests of teachers, and it would save the Board of Education the need of being troubled with teachers' complaints. Presently it developed that out of the 31 members, considerably more than the majority were to be elected by small groups from the supervising force. After much political manipulation, the superintendent succeeded in putting this plan over on the teachers. The council has now been in operation for a year, and all teachers realize its purpose. It has done nothing for teacher welfare, but it stands in the way, so that no teacher can any longer get access to the Board of Education. We shall see when we come to study our education from the national viewpoint, that these superintendents meet together in county and state and national conferences. Corrupt and contented 207. To work out plans for the holding down of the teachers and the regimenting of the school system. This clean sweeping broom of Philadelphia put into effect an ingenious method of enforcing conformity. He has a group of what he calls superior teachers, who are given extra pay and promises of advancement for exceptional scholarship, writing of theses, and other outside activity. The result has been gross favoritism, and the wrecking of the morale of many schools by the forming of cliques and political gangs. Teachers who fall out of favor are treated like the policemen in New York. They are given jobs at the other end of the city from their homes, and Philadelphia is geographically the largest city in the United States. 3 teachers were driven to suicide by such methods, and great numbers have left the service. In certain schools the system has now reached the stage of development with which we are familiar in the moving picture world, where promotion for women employees depends upon sexual favors extended to the men in power. Such is the reason which Philadelphia teachers assign for the sudden rise of certain ladies in the teaching force, and this condition is so common throughout the rural schools that the city teachers assign it as their main purpose in demanding tenure for all the teachers of the state. A great many of the schools, and especially the high schools, are organized politically. The alumni associations and parent-teachers associations are used, not merely to get favors for their schools, but to serve the political bosses and their interests. The principal of a South Philadelphia school not long ago circulated among his staff a request that no teacher should flunk a certain notoriously poor scholar, the reason being given that his father is the police lieutenant of our district, and we cannot afford to antagonize him. This boy passed triumphantly, and of course the same favors are extended to prominent athletes, who would otherwise be barred from the school contests. You will be prepared to learn that in such a city the feeble effort of the teachers to start a union was crushed by the discharging of some and the intimidating of the rest. There were about 100 members, and a prominent leader sold them out for a promotion. You 208 will be prepared to learn that the teachers get low salaries, and work all their lives without promotion, unless they belong to the gang. You will be prepared to hear that the Chamber of Commerce is strong, and has an educational bureau, which formulates the policy for the schools, especially as regards the training of Chamber of Commerce clerks and mechanics. You will also be prepared to hear that civil rights are things forgotten in this corrupt and contented city. There used to be a certain old-fashioned type of gentleman who had read the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights of the Constitution, and believed in civil liberty as a thing to be trusted and fought for, but that type is now out of date, and the hustling young businessman, with his undercover agent and his strong-arm detective, runs both the city and the schools. The spirit was shown by Superintendent Broom, when he heard a rumor from the Daughters of the American Revolution, delicious irony of that name, that there were supposed to be some revolutionists among school teachers. The clean-sweeping Broom set to work at once to sweep out un-Americanism. There are too many insidious influences at work today, he declared. If there are any persons with such ideas in our schools here, I wish they would resign before I am put to the embarrassing position of asking them to resign. The same newspaper quoted other school officials as declaring that if any teacher was suspected to be a radical, it was the duty of a citizen to inform the school authorities. Needless to say, education in Philadelphia is not inspiring to children, and, as we have seen in other cities, under such conditions the children get drunk. Early in 1923, Director Davis of the Prohibition Enforcement Bureau ordered his investigators to look into reports of drunkenness on the part of children in 3 public schools, who were said to be coming to school in a half-stupefied condition. I asked a friend about this, and he wrote me that they were the children of Italian parents, who make wine. But then I inquired further, and I learned that among the English-speaking mill workers in the Kensington district the pastors of the churches found it necessary to band together to protect the children from the activities of bootleggers. The brother of one of the highest teachers in the city was arrested on this charge, and there have frequently been charges of teachers imbibing during class sessions. Also, the use of drugs by school children is prevalent, as in our other great cities. How can you expect either the children or the bootleggers to obey the law, when the public reads in its morning papers that, nearly 5 years after the passage of the 18th Amendment, the police of Philadelphia corrupt and contented are solemnly informing the keepers of 1,300 saloons that they must positively close next month? And they don't. Let us move farther south to Baltimore, another old and slow-moving city, with a dynasty of long-established merchant princes. For 40 years, to my knowledge, their political gang has run the city and pocketed the proceeds. It is a community in which you can lose yourself in miles of brick houses, all exactly alike, little 2-story brick houses for the working class and larger 3- and 4-story brick houses for their betters. I was born in one of these larger brick houses, and spent my childhood playing on the cobblestone streets of Baltimore, as we called it. I never went to school there, because in my childhood the family doctor thought I was learning too fast, and did not realize that to send me to school might be the quickest way to stop me. In Baltimore, as in Philadelphia, the children of the rich have beautiful private schools, and leave the children of the poor to the politicians. As one teacher said to me, the people take it for granted that the school system is working, like the water system under the pavement. After I had looked a little farther into school matters, I wanted to substitute for the water system the sewers. It is the old story of the business partnership between God and Mammon. The Catholics are strong in Baltimore, and are doing everything in their power to choke the public schools. At the same time the merchant princes are holding down taxes, and their politicians are leaving the old buildings out of repair, without fire escapes, with 210 out proper heat in some cases even without books. The salaries of the teachers are inadequate, but if ever there were two of them who had the courage to start a union, they kept it so quiet that I was unable to find them. Baltimore is an old-fashioned city, and the middle-class respectabilities hold it immovable. I was invited to the home of a lady and gentleman who were interested in education, and there I found a large company assembled. I asked them what was the economic control of their schools, and found that in an audience of 27 educators there was apparently only one who knew what I meant by the phrase. They were not conscious of any such thing, they said. I wanted to point out to them that a horse never feels the rein until he starts to travel in an undesired direction, but having been brought up in Baltimore, I knew what politeness required. Another of the unwritten laws of Baltimore decrees that woman's place is the home. Woman is now permitted to leave the home to teach the children in classrooms, but she is not permitted to come out of the classrooms to discuss the conduct of the schools. In this company, with which I spent a couple of hours, I counted 10 men and 17 women, and all of the men said their say about the Baltimore schools and about education in general. But only 3 out of the 17 women had anything to say at all, and one of these was the hostess, while the other 2 were directly called upon by the hostess to answer a question. Such is the state of the feminist movement in Baltimore. I found upon inquiry that the same condition prevailed in the schools. Although the women teachers in the schools outnumbered the men 7-1, they were practically unrepresented on the teachers' councils. Among 19 representatives of the white teachers' training schools there was only 1 woman representative. From the girls' high schools there was only 1 woman representative out of 30. From the colored schools there was no woman representative, and many groups of the white teachers had no woman representative. It was interesting to note that the 2,100 elementary teachers were represented as follows: 4 principals, 1 kindergartner, 1 teacher in a secondary high school, and 3 members of the schoolmasters club. You can imagine how easy it is to handle the teachers in Baltimore. One of the things they need is a Henrietta Rodman in their city, for they have the old Tammany system of mother baiting. When the women teachers marry they automatically resign. If they have a pull they may get themselves re-employed as substitutes, at a lower salary, the advantage in handling substitutes being that they may be immediately dismissed without excuse. The women teachers in Baltimore have never dared to have anything to do with the move for equal pay. This fight has been carried on by the women's clubs. The city council was induced to appropriate money to abolish discriminations between men and women teachers, but the school board refused to spend the money, and the issue has now been carried to the Court of Appeals. When I asked my impolite question about economic control, a former school board member who was in the company told me how he had taken up the fight for an increased tax to make possible better schools. He had found one rich man to whom this increase would mean $10,000 per year, yet this man was willing to support the program. Surely that disproved my idea of economic control. I answered patiently that I knew there were individual rich people capable of generosity, but it was different with classes, and especially when it came to anything which threatened class control. Would this rich man have been willing for the teachers of Baltimore to form a union? You may recollect that in Los Angeles I criticized the bankers for their thrift campaign in the schools, and perhaps you wondered, did I object to thrift in the schools? And why could I not believe that the bankers might have a genuine interest in teaching thrift to the school children? Well, you may learn about this from what happened in Baltimore. At the Francis Scott Key School a beginning was made at a school bank, and the bankers objected. Here, as in Los Angeles, the children were learning thrift, but in Los Angeles the money was turned over to the bankers, while in Baltimore the money was kept for the school. So here is a laboratory test, proving that what the bankers want is not to teach the children thrift, but to get the children's money. 912. The biggest banker in Baltimore is Mr. Robert Garrett, whose palace on what we used to call Charles Street Avenue was one of the scenes of my childhood. Mr. Garrett is director in half a dozen great financial institutions, also of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. He is a graduate of Princeton and of Johns Hopkins, and was selected as the city's most eminent financier to act as chairman of the Public Improvement Commission, and spent $22 million of the people's money for new school buildings. The work goes forward, under the very highest capitalistic auspices, and one of the great new high schools is nearly completed, when a group of independent citizens makes an investigation, and discovers and proves that all through this building the contractors have been substituting inferior materials, terracotta pipe instead of cast iron pipe, cement bricks instead of clay bricks, inferior floor materials, an inferior motor, etc. To cap the climax, the panic bolts on the doors, which were to have brass rods, have steel rods substituted. Steel rusts, you understand, so when there is a fire, and the children try to fling the doors open in a hurry, they will find the bolts rusted fast, and the doors immovable. Does that dispose you to trust your schools to the tender care of your bankers? I have referred to the Francis Scott Key School in Baltimore, and you will be interested to hear more about this rare phenomenon. A beautiful building, animated by a beautiful spirit, and located in a city slum. Locust Point is out in the shipping district, and the school overlooks the harbor and the old Fort McHenry. It is named after the author of the Star-Spangled Banner, who composed the song close to this spot. A few years ago the people of Locust Point had the usual old wooden fire trap for their children. It burned down, and then came a struggle with the politicians for a better school. The neighborhood is a Catholic stronghold, and the priests wanted the building in an inaccessible place. It had a library, and the priests do not wish Catholic children to have too easy access to modern books. They would have had their way, if it had not been for one rich woman of Baltimore, who has made herself a kind of godmother to the schools. Meet Mrs. William Bauernschmidt, daughter-in-law of a well-known Baltimore brewer lately deceased. This lady got her education in Baltimore politics in a somewhat amusing way. A quiet, mild-mannered young daughter-in-law, she used to sit in a corner of the library of the old brewer's home and do her knitting, while the men of the family talked business. As the brewery busyness was all mixed up with politics, the daughter-in-law came to know a great many secrets. She explained. The men paid no more attention to me than if I were a dormouse, so now, when I come to deal with Baltimore politicians, I tell them, I know every filling you've got in your teeth. This, you perceive, is not refined language, not the sort that was used by ladies during my boyhood in Baltimore. But, said Mrs. Bauernschmidt, there's no use talking uptown talk to them. I use their own language. She told me about one of these potentates, I forget his name, but his nickname is Sonny, and said Mrs. Bauernschmidt, I know whose man you are every day. You belong on Monday to the gas company, and Tuesday to the street railways, and on Wednesday you belong to the breweries. I want you to know that I always know when our day comes round. But also she cajoles these fellows, and touches their hearts. Once upon a time they were children, and some of them went to school. Now they have children of their own, and these are going to school. Do they want to steal the children's money? And then she goes after the big fellows, and sometimes she finds that even they have hearts. When she was fighting for this new school on Locust Point, she tackled not merely the mayor and the school board and the Catholic hierarchy, she tackled the president of the Baltimore Dry Dock and Shipbuilding Company. She wanted a park around the school, so that it would have room to grow, and she got this mighty magnate to the point of declaring that if the politicians wouldn't vote the $45,000, he would put it up himself and he would spend another $45,000 to find out why he had had to do it. So, of course, the politicians fell all over themselves, and the school has its park. Here was a second case of plutocratic generosity in Baltimore, and I began to fear for the thesis of the goslings. I asked Mrs. Bauernschmidt about it, and she made a face. They will never be able to fool her again, said she. 4 years ago the schools wanted $6 million, and all the civic agencies of Baltimore were fighting for a bond issue. They went to the business organizations, which endorsed their program cordially, and there was thanksgiving among the educators. But then it was discovered that a group of politicians and land speculators intended to tack on another bond issue of $42 million for a port loan. The people of Baltimore were invited to put up this enormous sum to provide harbor facilities for big business, and the $6 million for the schools was to provide the human appeal. The combined propositions were carried in a whirlwind campaign, and a port commission was appointed, which has been drawing fat salaries for 4 years, but not a single dock has been built to date. No, I do not expect to get very much for the people's schools from the plutocracy, but you note that I am perfectly willing to take what I can get. For example, I take Mrs. Bauernschmidt. I don't think she knows much economics, and I am sure she never met a socialist before, but she has a robust mind, and she faces facts, whatever they may be. When there was a strike of the ship workers on Locust Point, she faced the fact that the children were starving, and she helped One Eye's money to feed them. That, of course, was a terrible thing. Everywhere throughout the United States it is one of the worst offenses you can commit against the plutocracy, because they rely upon the cries of the starving children to break down the morale of strikers. Years passed, and Mrs. Bauernschmidt continued her wayward course. She took up the fight for the new school at Locust Point, and did not stop for the Catholic priest, nor yet for the political machine and its political superintendent of schools. She went to speak before a parent-teachers association. A teacher asked her, and the superintendent rebuked this teacher, saying that 215. She had made a grievous mistake, that Mrs. Bauernschmidt must not speak in the schools of Baltimore, and a teacher ought not even be seen on the street with her. He added words to this effect: I know my business so well that I never give promotion to a teacher who doesn't stand in with the powers that be. So Mrs. Bauernschmidt went to war with the superintendent. She put him on trial before the school board. When you have money you can do that kind of thing. The gang was greatly exercised, because a teacher and a principal who had been witnesses to the superintendent's statement, told the truth before the board, and that was a violation of the first principle of gang ethics. It meant the end of discipline in the school machine. The upshot of the controversy was that my native city got 1 or 2 new board members, and the old superintendent was dismissed. You see how it pays to keep track of the fillings in the teeth of your politicians. There is the same story in Baltimore that we saw in San Francisco, St. Louis, and Boston. The people appropriate money for their schools, and the representatives of God, Mammon, and company refuse to spend it. They even get the courts to forbid them to spend it. The schools were discovered to be fire traps, and what better way to make Catholic parents send their children to the parochial schools, than to have it generally rumored that there is danger of fire in the public schools. So the money for fire escapes was not spent, and a delegation waited on the mayor, one from each of the 25 schools which lacked fire escapes. Mrs. Bauernschmidt went along, and the Baltimore newspapers reported the wallop which she delivered to the mayor. History tells us about a ruler who fiddled while the town burned, but I don't remember reading of his re-election, and I'll bet you he couldn't be re-elected mayor of the city. So the schools got some fire escapes, but not all. Last year the politicians returned an unexpended balance of $104,000 out of $600,000 appropriated for school repairs, and so Mrs. Bauernschmidt's organization, the Public School Association, went after them once more. Now it is promised that all the schools will be safe, and the Catholic priests, realizing that they have to come up to the new standards, pay visits to the Francis. 15. 216. Scott Key School, a dozen of them in the course of a couple of months to find out about modern education. I make this Baltimore chapter the basis of a special word to those people who read my books and write me that I am too bitter, that I refuse to believe anything good about the rich. The story of Mrs. Bauernschmidt gives me the chance to show that I like rich people exactly as well as poor. All I ask of the rich is that they turn traitor to their class and serve the general welfare. Not 1 in 100 can conceive of doing this, and not 1 in 1,000 has the courage to act on the idea, but at least I give them the chance. In every city, town, and village of the United States there is room for a woman of wealth who will turn out and fight for the schools, not merely to get more money from the taxpayers, and to keep the grafters from stealing it, but to make the schools places of freedom, with windows open to the new doctrines which are blowing over the world. In free inquiry and free discussion lies the salvation of America, and it may be my misfortune, but nevertheless it is a fact, that after having spent a year and a half making inquiries, I am unable to name a single public school in the United States in which the policy of free inquiry and free discussion is consistently and boldly followed. Chapter XLV. Next comes our national capital, and here we have a unique situation, owing to the fact that the people of the District of Columbia have no votes, but are governed by. The school board was formerly appointed by the District Commission, now it is appointed by the District Supreme Court. The invisible government of the city is made up of the traction interests and the real estate speculators, who work hand in glove with the political machine, quite regardless of whether this machine happens to be Democratic or Republican. There are innumerable ways in which the public may be plundered, and innumerable forms of honest graft, whereby it may be made worthwhile to congressmen and senators to stand in with the plunderers. Dir. 217. In the war the population of Washington jumped from 300,000 to 450,000 in 3 months, real estate values leaped to the skies, and rents beyond them, so there was a harvest for every kind of speculator. The business gang had run our national capital for so long that they had forgotten the possibility of anything else. But President Wilson appointed 2 or 3 men of liberal sympathies to the District Commission, and also to the District Supreme Court, so for the first time some attention was paid to the public clamor concerning the run-down state of the schools. Probably 75% of the buildings were old and unsanitary, and the overcrowding was unendurable, especially in the high schools and the schools for Negroes. Many of the pupils had to do their work by artificial light. The way toward school progress was blocked by entanglements of red tape. There was, and still is, a triple control of school construction. Recommendations for new building sites are made by the Board of Education to the District Commission, and from there go to the Appropriation Committee of the House of Representatives. The movement for a New Deal in school affairs came to a head in 1916. A Universalist clergyman, Dr. John Van Schaik, Jr., was appointed to the school board, and shortly afterwards became its president. He secured an assistant for his church, paying this assistant out of his church salary, while Dr. Van Schaik gave most of his time, without salary, to the service of the Washington schools. He was a man of culture and broad vision, a liberal of the finest type, and what the gang thought of him was revealed 3 years later, when he was nominated for the District Commission, and a congressional hearing was held. The first witness to take the stand was a Washington businessman, who set forth that Dr. Van Schaik was neither a Democrat nor a Republican, but a man who has been handling a few dollars in a church, whereas we want a man who has been in our city here, who has made a success of life. Reading this, I could not help thinking of a story I was told, about a former president of this Board of Education who had made such a success. He remarked to a friend that he had sold for a school site a lot so steep that it had to be measured perpendicularly. 218. The war came, and Dr. Van Schaik obtained leave of absence from the school board and served as commissioner for Belgium of the American Red Cross. He has written a book about this, The Little Corner Never Conquered. Returning, he again became president of the school board, and took up the fight for the public. The district commissioners were fixing the value of the traction lines, squeezing out a little of the water, and Dr. Van Schaik supported them. He opposed one of the traction mergers, which would give value to millions of dollars worth of this water. Also, there was a commission to reduce rents, and Dr. Van Schaik committed the crime of supporting one of its members who was trying to expose the high rate of interest charged by the banks on second mortgages. He had tried to get the new tuberculosis hospital located in a decent site, whereas the real estate interests wanted it in a swamp. As if that were not enough, this clergyman educator advocated pro Prohibition enforcement, and anybody who knows Washington life will understand how intolerable this would be to senators and congressmen. Also, he supported the Commissioner of Police, who was trying to clean up the red light district, and this also would cause much inconvenience to our leading statesmen. There was a superintendent of schools who was incompetent, but who stood in with the gang. He had made political appointments, he had fought the unions of the teachers and held down the teachers' salaries. Also, he was a local favorite, raised in our own schools, and supported by the Washington Star. Now Dr. Van Schaik and his Board of Education had the temerity to get rid of the superintendent by a vote of 8-1. The gang took up the challenge, and Pat Harrison of Mississippi introduced into the Senate a resolution for an investigation of school affairs. This investigation occupied a period of 6 weeks, during which time the work of the schools came pretty much to a standstill. Senator Harrison was not the chairman of the committee, but he took upon himself the role of prosecutor, and did 95% of the questioning. He is the fighting type of statesman, who specializes in not very courteous wit. I don't suppose that many of my readers will care to peruse the 1,349 closely printed pages of this 219 government document, but my sense of duty has carried me through it, and I report briefly thereon. It was a trial of 4 or 5 leading citizens for the crime of being public-spirited. Dr. Van Schaik was on the stand for 2 or 3 days, and showed himself a man of social vision and of the finest courtesy. The spirit in which he was questioned may be judged from one sentence of Senator Harrison's, and you have a very great admiration for your ability in answering the questions that have been propounded to you, have you not? This caused the other members of the school board to submit a written request that they might be represented by counsel at the hearing, but the request was denied. The next victim was Mrs. Margarita Spalding Gary, novelist, widow of a former teacher in the Washington schools. Mrs. Gary, a self-supporting woman, had given herself without salary. She was accused of the crime of owing Dr. Van Schaik a $1,000 mortgage on her home, which compelled her to vote as he directed. She was able to prove, first, that Dr. Van Schaik did not own, and never had owned, any mortgage on her home, and, second, that her vote had frequently been opposed to his. There was a school teacher, Miss Alice Wood, who was accused of having answered some questions of her pupils on the subject of Bolshevism. Later on we shall hear her story. Suffice it for the moment to say that the school board had punished her, but that Mrs. Gary, coming to know her, had realized that injustice had been done. That constituted Mrs. Gary a Bolshevik, and made it necessary that both she and Miss Wood be questioned minutely as to their political views. Dr. Van Schaik, on returning from Belgium, had persuaded the board to reverse its action in Miss Wood's case, and that constituted Dr. Van Schaik a Bolshevik. Then came the turn of Mrs. Coralie Cook, a colored citizen, representing the large Negro population of the city on the Board of Education. In Mississippi the Negroes do not get much education, and Senator Harrison felt it his duty to put this wife of a professor at Howard University in her place. He referred to her niece, a teacher, as this Clifford woman, and to a Negro teacher in the Washington schools as a fellow by the name of. At the same time the senator was cordially co. 220. Operating with a Negro board member who had turned traitor to the Liberal board. It had chanced that prior to the war the Dutch consul had sent to Dr. Van Schaik a scientist from his country with a letter of introduction, and Dr. Van Schaik, as a matter of routine, and in the midst of many pressing duties, gave this gentleman a letter authorizing him to inspect the schools. Subsequently this man was accused of being a German spy, and it was proved that, as an anthropologist, and being interested in racial types, he had taken nude photographs of women. Whether these photographs were really obscene, I cannot say, but in any case, Dr. Van Schaik had known nothing about the matter. But there was that letter of introduction, and you can imagine what use the kept press made of such a chance. Professor H.B. learned of Yale University and Stanford, having been so unwise as to serve on this school board, had to travel all the way from California to explain that the Dutch anthropologist had visited his home one evening and played on the piano and sung. The city of Washington can claim the prize over all the capitals of the world for the degradation of its press. The leader of this manhunt was Theodore Noyes of the Star, who has always run the school board. He is the brother of Frank Noyes, director of the Associated Press. Also Edward B. McLean, owner of the Washington Post, heir of one vast fortune and husband of another. Mr. McLean is notorious among Washington newspaper men for his defiance of the prohibition laws, and it takes some real defiance to achieve such prominence in Washington. These two newspapers made the claim that Dr. Van Schaik was not eligible for the office of District Commissioner, because he had not been a resident of Washington for 3 years. They published a photographic facsimile of a ballot alleged to have been cast by Dr. Van Schaik at his summer home in Cobleskill, New York. It was subsequently proved that this ballot had been cast by Dr. Van Schaik's father, at the time when Dr. Van Schaik was busy with Red Cross work in Belgium. You will not need to be told that the newspapers did not feature this correction. At the close of the investigation, Senator Harrison delivered 3 or 4 hours of eloquent denunciation in 221. The Senate. But the school board persisted in asserting its right to appoint a competent man as superintendent. Then, having made sure of this appointment, Dr. Van Schaik resigned, so that the new superintendent might not inherit all his enemies. Also, Mrs. Gary resigned, saying to a friend of mine, "After all, my life is worth something to myself, and apparently it is worth nothing to the city." You can understand that the effect of this uproar has been to make self-respecting citizens very reluctant to assume the unpaid and thankless task of being responsible for the Washington schools. Chapter XLVI. Dr. Van Schaik's successor as president of the Board of Education was a Catholic gentleman by the name of Edwards, prominent in the Chamber of Commerce, and therefore an undoubted success. His intellectual qualifications you may judge when I tell you that he was president of the Columbia Correspondence School, and when I explain to you this amusing product of American public life. Great numbers of newly fledged statesmen come to Washington, where they have to compose political speeches and felicitous after-dinner addresses, letters to the newspapers and to their constituents, all kinds of literary efforts for which they lack the necessary knowledge of grammar. They cannot all have private secretaries to write their speeches for them, as did the late President Harding. So comes the Columbia Correspondence School, filling a long-felt want. President Edwards would write you an essay or a speech on any subject, at prices ranging from 50 cents up. If you used it only once, he would charge you $2. It was all strictly confidential, that is, until President Edwards was put upon the witness stand at a congressional hearing. Then he was asked, did they sell essays to school children? He answered, yes, they would sell essays to people in any part of the country, asking no questions. He was asked, what would you do if a teacher reprimanded a pupil for passing in one of your essays as his own? He answered that he was not sure. 922. What he would do, but he could see nothing wrong with that. This disclosure raised such a row that the new president of the school board was forced to resign. No one could ever find out which one of the judges of the district Supreme Court had recommended him, but they all united in getting rid of him. Under this autocracy of politicians, the fate of the Washington school teachers has been the same as we have seen in other cities. Their wages in 1917 were on a starvation basis. The minimum was $500 for assistant kindergartners, and the next was $600. Both the high school teachers and the grade teachers formed unions, and the politicians did not dare to stop them. The unions carried the agitation to Congress, and got an increase of salary during the war. The gang tried to corral them into the National Education Association. They have a local institute, and of course the teachers have little to do with selecting the speakers. I have referred to the experience of Miss Alice Wood, and promised to tell her story, which shows clearly what happens to teachers under an autocracy of politicians. Miss Wood was a teacher of English at the Western High School, and in the course of study furnished to her by her superiors appeared such items as current events, war news, Study of Democracy Today, and Spontaneous Discussions and Criticisms. In the year 1919 it was naturally impossible for a teacher to conduct a class along the above lines without being asked something about Bolshevism. Miss Wood was asked, and she stated in reply that she had attended a meeting at Polly's Theatre, where several travelers from Russia had spoken, and their accounts of conditions were different from the published stories in the daily press. Never forget, this was the year of the nationalization of women. In answer to a direct question, Miss Wood stated that she considered the Soviet government an improvement over the former government of Russia and a good government for Russia. She explained the word Bolshevik as meaning majority, and finally, she advised pupils who wanted to know more about the subject to read articles from the Dial, the New Republic and Current Opinion. A few days later Miss Wood received a letter from 223. Her principal, questioning her about these matters. She answered, stating the facts as above, furthermore explaining that she was extremely patriotic, that her forefathers had served in the American Revolution, and that she regarded Woodrow Wilson as the greatest statesman of all times. The reactionary superintendent of schools then took up the matter with the Board of Education. Under the law, Miss Wood had the right to a public trial, and to be represented by counsel. The board set this rule quietly to one side, and invited Miss Wood to appear informally before a committee, which questioned her, but without giving her any idea that she was on trial. She stated that she had received no instructions as to what kind of answers she was to return on the subject of Bolshevism, and that she was perfectly willing to follow the directions of her principal, of the superintendent, or of the board, on this and on all other matters. Whereupon the board suspended her, without pay, for a period of 1 week. This of course was small punishment in itself. We have seen what is the pay of a Washington teacher for 1 week. But what the board really sentenced her to was disgrace and outrageous publicity in the carrion-eating press. Therefore the teachers' union took up the matter, and engaged an attorney, and a long correspondence with the school authorities followed, leading to no result. The matter was carried to the District Supreme Court, and it is pleasant to be able to state that this body reversed the action of the board, and Miss Wood got her week's salary. But in the meantime the Black Hand of our national capital had accomplished its principal purpose. All the other teachers of the city learned their lesson, and the pupils in the schools continued to believe that all women in Russia were nationalized. Also they continued to believe that Washington is governed by great and patriotic statesmen. Some time previously, a teacher had stated to her pupils that the caliber of congressmen of the present day is not as good it was in the time of Clay and Webster, and this teacher was made the object of furious attack upon the floor of Congress. The Congressional Committee took it up, and summoned the principal of the school before them, and read the riot act to him, and so all the teachers of Wash. 224. Ington learned that they are not citizens of a democracy, but serfs of a plutocratic empire. I am told now by a group of teachers that the new superintendent is doing well, and that there is hope for a better deal in the schools. New buildings are going up, and everyone wants to forget the old unhappy past. The teachers ask me to plead for the cause which lies nearest to their hearts, that of teacher participation in school control, and I answer that this is the thing for which my book is written, to urge that those who do the work of teaching, and really know about teaching, shall take the place of traction magnates and real estate speculators in charge of our children. It is not only in Washington that this is needed, but everywhere, as you have already had opportunity to see. Chapter Zalville. The local machines. We have now examined school conditions in 19 of the largest American cities. The total population of these cities amounts to 18 million, which means 4 million children subject to the education here portrayed. You have noticed how much alike these school machines are. It has no doubt occurred to you that such resemblance cannot be a matter of accident. There must be some centralized control, some Bureau of Standardization in charge of school systems in the United States. And this is true. The local school machines, in cities, towns, and villages, are part of county machines, and these county machines are part of state machines, and these state machines are united and coordinated and standardized by the National Education Association, with the help of the United States Bureau of Education, and the Rockefeller General Education Board, and the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching. Let us begin with the counties. Under the American system, a county superintendent of schools invariably has to be a school politician, and almost invariably has to be a political politician as well. His school gang is made up of his assistants and clerks and principals and other numerous appointees, all of whom depend upon his favor. The loco machines 225. And are looking for promotion, also those teachers who serve him as bellwethers, leading the flocks of teacher sheep. In order to preserve the self-respect of teachers, and make them think they have something to do with education, they are organized into associations or clubs, all of which are affiliated with the National Education Association, and practically all of which are run by the local school machine. These teachers' associations thus occupy in the school world the same position as the company or yellow unions, in the labor world. In the great percentage of cases, the officers in these teachers' associations are the superintendents and principals and other members of the supervising force. In the remaining cases, they are teachers who take their orders from this force. In the few cases where the teachers have dared to rebel and control their own organizations, their leaders have been browbeaten and persecuted, slandered, and denied promotion. The county superintendent works hand in glove with the local politicians and their local financial masters. Whether he is appointed, or whether he is elected, makes little difference, because the election must be preceded by a nomination, which depends upon the local political machine. Back of this nomination and the ensuing election are all the sinister forces of graft which expect to profit from the schools. There are the land speculators, who either have land to sell, or want to buy school lands upon which wealth of some sort has been discovered. There are contractors who want to put up school buildings for profit. There are school book agents, who are bosom friends of all superintendents, and put up money to elect them, and get it back tenfold. I shall show you in due course how these book agents serve also as teachers' agents, controlling the appointment of teachers and handing out favors and promotions to those who support their line. And of course there are the bankers, who want the handling of school funds, and also of the teachers' funds. You shall see how the teachers put up money for their own pensions, and the gang takes charge of it, and turns it over to the bankers, either for cash or for political support, which comes to the same thing. Also,